god, here we go. This is gonna be a hell of a ride. Now, as a little bit of context for the next 4 goddamn hours of destruction you're gonna witness, I reviewed every episode of this series in order in 2021, except the series opener. So later on in this video, you're gonna hear a lot of, this is good for X, because it sets up for Y later. But for the series opener, I'm not gonna do that, because I already know that everything that gets set up is a colossal failure by the end. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But for now, it's time to begin reviewing Doctor Who Series 9. An absolute failure of television that for some reason I used to actually like, including this god-awful story for some reason. Now, why did I like it? Honestly, I don't know, but way back when I wrote all these reviews, I skipped this story because I just couldn't be bothered with it at the time. Even though I thought I liked it, but I honestly didn't know why I felt like that. But now, with the hindsight of the whole series, and hearing a lot of arguments made against this episode, I think I know exactly why I skipped it. And if this is anything like the rest of Series 9, then it'll be a completely illogical, inconsistent mess from start to finish, with barely any cohesion throughout, which would not surprise me in the slightest. But considering I'm keeping the most dedicated and loyal of you for over 4 hours today, I should probably stop with the preamble and actually start reviewing The Magicians Apprentice. So this episode starts on a battlefield with both lasers and bows and arrows. I wonder who's going to win this confrontation. Meanwhile, this is going on. For some reason, there's a child in the war zone. Why? And how is there a child in the war zone? Well, apparently he just got lost. You know how you avoid getting lost? Walking in the other direction to the fucking laser fire! So the black guy dies first, showing off the first of this series' horrendously rushed production. Seriously, when he gets pulled down by one of these hands, which, to be fair, are fairly creative and they do look pretty cool for what they are, this effect is awful. So the Doctor throws the sonic screwdriver at the child so they can speak to each other, while trying to convince him to walk forward with a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. I mean, wow. What a great way to save this kid instead of just, oh, I don't know, maybe just shooting and killing these hand things? And you might be thinking to yourself that the Doctor doesn't carry guns, or weapons, or anything, so why would he do that? Well, why the fuck would he make this kid risk his life with 1,000 to 1 odds instead of just getting a weapon? I know I'm jumping ahead here, but that's literally what he does in the end of part 2 anyway. So what was even the point of trying to make this little shit take such a massive risk? Literally 12's first scene in Series 9, and he's acting like an out-of-character moron. I love this show. So it's revealed to us that this kid is actually Davros, and this shocks the Doctor naturally, which actually has the potential to lead somewhere interesting. I hope this story does loads of interesting stuff with that in the future. Although doesn't this story sort of immediately create a massive plot hole for every fucking story that Davros has ever appeared in, since in all of them, he has the sonic screwdriver, but he just doesn't use it in any way, or at any point for no apparent reason. Like, I'm not going to rewatch the classic Who Davros stories because I might be somewhat dedicated to making content, but don't be ridiculous. But literally, just in Journey's End, couldn't Davros have just flipped the stupid switches back that made the Daleks malfunction? Couldn't he have put the Holden cells back up? Used the Sonic to flip the control back into his own arm, which he couldn't use for some reason? You know, fucking anything! But nah, Davros just has this extremely useful piece of equipment for probably hundreds of years, yet he never decided to do anything with it. How insanely in character for someone who we're meant to believe is smart. You stupid hefty bitch! Also, realistically, how the fuck is the Doctor even here on Skaro? Isn't it meant to be time locked like Gallifrey? Yes, I know Gallifrey was saved, but Skaro wasn't. How is he even here? Wow. Another massive plot hole which ruins the Time War narrative even further than it had already been destroyed at this point. What perfect foreshadowing for the end of the series. We're literally 5 minutes in, by the way. So after the first of many out-of-sync title sequences in this series we'll see, We get a montage of this clapped reptile fuck going around to different places asking for the doctor, before he starts cooming so much that he becomes a snake.
Let's boot it up, ladies and gentlemen.
While it's cool to see the Shadow Proclamation again, it, unfortunately, or fortunately depending on how you look at it, just acts as another reminder of how terrible the world building has been in this era compared to Russell's. Where there was always a sense of galactic law being abided by. It was something always referenced even from Series 1 all the way till the end. Whereas in the Moffat era, the Doctor is just as quick to do those crimes as he is to take down those who commit them. It also just comes off as more Moffat fanwank fan service, because the scene serves no real narrative purpose other than being like, ooh, Davros wants the Doctor, which could have been established on Khan, which would actually be more relevant to the narrative because Moffat, well, at least attempted to have these dunces be a consistent part of his era. He always failed at this, as he never really established who any of them are or any of their actual motives, but at least there was an attempt.
Well, that wasn't even an attempt! That wasn't even an attempt!
When he gets to Khan, he's told to give his message to the Doctor, from Davros to her. Don't know why his powers don't work here, especially considering there wasn't even an attempt to explain as to why. And considering this motherfucker can actually teleport, it also begs to question how the fuck he even got here! And on that note of shit not making sense, how the fuck is Davros even alive? As far as I remember, which could be very well wrong, because I haven't seen this story in like 2 years, I swear, this story doesn't even attempt to explain how Davros survived the events of the Series 4 finale. How is there actually this many plot holes 10 minutes into the episode? So we cut to boring stupid Clara being a boring stupid self, terrible banter, casual homophobia, until she realizes a plane is frozen in the sky, and to make sure she's not just seeing things, she draws a circle on the window. Because that's a totally normal thing to do. So UNIT call into her school and say if she can't be got, they would be put through to the Prime Minister? First of all, great way of keeping UNIT somewhat secretive, and what a great way for Clara to keep her life with the Doctor, well, you know, not an open secret. So when Clara gets to UNIT, she says she hasn't tried to call the Doctor yet because they don't know enough yet, and he doesn't appreciate gossip. Gossip!
Gossip.
Bitch! Every plane around the fucking planet has frozen in mid-air. I don't think it's unfair to assume that this has something to do with something alien. It's a little bit more than gossip, don't you think? Honestly, this insufferable cunt never fails to piss me off with her passive nature to such serious events. Bro really thinks she's Rose. Like, don't get me wrong, the scene of her deducing shit on her own would be good for her eventual arc, if her eventual arc was better thought out and realised throughout the series. And also, imagine if this intelligence was better justified through her past appearances. Which it isn't. So it really just begs the question as to why she's suddenly so much smarter than her Series 7 self. And her Series 8 self, with no through line between the two. Are you beginning to see the problem with this character already? So we find out that Missy is using the Doctor channel to contact UNIT.
Out of square window.
What the hell was that? How did she do that?
Very, very good question, Kate. But my question more so is, how the fuck did this make it to air? Seriously, this production value is fucking embarrassing. Like, how is there seriously people whose job it is to quality check and they let shit like this get through? While I love Missy organising her own snipers, as that's actually a very in-character thing for the Master to do, even though later on it doesn't make sense. Considering how overconfident they are, I hate how they just skip past the whole, oh yeah, I'm alive by the way thing. And they never address it in this part of the story, even in the next scene. Now don't you worry, I know they address it in part 2 and oh, don't you worry, there'll be a whole rant about that. But for now, I imagine it was pretty fucking annoying that for a whole week, Missy was just back, and people never found out how she was back. Especially considering it undermines one of the few good scenes from Death in Heaven. Also, I please beg that no one says they didn't explain how the Master came back in Utopia, considering the completely different contexts to both returns. So Clara goes to Missy, and I can't lie, Missy is still very entertaining here in these scenes.
How's your boyfriend? Still tremendously dead, I expect.
Oh!
How come you're still alive? Death is for other people, dear.
Oh!
Would you like to sit in the shade? I know how you humans burn.
Especially because of the performance by Michelle Gomez, who stands out a lot here since Jenna Coleman has been about as expressive as a static TV. But the scene does also show something unfortunate about Missy in this story, and that's that she's very much a flanderized version of herself. What do I mean by this? Well, remember how in Series 8 Missy still felt like the Master, but she had her own different quirks that made her distinctive enough from the others to stand on her own, and everything she did had some deeper meaning to it? Well, here, she still has some of those things, except the deep meaning stuff is taking a backseat to the quirks. Like, she has no real motivation throughout this scene, or the whole story, really. She's just sort of there, and along for the ride. But, like, why? So she shows Clara the confession dial, which is a whole bag of worms that ends up making no sense later on, but it doesn't really have much relevance to this story, so I'm gonna pretend I didn't see it.
See that couple over there? You're the puppy.
Based? Yeah, it's based.
He's not your friend. You keep trying to kill him.
He keeps trying to kill me.
I mean, that's just not true.
He's your busy mate, and I'm supposed to believe that you've turned good. Good?
No!
You have no idea how refreshing these scenes are after the trash fire that is Series 10's handling of Missy. So Missy releases the planes to make Clara believe her that she needs her help, which is a bizarre turn of events considering that A, why would Missy need Clara's help for anything? 2, why would she claim the planes are the only thing keeping her alive when she's the one who asked for the snipers, and if the Master is as smart as she's made out to be, she should have an easy escape for this? And D, is this scene seriously implying that Clara knows the Doctor better than Missy does? For real? On God. Just like that? How the fuck could Missy not find the Doctor by herself, considering how many times the character has done it in the past effortlessly? It's almost as if this story needed a way to get Clara involved in the plot, and almost as if this series was originally planned to not have a companion in. Which would make sense, considering that almost every story could play out exactly the same without her in, and she serves no real purpose in this, or in fact, most of the other stories. God, you've just gotta love a good Moffat script. It's just a shame he hasn't had one for about 4 years at this point. So Missy teleports the two of them back in time to where the Doctor is while making a cringe comment. Honestly, I have no idea why she brought both of them back here, considering she should have no interest in Clara at all. And it's also never explained how or why Clara has a vortex manipulator, because we aren't shown Una giving her one, and I highly doubt the Doctor just gave her one.
Hey, I need that. I can't have you walking around with a time-traveling teleport. I told you, no teleport.
But given the 12th Doctor's erratic and stupid behaviour throughout his entire run, if he did let her have one, it honestly wouldn't surprise us. Speaking of the 12th Doctor's erratic and stupid behaviour, he then rocks up on a fucking tank playing an electric guitar. And I know that this is a word that I probably use way too often, but this moment is the epitome of cringe. Everything about this is completely incongruous to everything the Doctor stands for and everything that the 12th Doctor was in Series 8. Seriously, like, 12 wasn't the best Doctor in Series 8 or anything. In fact, he also suffered with a lot of the same issues that's plagued the 11th Doctor's character and the later two versions of the 12th Doctor. But looking at all of them, the 12th Doctor in Series 8 had one consistent aspect, and that's that he was a grumpy twat who wouldn't accept anyone's bullshit. And this was incredibly refreshing compared to the previous Doctors, which made me like him in the first place. He was fucking hilarious, and his grumpy behaviour usually had some excellent wit behind it, and he never took it too far. And it suited Capaldi's acting style perfectly.
Kiss my sweaty balls, you fat fuck.
But here, not only is this incredibly unfunny, Not only is it out of character, but it just radiates second-hand embarrassment whenever he does shit like this. Not just for the character, but for the actor playing the character. And it only gets worse as time goes on. Why would you bother making the Doctor so drastically different in Series 8 if you were just going to make him a character of the already characteristic 11th Doctor? And the worst part about this scene is that it just goes on and on and on. Guitar playing, cringy joke, my honest reaction to that information, crowd interaction. Like, Jesus Christ, will you just get the fuck on with it? We're already more than halfway through this story, and practically nothing has happened yet. Yet, everything that has happened has been fucking awful!
Introduced the word dude several centuries early.
Oh, Jesus Christ, will you fucking shut up? Nobody gives a shit! Am I right? I'm not wrong. This is fucking dog shit. Yeah, you keep going, no one cares. I can't.
How did you know I was here? Did you see me?
Probably because you and Missy are the only people not in the stands. Might have something to do with it.
What, one face in all of that crowd?
There was a crowd too.
I mean, he's been with you for a long time, and you have a very distinctively round face compared to the rest of the crowd, so you're not that hard to miss.
Wow, we're doing charm as well now, are we? Which one of us is dying?
Both of you, hopefully. So the Doctor hugs Clara and completely destroys one of the few subtleties from the Series 8 finale.
Why don't you like hugging, Doctor?
Never trust a hug. It's just a way to hide your face. I heard they say hugging is a great way to hide your face.
Seriously, could this moment not have been made 1,000 times more effective if we'd just seen a bit of subtle emotional acting from Capaldi while his face was hidden, only for him to go back to hiding his emotions like he did before? Another one of the reasons the 12th Doctor was originally compelling completely sent down the drain. He was mysterious and hid his emotions, a complete contrast to the previous 3 incarnations, which made him distinct. But nope. Because this is clearly so much better, isn't it?
No! The day before, in a long scarf. I spent all day yesterday in a bow tie.
Do you get it? Reference to the past! Now clap, peasant! So this ginger twat starts choking, and the clapped reptile fuck appears again. But this time he unravels himself to reveal that he's just a big snake. Well, that's fucking lame, and this CGI is unacceptable for 2015. Not only do they make no effort to show on his sides where there should be his eyes, nose and mouth, but this thing looks practically unrendered, and it's just such a waste of potential with a cool design. I have no idea why this example is the one that came to mind, but imagine if it was like that ghost fucker from Ben 10 who turned rogue, and his insides were just made up of like snake-like tentacles. That would be far more effective than just big snake go. So the snake nest in a dress agrees not to harm anyone, so he takes the Doctor with him to go see Davros. After the Doctor finds out that Davros remembers the Doctor ditching him as a child. And somehow, despite having a friendship that, in her own words, is older than Earth's civilization and infinitely more complex, Missy doesn't recognise the expression on the Doctor's face, which is very obviously shame because... Christ, get this. She's apparently never seen it before.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Ignoring how obviously bullshit that is, literally off the top of my head, The Planet of Fire. Shit story, don't watch it. But when the 5th Doctor lets the Master die for seemingly no reason because he doesn't have a character motivation that isn't invented through Big Finish, he very clearly has a look of shame on his face for what he's doing. I don't even like Classic Who. I don't even fucking watch it anymore, and I haven't done for over 2 years at this point. Yet, even I have a better knowledge on it than someone who was showrunner for 7 fucking years! Oh, and to make this moment even worse, Clara recognizes this expression the nanosecond he pulls it. Stop! Stop implying that Clara knows the Doctor better than Missy, you fucking burger! And of course, since this episode couldn't feel any more poorly paced and padded, we have to get an unnecessary flashback to stuff that happened not even 30 minutes ago! How stupid do you think the audience is? Seriously, as if anyone that isn't a fucking fish could have forgotten what the Doctor did in the opening of the fucking episode! So the Doctor goes to the obvious trap he's apparently prepared for. Right. And Missy and Clara go with him because they can. After they teleport, we're shown one of the cringe Muppets from before uncover the TARDIS, and this whole time he was actually one of those stupid half-converted human Dalek things from Asylum. You've gotta be taking the fucking piss right now, you diuretic thunder-thighed slag! You were seriously a Dalek this entire time, yet you just let the Doctor goof around and act like a dumbass for 3 weeks straight because... And you didn't inform the snake bitch where he was immediately because... Even though Davros is on a timer because he's ancient and could die at any moment, you felt the need to wait all this time because... Moffat, my guy, my dude, my home slice, I like you. Believe it or not, I really do. You seem like a lovely fella. But you would have to do the fucking golden mile there and back twice to convince me you gave a single shit about this show. Seriously, how on fucking earth did this episode not get redrafted at least once? This is such a blatant contradiction and plot hole that actually serves no purpose to the story other than to make the narrative even messier than it already is, just to have the cool reveal moment of, ooh, look at the spooky thing you remember from the worst Dalek story ever. Aren't the Daleks so smart and clever? Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, we're about to see how clever you write the Daleks in this story. And number 2, after this review, I'm genuinely unsure whether Asylum is the worst Dalek story or not. So the Doctor, for no reason, explains to Clara what the Daleks are. Well, no reason except seemingly getting this line for the trailer.
But who made Davros?
So they arrive at what first appears to just be a ship, and it looks like a giant tit. So we then get what I thought was going to be a good moment where Clara calls out the Doctor for lying about Missy's death in the end of Series 8. Despite the fact that the way Missy ended up surviving in that story is really, really stupid, we'll get to it when we discuss The Witch's Familiar. This was a good moment of Clara calling out the Doctor for clearly knowing that Missy survived. However, it is then immediately ruined by Clara being a pretentious pig by saying, "Don't apologize, make it up to me." As if he owes you fucking anything after all he's done to you and all you've mistreated him. Honestly, these two are just as bad as each other, but Clara goes about it in such a pretentious way that honestly, it is so fucking annoying to watch. It makes her character insufferable at times. I say at times, most of the time. Oh, and to make this even worse, after the Doctor leaves, Missy is deducting stuff about where they are because of the gravity, and Clara is just bitching about the Doctor and Missy being friends?
How can you and the Doctor be friends?
Why shouldn't we be?
You
Oh,
spend your time.
Jesus Christ, will you fucking shut up? Nobody gives a shit!
This pretentious slutbag seriously only cares about herself. Like, why is she still so pressed about the Doctor sending the confession dial to Missy and not her? Fucking get over yourself. You are a grown woman and you're acting like a 12-year-old girl. And as fucking if her only justification for them not being friends is that they fight all the time, where the fuck have you been for the last series and a half? I mean, you specifically probably weren't conceived yet, since Clara is 3 different characters in every series she appears in, but in case you forgot, literally all you do is fight with the Doctor! The Snowmen, the Bells of St. John, the Rings of Akaten, Cold War, Hyde, Journey to the Center of the TARDIS, The Crimson Horror, Nightmare in Silver, The Name of the Doctor, The Day of the Doctor, Time of the Doctor, Deep Breath, Into the Dalek, Robot of Sherwood, Listen, Time Heist, The Caretaker! Especially the Caretaker! Especially Kill the Moon! Mummy on the Orient Express! Flatline! Forest of the Shite! Dark Water, Death in Heaven, and Last fucking Christmas! Every single episode this version of Clara has appeared in. Regular, boring, modern day Clara, and she has bickered with or argued with the Doctor in every single one of them. And it's not like this is Nine and Rose where the bickering is a part of the story and shown the contrast of the characters, and they eventually grow and learn from this as time goes on. No, a lot of the time these two just bicker over petty, irrelevant bullshit, and it is agonizing to watch. Yet, Clara can't wrap her head around the Doctor and Missy being friends because they fight all the time. Fucking seriously! So the Doctor goes to Davros and they do nothing but state the obvious and waffle on for a solid minute until Davros plays clips of Davros from the past. Hey, remember when the show was good? That was a really long time ago. A really long time since reminding us of things from the past was used for anything but key jangling bullshit. Though I can't lie, Davros is setting up to be quite interesting in this story, as he's in such sharp contrast to his usual self, which could often devolve into just generic evil shouty man in a buggy. This time around, he's quiet. He speaks really slow and just seems exhausted from life. It creates really good juxtaposition for the character, and I really hope they don't just revert him into his former self, completely negating the point of this entire story for no reason other than a shock twist. Because that would be fucking ridiculous, wouldn't it? So when Missy and Clara leave, it's revealed that the terrible green screen they're on is actually Skaro. Oh my god. And to put it simply, how the fuck is Skaro here? Like, genuinely how? Yes, Gallifrey was saved, but Skaro wasn't. What, they just built it again? Pardon the French. But how the fuck do you build an entire planet again and not a single dumb motherfucker even notices it? Are you fucking serious? Wow, that Dalek looks terrible. So remember Moffat's fanwang for Asylum being basically just that we get to see all the old Daleks again? And that's cool. And yes, while that is cool, in the story the presence of the old Daleks actually makes no difference. Well, the same applies here. Like, there's a bunch of classic Daleks that look awful with their updated eye stalks. Did they ever do anything of note? Nope. The Special Weapons Dalek is here, and does that do anything of note? Nope. The Supreme Dalek, who, even despite Journey's End being shit, he actually had a presence and always felt like a threat. He's here. And does he do anything? Nope. Do they explain how he came back? Nope. Fucking Dalek Sec is here. Dalek motherfucking Sec! Motherfucking sausage-headed Dalek Sec is here. And does he do anything? Well, what do you fucking think? Seriously, what is the point of bringing back all these specific characters, some of which had very distinctive characters that made them stand out to be unique in their own right, and just reduce them to not even cameos, but just background fodder? If you want to have the outcome of something look cool, you've got to at least have the setup make sense and have them do the things that made them cool in the first place. Why are you so bad at your job? Also, another huge contrivance in this story is, why would the Daleks even bring the TARDIS here if all they were going to do with it was destroy it? I hope it's not just there as a convenient way for the Doctor and Clara to escape, because that would be really annoying. You know what, I've done this bit about 7 times now, I'm not even going to finish a joke. So Missy logically explains a reason why they should keep her alive, so naturally they ignore her and seemingly kill her. LeMayo. And as if the 12th Doctor hadn't been fucking reduced and ruined enough from his only good version in Series 8, he then gets down on his fucking knees and begs Davros not to kill Clara. I'm sorry, but this is utterly absurd. In fact, no, it's just foolish. Actually, no, it's detestable. Actually, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter what it is, because we can all agree this is pathetic! As if the fucking Sigma male template before that was even a meme would get down on his knees and fucking beg to anyone. This is just a fucking sludge hole of a scene, and it should honestly rot in hell! Even at their lowest point, I couldn't imagine the Doctor, a character who's infamously big-headed, getting down on his knees and begging for anything without some sort of ulterior motive. I honestly don't believe that any of them are that narrow-minded. So then Clara teleports away just like Missy did, instead of just dying like a normal Dalek laser would. Trust me, there's gonna be more on that in the next review. But I was just having a think. And doesn't a lot of this story's beats sound awfully familiar to Bad Wolf? Hidden Dalek fleet not revealed until the end of the episode. Fake out companion's death, but instead they teleport. How can this episode be so blatantly ripping off story beats from a much superior story, yet be fucking them up so royally? So the TARDIS is seemingly destroyed, even though it's just... Ugh. Oh, and then the cliffhanger to the episode is the Doctor seemingly going to shoot Child Davros. Yeah, right, sure. As if we're ever meant to believe, even for a second, that the Doctor would kill a child. And also, as if this cliffhanger hasn't just spoiled that no matter what happens in the next episode, the Doctor will escape fine. Seemingly in the TARDIS, just so he can go back to Child Davros. So the Witch's Familiar already has zero tension, because we know the Doctor's going to be fine. Haven't I complained about this exact sort of terrible cliffhanger usage before? So, that was The Magician's Apprentice, and oh my god, what an absolute clusterfuck from start to finish. Seriously, I'd heard the argument about why this story as a whole sucked, but they mostly focused on part 2. But even this part of the story absolutely sucks ass. From start to finish, it is absolutely riddled with contrivances, stupidity, and utter fucking nonsense. Seriously, almost every single scene in the story has something in it that makes actually no sense. Like, there is no chance in hell that this story was anything other than a first draft, because the amount of nonsense in it is fucking absurd. Like, how would the Doctor even get to Skaro? How is Skaro back? Why would Missy stop the planes to get the attention as a troll, only to lose her control to make Clara believe her? Why is Clara a completely different character again? Why is Clara even here? Why does the Doctor act like such a moron and change the course of human history? Why does the Snake Nest look for the Doctor when the Daleks had been spying on him for weeks? Why do the Daleks bring the TARDIS to Skaro just to destroy it? Why is the dialogue so bad? Why is Missy a caricature of herself? Why is the Doctor so out of character and contradictory to what he was before? And why the fuck did I choose to review this garbage instead of just skipping it? Like I originally intended. Fuck my life and fuck everyone watching, because up next... the story is only going to get worse and more catastrophic. Is The Witch's Familiar. It amazes me that this isn't even close to being the worst episode of the series. Guess who's back? Back again. For Labby.
Go tell a friend, huh?
Alright, so as established for you about 10 seconds ago, but for me it was about 3 months ago, The Magician's Apprentice is up for contention to be the worst Dalek story ever created, with some steep competition. But whether this series opener as a whole will go down as the worst Dalek story ever really fully depends on how this part of the story plays out. And I'm just gonna be straight up, I have literally zero hope for this part of the story being anything but worse than the first. Because the first part of the story left so many questions unanswered, like the status of so many characters even being alive, the return of Skaro, and other general nonsense, such as why the 12th Doctor has suddenly taken such a massive downgrade in everything about him, even down to his drip. But one of the biggest nagging issues that I constantly brought up in the first half was specifically Missy's survival from the end of the Series 8 finale. And now on top of that, how she survived the end of the last part as well. So, let's just jump straight into it, because I know this is going to be a really fun way to start for you lot. For me, on the other hand, I think I'm about to start my fucking Joker incel arc, because of how much this shit makes me hate everything and everyone. So this episode begins on a nausea-inducing shot, which, in and of itself, doesn't even make any sense, because why in the name of all that's holy would Clara be swinging around this quickly? Especially considering how far away Missy is from her. Like, what? Did she just spin her around and then run and go and sit back down to try and look cool? Honestly, given how poorly written Missy has been in this story so far, and given how poorly written she becomes in the future, I wouldn't put this past her. So Missy starts waffling on about a story in which the Doctor is cornered and escaping a threat. No specification on which face he had at the time so they could force in a cheap cameo from the 1st and 4th Doctor. Remember in the last part of the story when I said it had been such a long time since references to the past were used for anything else but key jangling bullshit? Well, there's strike 2. At least fucking space them out. These two both literally happened within the same story, man. In Missy's said story, the Doctor is cornered with a teleporter that ran out of batteries and is about to die. And the question is, how does he escape? And this moment is what single-handedly destroys not only the Series 8 finale, not only this part of the story, not only the previous part of the story, not only every single Dalek story ever written, but this one conceivable piece of information destroys hundreds of Doctor Who stories, to the point where it makes you question every single story you'd ever seen before and every single story you'd ever see after this. Well, if you continued watching after this horrendous hogshit of a story, because if you stop watching the show after this, I wouldn't entirely blame you. Because on every single conceivable, viable, possible angle you look at this from, this destroys tension and violates logic so much to the point that it's enough to make your head explode. Let's start with one of the most obvious problems with this scene first. So, when these androids start shooting at the Doctor, Missy says he has 4 nanoseconds to live, if she's being generous. Yet, apparently in that time, he has time to scan the android's technology and copy it onto the screwdriver, and then transfer the energy from the laser fryer through the sonic screwdriver onto the teleporter and then teleport away. Ignoring how insanely implausible all of that is to do in 0.4 fucking seconds, let's keep in mind that he didn't even have the sonic screwdriver in his hand in any of these previous shots. So let's add him getting it out of his pocket onto the list of other bullshit he has to do in less than half a second. If we look in the scene itself, the way it's presented, he literally could have just dodged all these shots anyway, because they literally all go above his head after he ducks. Also add him ducking into stuff he's doing in half of a second. So ignoring all the other issues this densely packed obtuse plot hole creates, in universe, it didn't even need to exist in the fucking first place. Because the Doctor could have escaped this situation anyway. The incompetence and belligerence of everyone involved in creating this scene is so insanely off the chart that it honestly could have been written by the same moron who ruined the Daleks in the first place. Oh wait. And despite the fact there's apparently upwards of 50 of these android things, they clearly can't rapid-fire lasers considering how slowly they shoot at them anyway. So if he really wanted, the Doctor probably could have still escaped this situation even if he was in the middle surrounded by them. And the most crucial part of this scene is that you can just divert energy from laser fire onto any said teleporter so you can escape. I would like to believe that the people who watch my videos are intelligent enough to understand why this in itself can straight up break the entire show, but given some of the comments I've received on videos from non-subs, I'll explain this anyway. Okay, so first of all, If this was really possible, then every single Dalek story ever written, hell, every Doctor Who story which features any laser of some description, which, trust me, is a fucking lot of them, the Doctor and companion could be in no real danger if the Doctor just got a vortex manipulator and scanned it to whatever enemy they're facing. Because the laser fire is fucking worthless. This completely destroys so much of this entire show, because why the fuck would the Doctor not just always carry around a teleporter? Because then he'll be in no real danger. Oh, let me check how often. Fucking ever! Centaurans, useless mate. Cybermen, useless mate. Silurians, useless mate. And most importantly, fucking Daleks! The most powerful killing beings ever conceived in this show's entire universe. Fucking useless mate! Every single Dalek story ever written, on top of now every Davros story ever written, if you remember the previous part, has now been fully destroyed by this abominable, late-aborted fucking daft crackhead of a story. So just keep in mind throughout the rest of this story, just think, Clara's not in danger, and neither is Missy, because they literally cannot die. They cannot die to any Dalek. They cannot die to the Daleks! You know, the one thing they're made for, eliminating anything that isn't them and taking over. They actually can't do that. They are incapable of doing that, because Moffat, being Moffat, decided to pull a Moffat and write himself into a corner with no real plan on how to get out of it. So he just pulls some bullshit out of his arse, which he'll most likely never bring up again. Wait, was this ever brought up again?
No.
Just because he wanted the illusion of something looking cool, while systematically destroying so much of this show, with no real thought or regard put into how this affects other stories, or even his own stories. Or even this story, for a matter of fact. This man is such an incompetent baboon. I honestly can't believe the BBC didn't fire him before he called it quits. I mean, yeah, sure, Missy says it fries them, but are we really supposed to believe that, considering the lies she tells in this story, and considering she's already done this before and escaped fine? Something which is even acknowledged in this story? Yeah. I don't believe it. And imagine how much more complex it would be, or at least it should be, to program this bullshit to work on Daleks, as opposed to random generic androids. Surely that would take a lot of time to do, considering how powerful we've been shown these things can be. you get the picture. But wait! There's more! Do you remember when Missy actually programmed her and Clara's vortex manipulators to be able to make this happen? Oh wait, what? You don't? Well, maybe that's because it never fucking happened! And assuming Missy is smart enough to do this without a sonic screwdriver, which theoretically she could be, when do we even see Missy touch Clara's vortex manipulator?
That's it?
That's literally it. Never before and never again does Missy put her hands anywhere fucking near Clara's vortex manipulator. And forgive me for doubting she managed to do all of that shit in that stupid little scene before she even knew the Daleks were involved in this. Also, Missy doesn't even have a sonic, and her stupid umbrella wasn't established to have any real use until the awful Series 10 finale, and she doesn't even have it here. And surely it would take way more programming to have it so the laser doesn't need an energy converter, such as a sonic, but it just makes contact with the body, not even near where the fucking vortex manipulator is, and it would still fucking work! Oh my god! How in the ever-loving brainchild fuck has this less than 5-minute scene destroyed so much? So much of it doesn't make sense. So much of it destroys so many other stories. It makes the Doctor and so many others with this technology look fucking moronic. And even assuming vortex manipulators in universe didn't exist until the revival, let me just list every single story where they could have been, oh I don't know, pretty fucking useful. Dalek, Bad Wolf, Partner of the Ways, Army of Ghosts, you get the fucking message. And I really want to move on from this because I've been putting off writing this script for months, just knowing that I'd have to write a massive rant on how this one stupid scene destroys an entire story. Villain? Fucking show for that matter? And to put the icing on top of this already awfully made shitty cake, the Doctor doesn't even escape it in the scene, because once more, the genius who wrote this garbage has to reinforce how the Doctor is so goofy and quirky and silly and funny that he wasn't even looking where he was going and he fell into a pit of vampire monkeys immediately after escaping the inescapable due to this bullshit script.
Us and him is everything the deadliest race in all of history can throw at us.
Yeah, they seem really deadly now. Thanks, Moffat! And also, can we bear in mind that all of that absolutely, utterly, unfathomable, inconceivable, witless, vacuous sludge all happened not even 5 minutes into the episode, before the title sequence had even rolled. Oh, boy!
This is the worst.
I'm gonna kill myself!
Can I have a stick too?
Make your own steak.
Have you honestly ever seen a performance so devoid of charisma in your life? So we cut back to the Doctor and Davros, and the Doctor is threatening Davros with a Dalek laser and telling him to get out of a chair. Which is very highly out of character, considering what this character has been through, but this is meant to be shown the Doctor's unstable nature since he's meant to be becoming the hybrid, blah blah blah, whatever. But really, just consider this for a moment. This is the equivalent of the Doctor throwing a disabled man out of a wheelchair.
Yeah, man, that's great.
Shut up, I don't care. It's a little too great.
Fucking filthy Frank left me hanging. Literally, man. Now what the fuck I'm supposed to do? Bitch ass. Fuck yeah!
But again, despite the bullshit this is supposed to link to being the eventual arc for the Doctor in this series, it doesn't work, not only because this eventual hybrid arc is never properly explained and is basically just the Doctor acting out of character for a whole series and it never being justified, this is out of character for the Doctor as a character after the Time War anyway. Even before that. Remember in Journey's End how despite everything Davros did, including leading to the deaths of countless people and basically forcing the Doctor to have to kill his friends, even knowing all of that, the Doctor still tried to save him in the end because of what he's went through.
Davros! Come with me! I promise I can save you!
And even if you want to argue that he's changed since Gallifrey's saved now, thanks for that one, by the way, Moffat.
No, it wasn't so much the Time Lords disappearing, it was all the Daleks shooting themselves. Like, couldn't any of them dodge that? No Dalek, just go, whoops, out the way.
The problem of Gallifrey itself being saved completely destroys the narrative anyway, because the Doctor is so 50-50 on whether he actually cares about what he did anymore. Like, most of the time afterwards, he's just as quick to commit these crimes. But then, also on top of that, even in this series itself, it's shown it was still affected him for what he did. But then why would he do out of character stuff like this? Like, just make up your goddamn mind on whether this actually matters or not. Or, for a matter of fact, why don't you just go back in time and not fuck up the narrative in the fucking first place? And to make this even worse, the only reason the Doctor does this is because, once again, Moffat wanted a style over substance moment, just so he could have the cool visual of having the Doctor sat in Davros's chair. But this isn't even cool since it adds nothing real to the narrative, and he doesn't even fucking do anything while he's in it, as we'll soon come to see. And I really despise how the second the Daleks think the Doctor has gone missing, instead of just, locking all of the doors inside so he can't escape, they alert the entire planet, just to show the Daleks acting stupid and roaming around like idiots. Honestly, when they're just running and flying around aimlessly, it evokes the same level of threat as to when they would just wobble around in Classic Who. And that's to say, it's not threatening, it's not intimidating, it just looks dumb. Remember when these things were slow and methodical, but when they did speed up, it was the most terrifying thing ever? Man, I really miss when these things were in contention for being one of the single greatest fictional villains ever, and not just overused and abused to the point where I'm hoping RED doesn't even bring them back. So the Doctor makes a joke to further undermine the Daleks and they shoot him, which has no effect.
Because the real question is, where did I get the cup of tea?
Let me guess. Style over substance line, which is just eventually a plot hole?
Answer. I'm the Doctor. Just accept it.
Right, yeah, sure, okay. So Missy then throws Clara down a 20-foot hole, which is the equivalent of being thrown off more than the height of a double-decker bus.
Get off, you pesky meddling kid. Off! Off!
Or this. No! Oh my God! No! Directly onto concrete. And she's completely fine. As is what would happen to a 5'2" petite woman falling from that height, completely unprotected and unexpected. How can you even further kill the immersion and tension in a story when you know the characters can't die a laser fire, but the plot armor is also so severe that they are just immune to injury as well? Every motherfucker out here like the goddamn Undertaker.
Use the assault. Right on the top rope. Whoa! Undertaker from the top, coast to coast to the dead man. Put the Undertaker away. Tombstone pile driver.
Fucking hell, even when the Doctor survives a high height in the Satan pit, he still acts injured when he wakes up, even if it's from an undeterminable height. And he even says there's an air cushion to support the fall. So, that example just doesn't even really work. Hell, I don't really want to compare two instances of bad plot armor here, but even in the end of time when the Doctor miraculously survives that fall out of the ship, at least he acts injured from it and can barely move for the rest of the episode. I know there's not much to be gained from comparing two bad things, but I'm trying to show that even if you have plot armor, little bits of acting can at least make it less egregious.
God, you're dumb.
Sound design 2015. So it's revealed that everything surrounding them is decaying Dalek because Daleks can't die. And this would usually be the point where I show a compilation of them dying, but given the fact that I've already had to do a massive compilation showing how powerful their weapons are, and in that you can see them destroying themselves, I'm pretty sure you get the picture. So I'll save you and me the effort of watching loads of clips like that again. So the Doctor continues to spit empty threats at the Daleks, and he reveals he's been at the heart of their empire for 45 minutes. And that really begs the question.
Who are you?
Because I'm pretty sure that if I know the Doctor as a character as well as I think I do, then he most certainly would have done more than sit around and do fuck all for 45 minutes if he had that much power and that much material and equipment at his disposal. Like, what? And he had all the power of Davros, you say? And you haven't achieved anything? God, some threat you are like.
I haven't even got out of my chair. Ask me what I want.
Hurry the fuck up!
So the Doctor gets raveled up by a bunch of snakes, which, if you really look at them, are very obviously not there. And this reignites the issue I brought up in the first part of the story. And that's, how the fuck did these snakes get here? Can the Snake Nutter actually fucking teleport these things? Which, if that's the case, which it most likely is, then that reaffirms one of my first issues with The Magicians Apprentice, and also creates huge problems for this story. Like, why the fuck didn't fucking Sharth, or whatever he's called, do this as soon as he found Davros was on the floor? Could have saved the risk of him almost fucking dying for no reason. Like, if you have the power to teleport or to spawn deadly snakes at your will, take your pick, both equally create as many problems, then why wouldn't you just instinctually immediately use them to restrain a threat? Why is every character in this story such a cretinous cheese? I mean, and also, if those snakes were already there, then the Doctor's just even more of a moron than I thought he was.
Tonight, we entrapped the Time Lord.
You know, the awful twist later would be a lot more impactful had this line not been here at all, and Davros just said, be subtle. That would leave enough for the audience to maybe figure it out on their own, without it being entirely obvious what they're doing. So we cut back to Clara and Missy again to see Clara has absolutely no awareness of her surroundings.
Not this time.
I mean, you could have at least tried to stop her.
Dark Star Alloy. It's of Gallifrey. The Doctor gave it to me when my daughter...
You know, I really fucking hate when Moffat does random lines like this just to make the audience go, oh my god, the thing I didn't know about character, which doesn't add anything but could add a lot, could change loads. Like, why even add these lines in that add so much, so casually, but just go absolutely nowhere with them ever? Like, do you honestly think anyone even remembers that the Master, a character who has existed for over 50 years, apparently has offspring, yet they were never mentioned before and will most likely never be mentioned again? It's such a key-jangling way of writing with no real substance to it. Some might say it's style over substance.
I think she was a man back then. I'm fairly sure that I was too. It was a long time ago.
So Dalek shows up to get Clara and doesn't just immediately kill her for some reason, even though she has absolutely no value to it, and it then lets Missy poke 4 holes in it without any resistance or alert. I mean, yeah, these damage levels would seem insignificant, but considering that it's a Dalek and how they react to any form of attack, or other form of life for that matter, I don't see why it doesn't also just shoot Missy. Oh, what? No real reason? Who would have thought? Well, I know someone who didn't thought. The fruitless twat who wrote this shit! So the Dalek blows up, but not really, and then we cut back to the Doctor and Davros. Again! I hope me constantly saying how we're cutting back and forth really puts into perspective how disjointed and all over the place this episode feels. The Doctor then wakes up on a chair for some reason. Don't know why there's another chair on Skaro, but whatever. And then this interaction happens.
I I'm dying, Doctor.
Wait for it.
You keep saying that, you keep not dying. Can you give it some welly?
And you still haven't asked him how he survived the events of the Series 4 finale. Does that not pique your interest in the slightest? Because it sure as shit piques mine! Remember the first thing the Doctor and Davros talked about in Stolen Earth? How Davros even showed up in the first place?
I must say I'm surprised to see you. The last time we met, your ship blew up. I thought with you on board.
Not when there is an escape pod to be.
You know it's bad when I'm comparing New Who to Classic Who and Classic Who has the superior outcome? Like, Revelation isn't even good, it's also fucking shit. But Jesus Christ, it looks like Picasso art compared to this. So the Doctor and Davros start talking about the cables, and we cut back to Missy and Clara again. Then we cut back to the Doctor and Davros again! Literally within 20 seconds of each other. Just stick to one or the other. This has become such a fucking chore to watch. So while the Doctor tries to be funny, keyword being tries, Davros very obviously tries to bait the Doctor into touching the cables. I wonder why. Davros then says that the Daleks are hardwired with the defect of respecting him, and they show mercy to him? Ignoring how obviously bullshit that is, considering almost the majority of Davros' appearances. Like, yeah, I can't even play the full clip, but there's two factions of Daleks. One that obey the Supreme Dalek, and ones that obey Davros, which eventually leads to the Civil War in remembrance of the Daleks. Do you really think that if the Daleks had mercy for Davros, that this scene would even exist?
You will come with us? No! Until we can verify if you are correct. You will come with us or be exterminated here.
Or this, for a matter of fact.
You're not in charge of the Daleks, are you? They've got you locked away down here in the basement. No. No, I've got the word. You're the Daleks' pet!
Hell, I've had to make quite a few comparisons to Journey's End, which is surprising because it's not even a good story. Series 4 easily has the worst written Russell T Davies finale. And when I say worst, I mean it's the only bad one. But even as shit as that story is, it still gets so much more right than this absolute gabbly garbage. One of the few things the story does right is continuing the Cult of Skaro story, and considering how much respect and mercy the Daleks have for Davros, what is quite possibly the most interesting part of Journey's End? Oh wait, what? This scene right here?
You betrayed the Daleks. I saw the Daleks. What we have done brought time and space. I saw the truth of us, Creator, and I decreed no more.
Or even consider Davros' first ever appearance, which Moffat apparently very obviously missed the point of, despite it in fact being very simple. Very merciful of them, if I do say so myself. They're about as merciful as Walter White and Ozymandias.
I watched Jane die. I was there, and I watched her die. I could have saved her. But I didn't.
We will emerge and take our rightful place as the supreme power of the universe!
So the Doctor gets in a surprisingly good line about being the Doctor, as contradictory as it is.
There's no such thing as the Doctor. I'm the Doctor.
And these lines between the Doctor and Davros are like, actually good? And seem like they're leading into something? For the first time since this story began, over a fucking hour ago at this point, I'm actually invested in what's going to happen. I really hope this leads to something interesting. So we cut back to Missy and Clara again! And Missy is wiring Clara up to the inside of the Dalek casing. I know Clara's small, but it seems a bit stupid that this casing designed to fit these little greasy things in can fit a whole person in normally, without it needing to be hollowed out or anything. I know it's happened in the show before, but I honestly think it's always undermined them a little bit. So Clara once again refuses to challenge Missy on what she's doing, and she talks through the Dalek. And then very casually, almost as if it's a running theme with this episode, we get another show-destroying, villain-ruining, treacherously horrendous line when Missy says, oh God, this one hurts to even say out loud, emotions is what fires the Daleks' lasers.
What?
And phrases like, I love you, translate to exterminate.
What the fuck?
Moffat, do you please care to explain to me, what the fuck are you doing? What do you even mean? Daleks use their emotions to fire their weapons. Do you even know what a Dalek is supposed to be? You utter fucking imbecile!
It's a mutation. The Dalek race was genetically engineered. Every single emotion was removed except hate.
Does Moffat realize how much this destroys almost every single scene? Any scene with a Dalek killing someone? You've got hundreds to pick from, take your pick. Just imagine in those scenes, they aren't saying exterminate, they're actually saying, I love you. You are different from me. How utterly insane is that to think about? How do you even miss the point of the Daleks that much? It's not actually genetically mutated creatures with this strict idea of hatred and killing everything that isn't them because they have no emotions in their bodies besides hate. They're actually just telling you how much they love you. What? This entire story is so bad. Holy shit. Why on God's blue earth would you write it this way? And somehow Moffat is clearly forgetting that the Daleks were initially meant to be analogues for Nazis. Which, even as ridiculous as some of the stories they've been in are, is a sentiment that's always stood true, at least until Asylum. Like, yeah, you could believe, obviously pretending that Nazis had this technology, that if one of them survived World War II, if they found out one of the main antagonists from their point of view was alive, they would regain all of their power to try and take over the world, only to realise that without their leader, they're just pointless killing machines. You could believe that Nazis would be smart enough to have a secret smarter group that were built to adapt and survive and innovate to keep their race going in any way which seems necessary. You could believe that if given the necessary means, they would bring back all of the Nazis and try to take over the universe. Hell, you could even believe if one of them inexplicitly survived that they would try to upgrade themselves and able to rebuild the race. However, it's unbelievable that Nazis would have a planet in which they abandon old insane Nazis in order to basically get the equivalent of a British soldier to go down there and turn the shield off, and every aspect of this utterly deficient story is completely unbelievable for what's meant to be a Nazi race! Do you really believe that a Nazi race was screaming about loving someone as they murdered over 6 million people in World War II? You fucking moron! No. No more.
Ah, well, I'm inconsistent.
You can say that again, bucko! So we cut back to the Doctor and Davros again, where they continue their somewhat interesting conversation from before, where the Doctor proceeds to get touchy and pressed about Davros touching the confession dial, which would be interesting if this stupid shit actually led somewhere good in the series, but we all know it doesn't. So we cut back to Missy and Dalek Clara again, where we get this line which is just...
Why has the intruder not been exterminated?
Good question. Very good question. It's almost as if I asked that exact question before. I know this review has already gone on way longer than expected, and I'm basically deconstructing every line of dialogue, but good God! It's honestly hard to express in words how absolutely nothing makes sense in this story. Like seriously, almost every line is contradictory or just doesn't make sense in the slightest. It's getting to the point where I could have made this story a standalone big review on its own. Like, even just this little line here. Why wasn't Missy exterminated? And the explanation given to the other Dalek is that Missy is of huge significance because she's a time lady.
Time lady, thank you. Some of us can afford the upgrade.
But this then opens the question up immediately. The entire planet was clearly aware of what Davros's plan with the Doctor was.
The experiment has succeeded.
As they were clearly expecting him since they would have been aware of the planet being invisible, they brought the TARDIS, they clearly already know about Clara and Missy being there, and given that the Daleks are stupid enough to alert the entire planet when the Doctor goes missing for 30 seconds, how do they not know who Missy is, since she already has been seen by loads of them? If this Dalek does know who she is, why wouldn't she be immediately recognized and shot again? Also, assuming this Dalek knows who she is, which it really should, why doesn't the Dalek even question how she's alive? Why didn't the Dalek in the sewer scan her for 2 hearts immediately? Surely the Daleks just scan for shit like that immediately, considering, as much as this story likes to forget, Daleks are actually meant to be intelligent.
Impossible.
Doctor! Wait!
What's that?
Rewind image by 9 rels. This male registers as enemy.
Also, the Supreme Dalek knows who Missy is. Surely then every Dalek should know who she is as well. And if they did, the entire sewer scene and this scene make even less sense because she should be killed on sight. And all of that nonsense, that utterly gabbly, all over the place shit that I've just talked about was based off a scene which is literally less than a minute long. Less than 3/4 of a minute long. It was only 40 seconds, and I could base that much criticism off it. Are you starting to see the problem with this story? Well, I'd really fucking hope so, since I've spent so long explaining it, but you know what I mean. And also, I didn't even mention how the scene, once again, shows Clara's lack of initiative and not being able to think on her feet, given how slowly she responds to the Dalek. And isn't one of the main gripes with this series how they make her too smart and too perfect to the point where it's so insanely boring that you're actually happy when she gets her comeuppance in the end of it, until she doesn't? One of the main arcs for this series is meant to be Clara becoming so obsessed with the Doctor to the point where it leads to her downfall. Yet in this story, she's an absolutely useless asinine idiot who can't think of the most basic answers to questions and seemingly is completely unaware of her surroundings at all times. This is out of character for the character Clara is meant to be in this series. It's out of character for Clara in Series 8. It's out of character for Clara in Series 7. And as a whole, it just makes absolutely no sense. This consistently inconsistent, insufferable bitch is somehow so boring and devoid of personality, yet so agitating and painful to watch that I honestly don't know how anyone can have time for her. She's just such a nothing, dull character, but also made out to be so important and so crucial that she's just a fucking annoying anomaly. So we cut back to the Doctor and Davros again, where they continue their surprisingly interesting conversation, where Davros actually congratulates the Doctor because he managed to save the Time Lords. Still doesn't explain shit like this.
Get out!
But this scene is actually leading to be good. And for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure Davros seems to be showing character development. Something that hasn't even really been alluded to in all of his past appearances, as good or bad as they were. And this opens up probably one of the most fascinating scenes in Moffat's entire era, where Davros starts to break down and actually have a heart-to-heart with the Doctor, questioning if he was right in trying to protect his own, and if he was a good man. Cringe callback to Series 8 aside, this is excellent. It shows how far both of these characters have come, how much they've been through, how much they've lost, and considering how much this story has really fumbled both characters to an absurd extent, this is utterly fantastic. Like, seriously, this scene comes completely out of nowhere. I really hope it leads into more interesting stuff. However, one huge gripe with this scene is Davros opening his eyes. As much more impactful as it makes the scene, if it was actually good. Davros still having eyes after all of this time makes him far less interesting, and takes away a lot of the mystique and scare factor that his character has always had. The idea of this man being so crazy and power hungry that he would gouge out his own eyes to replace it with Dalek technology to make himself more pure and more evil like his own creations was an insanely good idea, which made his design unique in the first place. The idea of this man that was half Khaled, half Dalek, because he wanted to make himself into more of one of his killing machines. It was brilliant. But that's completely undermined when it turns out he actually still has eyes. And his eye sockets are just like that because, I guess.
Each one grown from a cell of my own body.
Way to make an allegedly good scene far less interesting by ruining one of the most interesting aspects of his character. Why did I call this scene allegedly good? You'll soon see. So we cut back to Missy and Clara again, with completely tonal whiplash to the last one, that had a really good serious feeling tone for once, with Missy then proceeding to undermine that entire scene by undermining the Daleks yet again, by waltzing in and making fun of them. Yet again! Not just killing her on sight for no apparent reason.
Daleks do not take orders.
And it's at this point that Missy says she has Clara to offer the Daleks. And it's at this point that I question, what even is Missy's plan in this story so far? She's literally just been tagging along, spewing out cringy lines every here and there with no real substance, and now she wants to give the Daleks Clara so she can see the Doctor and Davros, but then what? Seriously, then what? Bear in mind, she thinks the TARDIS has been destroyed since it's not there anymore, and she doesn't know that the Doctor can do this bullshit. So what's the real escape plan here? Nothing, you say? Never explained, you say? Well, consider me considerably unshocked and unfazed, because that's all this story has been so far. So we cut back to the Doctor and Davros again, and the Doctor, finally, after 30 fucking minutes, asks how Skaro came back. And you know what the answer is? They remade it. Yeah, that's it. How did they remake it? Where did they get the material from to rebuild the buildings? How did they rebuild the buildings, considering they don't have arms? Did they get slaves to do it? Did they take over another planet? Is it even in the same galaxy? Is it in orbit with other planets? Does it have a moon? If the planet was built from scratch? Wait, why am I even asking if they have a moon if they built the planet from scratch? You can't build a planet from scratch! I honestly don't even know why I even bother picking apart writing like this if it clearly wasn't thought through in the first place. Well, truthfully, it's because I want this show to be better. Because I know it can be better than what it is most of the time. Even Moffat, for all of his faults, can write a good story if he tries. But that's the problem. He doesn't try. He clearly didn't care enough throughout most of his era, which is why he almost never explained anything, or put it off for so long that by the time you get to the conclusion, that conclusion is unsatisfactory. You don't even fucking care anymore, and you just want it to be over, so you'll move on to something else. And then he fucking does it again. So the Doctor and Davros continue their interesting conversation while the Doctor tries to save Davros, but it isn't enough. Davros has just been gone too long, and as they talk about being on the same side for once, all of the snide remarks and direct comments all leads to fruition. You know what I was talking about. You know how I was talking about how the scene between Davros and the Doctor was actually really good, which was surprising considering this episode's quality? Well, if you leave the scene in a bubble, then everything I said about it is true. However, the real reveal of the scene is that it just doesn't matter. You know why? Davros was just lying the entire time. He just wanted the Doctor's regeneration energy to save himself and upgrade all the Daleks to make them more powerful. So all of that meaningful development Davros was getting for, at this point, being a character for 40 years, it didn't matter, because it was just bullshit. And it's at this point, even though this is only the start of this chonker Series 9 review, that I give up. I don't even want to shout about how this is stupid, because this is just... it's just depressing how all of the potentially interesting stuff just goes to waste for a cheap twist. Just so Moffat could shock the audience, but this isn't shocking. We already knew this was going to happen. Not only because it was inherently obvious from the get-go, but the story basically told us what was going to happen anyway.
Tonight, we entrapped a Time Lord.
And all I've got to say about this, really, is why? And also, fuck you! You complete and utter moron! Why in the ever-living shitbrain fuck would you build the entire story about the relationship between the Doctor and Davros, be that they're actually gonna finish this, finally hash things out, and end the rivalry, and then just throw it all away anyway? What is wrong with you? Do you know what substance is? Clearly not, you utter bitch!
Why do I like
Stephen Moffat?
it so much? Probably because I'm quite thick.
So we cut back to Missy and Clara again, and all of the Daleks who still haven't killed Missy for some reason shut off and start regenerating. And Missy starts showing actual concern for the Doctor. Strange considering the Series 8 finale, but at this point I've just accepted that these two aren't the same character. So Davros babbles on about the hybrid, which you'll just have to wait until later to hear about, to just find out why that's all bullshit. And Missy explodes the machine that the Doctor was hooked up to, and he falls down, only to be completely fine within seconds. Plot armor at its finest, once again. No consequences, no change, no threat, no danger. It is an actual fucking war to get invested in this story. So the Daleks are now part Time Lord, which, if you think about it, makes no sense that they would celebrate this because the Daleks want nothing but to be pure Dalek, and all the ones that haven't been have been insane or hated themselves.
Isn't that better?
Not for a Dalek.
This is not life. This is sickness. Give me orders. Order me to die. Obey! 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 I shall not be like you.
That makes him half human.
Those words are blasphemy! I am the god of all Daleks!
They're insane. Driven mad by your own flesh. You hate your own existence.
You know how the whole point of the Cult of Skaro was to adapt and overcome and survive, but Sek was the only one at the time smart enough to realize that the purity is what led them to extinction?
But we must remain pure. No, Dalek they. Our purity has brought us to extinction.
And when he tries to innovate, he was turned on, only for Dalek Khan to realize he was right and wipe out all the Daleks. And even the rest of the Daleks in the Series 4 finale, they hated Dalek Khan and reluctantly left him alive.
The abomination is insane.
You remember that brilliant story leading around ultimately showing that the Daleks are a paradox? They need to evolve to survive, yet are unwilling to because of their inherently Nazi ideologies? Nah. Daleks are fine with changing their DNA. Every single one of them.
The hybrid is not half Dalek. Nothing is half Dalek. The Daleks would never allow that.
Both episodes written by the same person, by the way. As if the Daleks would even need the fucking upgrade anyway. These things, a long time ago now, are the most efficient killing machines in the universe. And the only person who ever stops them is the Doctor. Why didn't Davros just trick the Doctor here, get regeneration energy, and then just fucking kill the Doctor? It's not hard. And you know what makes this stupid shit even worse? It turns out that the one scene that had potential to be interesting in this episode, that was already ruined by Davros lying the whole time, was doubly ruined, because the Doctor was also lying the whole time as well. He knew all of this was going to happen and let it happen just so we could have another reveal of the Doctor being smart, blah blah blah. Fuck you! Use the Doctor is smart as a resolution so many times and it loses all of its impact, the more bullshit you cobble around it. What do I mean by this? Well, so if the Doctor knew that this was a trap and what Davros was planning, then why didn't he just touch the cables the first time Davros tried to bait him into it? If all he wanted to do was upgrade the Daleks in the sewers so that they would overflow and kill and or nullify all of the Daleks. Oh, yeah, that's the outcome of this, by the way. Because Davros was connected to every Dalek on Skaro, that includes the dying ones that were in the sewers. Quick question. If you were ancient and dying, then why the hell would you connect your own life support to already decaying, dying Daleks? To put it simply,
are you dumb?
And also, if the angry, vengeful Daleks are coming up through the sewers and are trying to kill the others, why don't they just, oh, I don't know, fly upwards to avoid them getting into the casing? Same applies to the sewer scene before, but it applies here even more so now. Like, fucking hell, it's not as if these things hadn't been able to fly in the show for 17 years at this point. So they leave Davros and hopefully we never see this exhausted, tired out, used and abused character ever again. He didn't go out with a bang, as much as a flop and a whimper. So the Doctor meets Clara in the Dalek, obviously not knowing she's in there, and Missy, because she has no character motivation, tries to get the Doctor to kill her, manipulating him into trying to shoot her. While this is something very in character for the Master to do, given that Missy could have done her entire non-existent plan without Clara, it just makes you wonder why she's even bothering now. Like, I still don't even get why she went out of her way to save her from the Dalek laser fire in the first place. Not that we ever saw how that was set up, because this story's fucking awful, but you know what I mean. And it also begs the question as to why Missy even brought Clara along in the past to the first place. But this story's awful. So, what? But even then, in this scene, Missy's manipulation is so obvious. I don't know how the Doctor is stupid enough to fall for it. And the scene also doesn't work because the translation from the Dalek thing, while inherently not making sense in the first place because Daleks don't fire with emotion, when the Doctor asks if Clara is alive, she says, "No, I'm not dead, I'm in here, can you hear me?" And for some reason that just translates to the armor saying, "I am a Dalek, I am alive." Is there honestly a single logical explanation for anything that happens in this episode? So Clara and her slug eyebrows open the casing because she made it say mercy, and Clara gets over this extremely traumatic event 30 seconds after it happens, because she just isn't a character.
It wasn't me who ran, Doctor. That was always you.
Example 4776 of a style over substance line that actually has no relevance to the scene itself. So the Daleks don't try to shoot the Doctor or Clara immediately again, and even ask for his help, because why not further ruin the Daleks even more than they've already been decimated by this story? Daleks, known for their asking for help and making alliances.
You propose an alliance? Request denied.
So the Doctor waffles on and reveals that the TARDIS wasn't actually destroyed, it just redisputed itself. Because of course it can do that. And he can just sonic it back to normal. Because of course the sonic screwdriver, sunglasses, can do that. Cringe, by the way. So Missy's cornered by Daleks and then says she has a clever idea. And we never find out what that idea is, and we don't see her for the rest of the series. Because of course she can inexplicitly survive this. And the Daleks don't shoot her immediately on sight. Again. Because of course they don't. So the Doctor then goes back to the beginning of this awful story and saves Child Davros. Because of course he does! Honestly, it's still ridiculous that the Magicians Apprentice expected us to believe that the Doctor would shoot a child. Ever! And that also just reminded me of another tension killer for this whole story, is that we knew the Doctor was going to survive regardless, because we already knew he was going to end up back here. So those scenes with Davros have even less impact than they already did. Oh my god. For fuck's sake! So, that was The Witch's Familiar, and oh my good golly gracious me, where do I even begin with that one? I think given how destroyed my voice has been for the latter half of this review, really speaks volumes. I'm only still recording this now because I'm actually really enjoying making this video, because it's been so long. That being said, this might single-handedly be one of the single most disastrously catastrophic stories Doctor Who has ever made. Like, the story itself makes no sense. Every single detail you can pick apart and explain why it doesn't make sense. Seriously, in this over 90-minute feature-length story, all that happens is Clara and Missy find the Doctor dicking around in the past because of this series arc bullshit. Then they get taken to Skaro, and what essentially boils down to filler for the rest of it leads to Davros tricking the Doctor into giving the Daleks regeneration, only for that to kill them all, or at least a lot of them, because they forget that they can fucking fly. Wait, how do they even get in the casing if the casing isn't damaged? Whatever. Literally, I just thought of another issue with this story, and that's while I'm just fucking recording it. There's that much wrong with this story. And this story just brings up so many goddamn stupid questions, just like the first part. Like, why is the Doctor so out of character? Again! Why is Missy even here? What is her character motivation? Why does she just do whatever she feels like until the episode ends? Why is Clara such a blank moron throughout the entire thing? This entire story could have played out practically the same without her. Honestly, the best outcome probably would have been if we just cut out Missy and Clara from this story and it's just the Doctor getting tricked onto Skaro for Davros' final day. Davros dies after his actual development scene, and the Doctor manages to leave traumatized and upset, and the story ends with him saving child Davros and hugging Clara. How much more impactful would that have been over this fucking garbage that we actually got? And you could have done all of that in a single episode instead of dragging it out for 90 minutes. Which, in doing so, you've somehow managed to cram this episode with so many fucking plot holes and issues that this is single-handedly the worst series opener of all time. And the competition isn't even close. Seriously, even all of the Whittaker era ones, they don't hold a candle to this. For the longest time, I thought Asylum of the Daleks was worse than this. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, it's been a good few years since I've endured the suffering that is Series 7. But I am fully confidently going to say that this is, without a shadow of a doubt, the worst Dalek story of all time! And I haven't even talked about the Daleks yet. Returning to the questions, why don't the Daleks kill anyone? Why are they so useless? Why are they so slow? Why are they so dumb? Why don't they question anything? Why are they such a non-threat? How do you even make them such a non-threat? Lasers, useless mate. Not that they shoot at anyone who's vulnerable anyway. Why is Davros such a moron throughout this story? Why does he connect his own life support to dying Daleks? Why does he have no concept of what his own creations are? Why are his attempts at manipulation so bad? Why does he not once try to utilize the Sonic to a useful degree? Oh, and I've just thought, the Doctor never got that back, so assuming Davros isn't dead, but given that he's clearly fucking immortal, if he ever appears again, he still has the Sonic Screwdriver. Just one to think about. And another question, why the fuck did Moffat write this story? Fuck me. Fuck you. Enjoy the rest of this review. Boy, what a horrible way to start this absolute disaster of a series. And would you believe me if I told you, this isn't even the worst that it gets? Oh no. I might have talked about this episode and deconstructed it to the point where I've basically tore it apart line by line. But yet, there is still another story in this series which is even worse. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't already reviewed it more than 2 years ago. Which episode is that, you're wondering? Well, you'll just have to stick around and find out. Oh, and in case you forgot, the rest of these reviews you're going to watch are written from the point of view of me when I was 17, LeMayo, thinking that this was a good series of Doctor Who, which I was more than wrong about, more than you could possibly believe. So prepare yourself for a lot of, this is good setup for X because it leads into Y later. But then just prepare for me even further to explain on later why that doesn't actually matter. Also prepare for a little while for my audio quality to get worse for the next couple hours until I actually got my microphone. All of that aside, this is one of the worst Doctor Who stories ever written. An embarrassment on every conceivable level. But up next is Before the Flood. An actually good story. It feels good to be finally reviewing Series 9. Seriously, this has been such a long time in the making, and I'm glad I'm finally getting round to doing it. If you're wondering why I skipped the Dalek two-parter, it's because at the time of this being written, I don't really think there's much that I can add from what I said in my Series 9 ranking and my Downfall of the Daleks video. While the stuff with Davros is excellent, like, really, really excellent, pretty much everything else in the episode is shit, as it gave us the worst usage of Missy and her flanderized character until Series 10, showed us the worst of Moffat writing the Daleks poorly, and had Clara there for pretty much no reason. Like, seriously, her Series 9 arc retroactive fix literally doesn't even begin till this episode. Her inclusion in that first story is pointless. But all of those flaws can be ignored for this week, as today I'm reviewing Under the Lake and up next, Before the Flood. Quite possibly Toby Whithouse's most underrated story, but then again, most of Series 9 is underrated as well, so let's just get straight to it. This episode opens fantastically, showing us this underwater base set in the future, and showing us these mysterious markings on the inside of a ship they found. And the action picks up almost immediately as the ship malfunctions and kills off one of the crew members. And wow, of course it's the black one who dies. We cancel Toby Whithouse for being racist. Please. Twitter! Get to that shit! And this brilliant cold open ends by showing us Moran as a ghost, which then leads into the godly title sequence. Shame it's fucking out of sync again! I really like the scene of the Doctor and Clara arriving at the base, as it just shows the Doctor ignoring Clara to focus on things that seem far more interesting. Like, why is the TARDIS groaning, and where exactly are they? And I like how the TARDIS being set off is set up for earlier, as it sets up the scene for later, which links nicely to Clara's arc without it feeling shoehorned in or forced. Like a certain Dalek story written by a certain talentless twat who shall not be named, who will try to do things like this but have it be in the most unsubtle reasons imaginable, like having the TARDIS take 4 minutes to land somewhere for no reason. And I just want to say right now that the set design for this story is fantastic. They really sell you on the sense of being underwater with the stuff on the walls and the lighting used throughout. And the establishing shot of the base definitely helps this feeling as well. Also, I know this is a tiny detail, but I love when the Doctor sticks his hand in the tea to determine how long ago the chaos started. It's just so distinctly alien and reminds us of what makes the Doctor unique. I'm still scarred by Chibnall's era, so you come to appreciate really small details like this when you've had 2 series of the Doctor just sonicking everything. Additionally, the Doctor leaving Clara hanging on the high five was also amusing. The Doctor and Clara then find the ship, and the Doctor points out something very interesting, and that's that the TARDIS hasn't translated the markings in the inside of the ship. I think that this is one of the best things that a writer can do, and that's make the Doctor's gadgets useless throughout most of the episode. And some of my favourite writers do this a lot. Jamie Matheson does this in one of the only good Series 10 episodes, and I think that's what makes that episode so intense. Following that establishment, we see the ghost turn on the Doctor and Clara, and I like how this episode conveys their intentions clearly without them even speaking. And the threat of these ghosts are great, as we can see they can go through walls and pick up weapons. We have a comedic moment when the Doctor and Clara meet the crew, where the Doctor states that he could read sign language, but can't, because it's been replaced by semaphore. And while this is funny, I do have to question how a language can be forgotten from his brain and replaced with another, when the Doctor knows so much. However, I do like the inclusion of a deaf character in this episode, because I don't think we'd ever seen one before this, and her deafness is shown in a really interesting way in some scenes later, where she has to feel the floor to be able to tell if the ghost was behind her, and it was much better than when they got a blind character in Series 11. She was fucking awful.
We need to get inside. It always comes out wrong now.
What the fuck was that delivery? The scene also tells us that the ghost in the top hat is from a different planet, presumably from the one that one from the God Complex was in. The best Series 6 episode, by the way. Which was from, coincidentally, written by Toby Whithouse. Unfortunately, this one isn't played by David Walliams, but I do love how Whithouse is keeping continuity in the universe. It's one of the many great reasons why I think he would be a great showrunner, because he is so great with continuity. He also shows this off as well later, with a cheeky nod to School Reunion. And while I don't like that episode, I appreciate the callback.
It wasn't Croydon. Where you dropped me off, I wasn't Croydon.
Where was it?
Aberdeen.
Right. That's next to Croydon, isn't it?
When they leave the Faraday cage, we get great natural feeling exposition and some comedic gold from Capaldi.
It's okay, I understand. You're an idiot. Well, otherwise... Sorry, why is this man still talking to me?
So the Doctor finds that there's a power cell missing, which leads the greedy one out to go and find it, which leads to his death later. And the Doctor then comes to the realization that they're ghosts. A great transition later, we see him revel in this fact. And this scene is honestly great to watch. Seeing the Doctor surprised by something that he truly doesn't know is great to see, and Capaldi plays this whole scene excellently. And the comedic timing of the scene where he doesn't realise how insensitive he's been because their friend died was also played off very well. I think this moment comes off so well because you can really believe that the Doctor was so wrapped up in his excitement that he would forget stuff like this. Especially with 12, who has trouble with social cues and sympathy, as shown previously.
Danny Pink.
Yeah?
Is dead.
And?
Compare that to a scene where the 13th Doctor literally ignores Graham's worries about his fucking cancer returning, and then blames social awkwardness. Fucking hell, every time I write a review, I just get Vietnam flashbacks to the suffering that was reviewing Series 12. Oh, I can never forget the pain. Before we get more interesting discussion, however, the TARDIS cloister bell starts going off and we get the most underrated scene in this whole story, and the scene that started the retroactive fix of Series 8 Clara. I love how the scene starts playing out as if the TARDIS is going to malfunction with the intense music and the Doctor explaining the issue, only for the Doctor to put the handbrake on and then it's fine. It's a very well-timed scene. I love how the Doctor just starts being upfront about the issue, claiming that there's only enough room for one Doctor, establishing that the issue is Clara being so obsessed with the Doctor and the life that he lives, that she's starting to try and be like him. And unlike in Series 7, where Clara acting like the Doctor is constantly rewarded as if it's a good thing, even though it's just her being a pretentious cunt, here, it's treated how it should be, and that's as an issue. This isn't a good thing for a human to do, and it does lead to her eventual downfall and death. This scene alone, right here, retroactively fixes so many of Clara's issues in Series 8 by taking all those scenes that wouldn't really work as well otherwise and making them into an arc. The Clara Obsession arc. I have a whole video on this, by the way, you should totally check it out, it's really good. After the death of Businessman 456, I also love this little mention of Specs wanting work for UNIT, as it establishes more of Chibnall's neglection of Doctor Who's established lore, as this story was set well over 100 years in the future. But apparently in 2019 UNIT was shut down. To be honest though, at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Chibnall just brought back UNIT and then said in an interview like, it was all part of our plan to bring it back all along, yes. Yeah, sure mate, just like how bringing Jack back was always in your plan. Sure, we believe you, thousands wouldn't. The scene where it's revealed to the crew that Pritchard is another one of the ghosts was fantastic for building suspense. However, I feel like it's ruined the second he picks up the chair, because, well, to put it simply, why the fuck are none of you moving? You're all just standing there! And O'Donnell turning day mode back on just in time, it was just, it felt like a very cliched scene. I like the scene following, however, as it shows us that the crew have to stay on board because the ghosts were trying to escape it. So the Doctor puts the base on quarantine. It's quite similar to the Waters of Mars, and the fact that in that story for a while they can't leave in case the infection spreads. While obviously not being nearly as good,
this still really works well at raising the stakes. So the crew decide to go ghost busting, and this entire scene is brilliant. It's intense, and the plan itself is great. The music and direction also help the scene additionally. The scene where Lun gets cornered by one of the ghosts also stands out really well. It's a super intense scene, and it just shows the threat these ghosts have, just by their appearance alone. Also, I love how when the ghosts are trapped inside, the Doctor uses the sonic sunglasses as a camera for the others to see. That's some really smart usage of them, and it's a shame that we didn't really see more stuff like that used in the rest of Series 9 or in Series 10. This does link nicely to the Doctor having to use them all the time when he was temporarily blind in Series 10, however. Well, it's not really a link, but you know what I mean. I also think that the Doctor going inside was great, as it shows the character's extreme confidence, and when he trolled them, it was just fucking hilarious.
Isn't it?
I think confidence might be one of the biggest tropes I miss as this character. I also think this scene was great for showing Cass use her deafness to her advantage, as deaf people are usually much better at lip reading than the rest of us, so this was a great way to show off that naturally. After that, we get a whole bunch of explaining from the Doctor with some natural Capaldi godliness, and the crew then all decide to stay. One thing I really commend about this whole scene, again, it's something you really come to appreciate because of Chibnall's era, is that all of these people actually feel like people. They don't just feel like useless spare parts that fade into the background until the episode remembers that they need to have a scene, or the Doctor needs someone to talk to. Hell, Chibnall even did this to Jack at points. Yes! Fucking Jack! One of the best characters this entire show has ever seen has been reduced to background noise by Chibnall's grubby, dirty little fingers. Unfortunately, that great scene is then immediately followed by some really obvious budget-saving controls to the ship. They did something like this in Series 11 as well. However, it looks much worse there, because there were no exterior shots at all, making the whole thing look shit. This, while being a bit jarring, is nowhere near as bad. After they bring in the suspended animation chamber, we finally get an explanations of what the symbols on the ship were, and this, I think, is fucking genius. It's such a great description of how to get something stuck in someone's head.
These words are an earworm, a song you can't stop humming, even after you die.
Disgustingly complex.
Unfortunately, Toby Whithouse, the evil bastard, knows how great all of this is, so he cuts it off short by having the base start to flood. So they all go to run at the TARDIS and the crew gets split in half, because of course they do. So the Doctor's half go back in time and the episode ends on this fucking excellent cliffhanger, showing the Doctor as one of the ghosts, and it just leaves your jaw dropped every time. It's such a great way to close an episode. So, that was Under the Lake, and this right here is one of the most underrated episodes of all time. It's such a near perfect setup for the second part. All the characters are brilliant, even if some are a bit poorly performed. The mystery is engaging as fuck throughout, and seeing it slowly being unraveled was great. The Doctor and Clara are fantastic here, and the Doctor especially really steals any scene that he's in. And the scene that retroactively starts fixing Clara's character is a highlight for me personally, showing us Moffat act on his mistakes with writing Clara in Series 8, and showing us once again that Toby Whithouse is one of the best character writers for the whole show. Now, can Before the Flood live up to the massive hype this episode set up? Let's find out. After the last part of the story delivered the best base Under Siege story that this show had seen in 6 years, can Before the Flood keep up the same quality of before? Or is it just another letdown in Series 9, and this era as a whole? I mean, this episode's written by Toby Whithouse, so the answer to that is pretty obvious, but let's begin. This episode starts in one of the best ways some of 12's episodes start, and that's by having the Doctor deliver a monologue directly to the audience. Similarly to how the beginning of Listen started with a monologue about dreams. This time, however, it's a monologue about the bootstrap paradox, which not only is interesting enough on its own,
Google it,
but it acts as a good setup for the payoff at the end of this episode, which concludes the narrative of the story really well. So this is a really fantastic opening for the episode. And to make it even better than it already is, it gives us an electric guitar rendition of the Doctor Who theme, and my God! It is fantastic! It just makes me wish that sometime in the future we do get an electric guitar as the main instrument for the title sequence. After that display of audio nut, we get a great back and forth between the Doctor and O'Donnell, and the scenes with her geeking out over the Doctor are great for making her character likeable and relatable. At this point, I'd almost be convinced that she's gonna die or something, because it's almost as if Toby Whithouse himself did the exact same thing with the character who got on with the Doctor in 2011. Another complaint I have about this scene is that this is Scotland amidst the Cold War, but why hasn't the TARDIS translated all of the Russian? I mean, sure, this is an absolute nitpick with the production, but it's just a bit distracting. After establishing the differences between the ship in the future and the ship in the past, and also establishing that it's a hearse, we meet Prentice, the first ghost from the previous part of the story. And I do actually quite like the fact that he's the same alien as the one that David Walliams was in the God Complex, as I think that writers reusing some of their own alien ideas so far apart is great for world building, which is one of the many reasons I'd love to see Whithouse as showrunner, because he understands taking things from the past and putting them into the present and seeing how they work now, something he did excellently in School Reunion, but I'm getting a bit off track. While Prentice gives us some not-so-subtle exposition about the Fisher King and doing more world-building about his race, it's not Chibnall-tier exposition delivery because Prentice does have actually a character, but it could have been done more subtly. Also, it's made up by the nice little line from the Glasses Man.
First proper alien, and he's an idiot.
When we go back to the brilliantly designed underwater base, we get a great little interaction between the Doctor and Lun, which does a little bit of character work for Clara's arc in this season, adding on to the obsession arc by having Clara be only able to think about the Doctor and how he's going to save her, even though at the minute it looks like he's dead from her point of view. She still believes in him. It's a tiny little scene, but I think it's good for keeping up the obsession arc. After that, Cass establishes that the Doctor is saying something different to the other ghosts, which is great for adding more onto the building mystery this episode is going for. And when the Doctor finds out he has to die, Capaldi performs the moment very well, and it really does add on to the drama of the episode very well. And the moment of Clara snapping and shouting at the Doctor, I think is another great scene for adding on to the obsession arc here, as she acts completely selfishly and abruptly to the point where the Doctor has to talk to her privately and try to calm her down. The line where she says that he gave her something else to be was a bloody brilliant line for this version of Clara, a far cry from her seeming reluctance to travel with the Doctor in Series 8 sometimes. Clara is a very inconsistent character, with nothing to tie her back to her home, whether that just be a very poorly set up home life or the loss of Danny Pink. The Doctor has truly engulfed Clara's life, to the point where she can say selfish shit about how unfair it is, and the audience can completely understand it. I'm beginning to notice a pattern with characters saying something isn't fair and then the audience misinterpreting it. But Ted's usage was much better, just saying, because the 10th Doctor is a consistently written character in all of his series. I have a whole video on this dynamic, by the way, you should totally go and watch it. I'm gonna feel so bad if I ever review all of Series 9 and make it into a complete review, because every 10 minutes I'm just going to mention that fucking video. So we see that the Fisher King escapes and he kills Prentice. Then we get shown the detail that the Ghost Doctor has a ripped shoulder, something that gets paid off later on, which adds more to the mystery of the Doctor dying. After a funny little back and forth between the Doctor and his ghost, the Ghost Doctor's message changes to the chamber will open tonight. Another thing set up and paid off later. This episode is really good at payoff, isn't it? After that, we get shown the Doctor and Glasses trying to stop O'Donnell from leaving the TARDIS, because the Doctor knows that she's next. But she completely ignores him, because of course she does, and takes direct repercussions for it later, which I really like for many reasons, but we'll get to that later. After they find Prentice's corpse, they run away from the Fisher King into a building, and the characters split up for literally no reason, only to then have O'Donnell die. Couldn't have possibly seen that one coming. But I actually do really like the death scene, and the fact that she doesn't scream when the Fisher King's right in front of her. It's a way of showing off that she's a strong character without cramming it down the viewer's throat. Something the writers of today really need to take notes on, and not just the writers for Doctor Who. And I do really like how in this scene we see more of the Doctor sacrificing people for the greater cause, something that he did a lot of in Series 8, and I think it's great, as it adds a lot onto the more dark side of his character, and keeps in line with his line about choice.
Sometimes the only choices you have are bad ones, but you still have to choose.
And the Doctor's selfishness towards Clara in this scene acts as a sort of mirror to her selfishness later, as the Glasses Man rightfully points out in this excellent moment. It's almost as if this series arc is revolving around these two characters and their obsessive nature or something. However, the one thing really bringing down this scene is the Glasses Man himself. Because not gonna lie, his acting in this scene in particular, and in a few others, is really bad. And that's especially noticeable when you're next to an actor like Capaldi, whose gravitas and acting can carry even the most dull moments in any story. But Glasses is so flat and emotionless in this scene that the music is really the only one carrying on how horrific this scene is meant to be. Thank the lords for Murray Gold. The Doctor then gets locked in his own time stream, which is a really effective way of raising the stakes for the story, as it makes the TARDIS effectively useless for this part, as the Doctor cannot escape, and we even get a nice little line from the Doctor about why you can't cheat time and cut off tragedy, which seems to act as a great way of establishing the Doctor's rules and mindset, but also as a sort of nice callback to the Waters of Mars when the Doctor says,
Tell him, understand, not a word, we don't have that right.
The whole of history could change. The future of the human race. No one should have that much power.
And it's nice that we get a payoff for that seemingly random sound in the episode earlier.
What are you doing here? Ah, yes.
Even though they don't sync up perfectly, it's nice that this detail was included. Little bits of attention to detail like this are a really nice novelty that we really took for granted, as we get none of that now. I really like the moment where Clara tries to send Lund to get the phone back, as not only is she using some really good deductive skills here, as we can see her figure out why he's the only one who can do it, seeing some of the Doctor's skills rub off on her. There's also a little hint of the obsession arc, where she starts off by saying, I need the Doctor, but then changes it to we need the Doctor back. I'm sure by the time I've finished reviewing Series 9, all of these subtle moments will look really unsubtle because I keep bonking you on the head with all of these details, but most of these details are the ones that I've forgotten, because unlike Ten and Rose, there's a lot more hints at the point that the obsession between these two characters is meant to be a bad thing. So I'm sorry if me pointing them out does get a little irritating, but there is quite a lot of them. One aspect about this scene that doesn't work, however, is Cass trying to paint Clara as if she's in the wrong. Because despite that little line, she is correct here. Lun is the only one who's guaranteed to be saved from the ghost, as proven twice before. It's not like she's sent him out there just because she doesn't like him or something.
Okay, didn't need anyone to translate that.
Ha! I don't get it.
The Doctor then confronts the Fisher King and I've just gotta say, I fucking adore the Fisher King and seriously wish that the villain makes a return in the future. His design is absolutely fucking spectacular. You can instantly imagine him as a warlord and a threat, especially because of the size of him. And the voice, oh, the voice isn't half chilling and threatening. Seriously, this villain is magnificent. And how ironic that he's voiced by Peter, I will not try to pronounce your last name out of respect, who played the Tick, and many other fantastic acting roles. In case I hadn't made it clear why it's ironic, I wrote into the script that I make the meme with the Tick. My only real complaint with him is that I want more of him. Like, even the Doctor's reaction to him really accentuate the threat of him, and Capaldi performs the fear excellently. Come on, there's a story begging to be told with this villain again. Just bring back Whithouse, man!
Time Lords, cowardly, vain curators who suddenly remembered they had teeth and became the most warlike race in the galaxy.
So. You're telling me, not only is Whithouse better at world building than Moffat, better at understanding companion dynamics, but he also has a better understanding of the Time War and the Time Lords as a whole. And the BBC still chose Chris Chibnall over this man. Sometimes I question the integrity and logic of the BBC, but then I remember that it's the BBC. So Clara and Cass go to try and find Lund because he's been gone for more than 5 minutes, and we get a really interesting segment of the episode where we're put in a Cass's perspective of hearing things, which is one of the most standout points of the episode, as it gives the viewers a nice understanding and perspective of what it's like to be deaf. And I remember when I first saw this as a kid, it really stuck out to me and made me think about it a lot more. And I'm glad they actually used the character's deafness effectively, rather than just having someone disabled in the cast just for the sake of looking good. They show a deaf person They show how a I don't know how to say this without sounding insensitive, fuck! Okay, off script, I'm just gonna say it like this. It might sound insensitive, I don't mean it that way. They show off, like, what it's like being a deaf person really well in this episode. Like, how she can lip read really, really well. And in this scene in particular, it's really, really good. I don't want to say they show off the abilities of being a deaf person well, because I don't know, that sentence just doesn't sound right to me. It sounds off, so I'm just saying it like this, and I'm also giving the warning that I'm saying it like this because I fucking can't think how to word it properly without coming off as insensitive. The brilliant dialogue between the Doctor and the Fisher King continues, and the Doctor blows up the dam that was protecting the town with one of the ship's power cells, and it kills the Fisher King in a fitting fashion for how powerful the character is. However, one thing that annoys me about this scene is the effect of taking the character off screen, because it looks fucking terrible, and continues the unfortunate trend of Series 9's production obviously being rushed, because sometimes it can look fantastic, then other times it can look shit, and this is unfortunately one of those times. Then Capaldi enters God mode and tricks the aliens into the Faraday cage, and we get a great explanation of what the ghosts actually were, which concludes their mystery nicely. And the scene of Lud and Cass getting together was a nice way to send off the characters. And Clara's little speech to Glasses was also pretty good, but once again, Glasses' flat acting brings this scene down, again, making it feel not as impactful as it should be emotionally. And then the payoff of the bootstrap paradox is explained with the electric guitar playing out the episode once again. What a fantastic way to end an episode. So, that was Before the Flood. A great continuation of the previous part of the story, satisfyingly paying off everything built up throughout, with a lot of clever dialogue, character writing, and an absolutely brilliant villain. While there's a few problems here and there, like a couple predictable moments here and there, the Fisher King unfortunately not getting a lot to do despite his amazing dialogue and presence, and the Glasses Man bringing down a couple scenes by his shit acting, but they can't take away from this story's satisfying conclusions, great mystery build-up and payoff, and a great story throughout, making this easily one of the best Base Under Siege mystery stories of all time, but Under the Lake is slightly better. Up next! I'm feeling right motivated to review Series 9. Up next! Oh my fucking god. I'm really not looking forward to this review. And to be honest, I think the reason I put off going to review Before the Flood for so long was because I knew that this shit would be next, and my god! This episode is dull. This episode is the one tarnished on Jamie Matheson's status as one of the best writers, and one of the most deserving as next showrunner. Seriously, the man who wrote 2 of the best episodes for Series 8 back to back and one of the best Series 10 episodes, but for Series 9, without a doubt his worst episode by far, and one of the worst episodes of Series 9 as a whole. And that's got some steep competition because this series is really inconsistent in its story quality. But the sooner I get this shit over with, I mean, I guess I'm kind of excited to talk about the Zygon 2-parter, but as I'm yet to review a bad Series 9 story, I guess this is a good place to start, until I have to fucking do it again next review. Ugh, let's just get this over with. This episode's opening is terrible and shows the worst of this show's budget. Wait, haven't I said that before? In 2 ways, where the Doctor says that he's under attack from 4 and a bit space battle fleets, and the most we see of this is some sparks in the TARDIS and the camera shaking. Like, could they seriously not have had some shots of the TARDIS flying to make it not look as cheap? Change the TARDIS lighting? Anything? And the opening also tries to have the tension raised by having it so that there's a creature in Clara's spacesuit, which of course we don't see. Absolutely none of that, because that might have actually been interesting. Prepare for a lot of complaints about how shitty this episode looks, by the way, because the girl who died and the woman who lived are obviously the budget saver episodes for this series. The one thing I do like about this opening and this episode as a whole is Capaldi, because my god, as much as the story really makes you want to die, Capaldi is really good in this episode. He keeps me from fully wanting to toast a bath because of his natural gravitas and his great delivery on certain lines.
It's okay to make ripples, but not tidal waves.
You are a tidal wave.
Don't say that.
I do like that Matheson keeps up his trope of making the Doctor's devices useless for the story, as the TARDIS is too far away and the sonic sunglasses are broken. But where the fuck did all of these Vikings come from? They legit just spawn out of nowhere, and considering they're carrying torches, I find it incredibly hard to believe that neither the Doctor or Clara seen them, or heard them. We're off to a great start already, aren't we? Seriously, Matheson, I thought you were above such contrived Oh. Never mind. Norman, take it away.
But you can't do this to me. I started this company. You know how much I sacrificed?
When we cut back to the village, we get a nice little back and forth between the Doctor and Clara, and we get the Doctor eyeing up Maisie Williams. He then pretends to be Odin in a very comedic fashion, and it was actually going somewhat decently. Until that fucking thing showed up in the sky, and what the fuck? What in the name of sanity is that thing? It looks fucking awful! What is it with this series and its shitty head effects? So Monty Python then sends down some of its shitty looking robots to take the village's strongest warriors, so that he can drink their testosterone to try and make up for his lack of manhood because of the amount of soy he's consumed over the years. Which, soy boy memes aside, is actually an interesting concept by Matheson. It's just a shame that this story puts zero focus on it, and it's never really brought up outside of the first 12 minutes.
Point it at my chains and think the word open.
Why don't you just do that yourself, you fucking idiot? After a really shitty action sequence, we cut back to the Doctor and the village losers. And the Doctor makes a point about gods never actually showing up, which is quite interesting and very true, but the rest of the town just don't argue with it at all, because that would actually lead to something interesting happening in the story, and we can't be having any of that now, can we? Clara was actually doing a really good job of manipulating Monty and Eleven in a very sorry, it's meant to say very intentional, the script says very international. Clara was actually doing a really good job of manipulating Monty and Eleven in a very intentional Doctor-like moment, which was very well performed by Jenna Coleman, and it was actually an interesting part of the episode because of how it links to Clara's arc. Until we get part 1 of 14,999,406 of Ashilda being the most unlikable, annoying, useless bitch, where she challenges Monty to a war. What an absolute fucking idiot. If you could have just kept your trap shut, then he would have been gone, and this episode could have focused on something else, you tramp. And it doesn't even make sense that Ashilda is fucking alive! Like, sure, the story uses the excuse that they're alive because they had a bit of the sonic sunglasses. Right. Whatever. I can understand saving Clara for this, though it's still a bit tismy. But Ashilda? Yeah, no. Despite the fact that she was the one holding it, just for stupid reasons as well, it was more than obvious that she was just any other Viking, and that Clara is the one from a different place because of her clothes. Clara even points this out directly to Monty. The entire crux of the plot is built on this stupid, contrived and convenient bullshit moment from Ashilda, and it's just so fucking stupid! By the way, we're not even 15 minutes into the episode yet. You know how truly awful something is if the entire plot is already broken and this contrived 15 minutes in? Even Pirates of the Caribbean 5 wasn't this broken 15 minutes in. And it's Pirates of the Caribbean 5! Everybody gags until you're making Pirates 5 look good. I have a whole video on why Pirates 5 hurt me on a personal level, by the way. You should totally watch it, by the way. So, Vikings, like the fucking morons they are, decide they are gonna fight and die with honor. And I do actually like that the Doctor points out how stupid they're being in the usual Chad 12 way.
I applaud your courage, but I deplore your stupidity.
But I must admit, when he was translating the baby, I thought it was a bit weird. Like, why is he doing it like this? Why can't he just interact with what it's saying like how the 11th Doctor did when he met Melody or Stormageddon? And the way the baby speaks in general is just weird compared to how all the other babies have talked in the past. Especially considering that this is not only a baby, it's a Viking baby. Like, at this point, I'm convinced it's not even a baby. With the way it speaks, it sounds like fucking Shakespeare. So the Doctor starts training the village schizophrenics, and predictably it goes horribly, in a way that probably would have been funny if we could actually see it, but we're just using the Chibnall trope of telling us the interesting things instead of showing us. Everybody gangster until I'm having to compare a Moffat-era story to a Chibnall one. That's how you know this episode sucks. The episode then raises an interesting point about Clara's arc when the Doctor points out that he changed her into a fighter. Something which he seems obviously ashamed of, but this episode seems like it's actively trying to be boring. So Clara completely glosses over it, and there's no hint at this anywhere else until the end of the second part of the story. Fuck my life.
A good death is the best anyone can hope for. Unless you happen to be immortal.
I have a feeling this is foreshadowing.
The one thing I'll give this scene is that it sets up the Doctor's duty of care standpoint being a negative that distracts him too much. Quite well, but fucking hell, they could have done so much more in this scene, but they just don't. Two interesting angles of this arc are brought up, and one of them is completely glossed over, and the other one is just mentioned so briefly that it might as well have not even been brought up at all. The Doctor then walks in on his shoulder being cringe, and at this point I might as well bring up Wazy Milliams. Yeah. I might as well bring up Wazy Million's performance of this character, because this isn't the worst that the character gets, but that doesn't mean that it's the best either, because fucking hell, in this episode, she's so fucking bland. Wazy Milliams brings nothing to this character at all. Not that there was really anything to work with, but her performance is so boring throughout. I honestly question why I'm even meant to care when she dies in the end. And she takes up that much screen time that it leaves no room for the other characters to get any real development outside of one of them being a pussy and the other one being a crane. That's it! Ashilda then spits a lot of dialogue at the Doctor that's meant to be taken as deep, but it's so broad and poorly defined that anyone could say things like this. The boy said you were just a girl. Sorry, to all 0 of the women who watch my videos, when you were in primary school, have you ever had a boy say that you're just a girl? Probably, because schoolboys are fucking stupid. I probably said something like that myself when I was a dumbass kid. So the Doctor finally figures out a plan involving electric eels. I would complain about how this makes literally 0 sense that the electric eels are here, but this episode's plot is already that contrived, convenient, poorly thought out and rushed that honestly I'm beyond caring at this point. Seriously, another 15 minutes into this episode since the main plot was actually set up, and next to nothing has happened. But there's still been loads to complain about. Sounds like a Chibnall era episode. After a little montage of preparing the fight, the Maya and Monty Python teleport down in their usual shitty fashion, and the absolutely absurd destruction of the robots begin, and this is just... ugh. So the eels, while attached to a wire that goes all the way along to the barn and electrocutes the robots. I'd assume that this wire is from the TARDIS because this is Viking time and wire wasn't fucking invented, but it was stated earlier that they were on a longboat for 2 days.
I do have a plan.
Yeah, so you keep saying, for 2 days on a longboat.
Where the fuck did this wire come from? And there's so much of it as well. And you know how I was talking about how contrived everything is earlier? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, fucko! These useless bland tin robots fucks, for some reason, don't shoot at a single person this entire time. One of the random helmets can control all of the rest of the Maya's vision, because of course it can. Odin is reduced into a generic shouty classic Who villain 1, 2, 3, despite the fact he was built up to be an interesting villain earlier. Genuinely, what the fuck is any of this? I've watched this scene 3 times back to back and I'm still clueless as to anything of what's just happened. The Doctor then threatens to upload the video of Monty Python to Reddit and farm all the karma in the galaxy so that he has no threat anymore, and then sends him away. And then, for some reason, Shilda's dead. No explanation is given as to how this happened. It just did. She's dead. And honestly, I haven't got a clue why I'm meant to care. The only people I feel sorry for are Peter Capaldi and Jenna Coleman, because they probably know how fucking dumb that entire scenario was. And my god, it gets even worse. Before I start complaining, the closest thing I have up to a positive about this scene is that it can sort of act as a subtle point in the direction that 12 is becoming unstable. Something that is shown the most in Heaven Sent and Hell Bent, and even some of Face the Raven. But this moment, I'm just gonna be honest, it's so shit. Like, the Doctor chose his face to remind himself to save people, as if he hasn't been doing that by default for fucking hundreds upon hundreds of years. Even at his lowest points, even the most distant incarnations still save people. I mean, I appreciate the tie-in to Fires of Pompeii, because that episode is a masterpiece, but still, there's a huge difference between the Doctor saving someone in both these stories. In the Fires of Pompeii, the entire point of the story is to show the burden of a Time Lord, not fully being able to interfere, and throughout the whole story we see him and Donna clash about this, and it's something that's clearly took a toll on him, as it crops up later, excellently when Ted goes on his downward spiral. And he saves a person there because Donna begged him to, not only because it's the right thing to do, but it will help him morally so much. Which it does.
You were right. Sometimes I need someone. Welcome aboard.
And that little scene alone is payoff for a lot of Ted's character being in denial of needing someone. Even though he clearly does. But here, the Doctor can interfere. He's already saved pretty much everyone he can. The death of Ashilda wasn't his fault, because who could have predicted something that stupid? And if he could have, he would have just worn the helmet himself. There's nothing special about Ashilda that means she's the one who has to wear it. This moment just sort of comes out of nowhere as an excuse to have the next story revolve around Ashilda being immortal. Which is pain. But we'll get to that in the next review. Also, wouldn't you think that the Doctor not knowing why he chose his face would have been resolved in the Series 8 finale? You know, when the Doctor figures out who he is? It would link in a lot better there than it does here. And it really is a shame this moment is so poor, because Capaldi is really trying his best, but he just can't salvage this shit. The Doctor then irresponsibly makes Ashilda immortal because he pretty much felt like it. I mean, he does admit that this was a mistake in the end of the episode, but the fact that he still does it is actually insane. That he would make someone immortal on purpose, considering how much pain and suffering was caused by the last immortal person he knew, and he knows the burden of living so long because he's practically immortal himself. Even if it does link into the unstable nature of 12 the series was going for sometimes, this moment was just straight up wrong. I mean, he even gives a great speech about immortality in the next scene.
But Ashilda isn't just human anymore. A little piece of alien inside her, so in a way she's a hybrid.
Oh no. No. So, that was the girl who died, and my god, what an absolute disappointment this episode is. Seriously, this is not only one of the worst episodes of the series, but it's one of the worst Capaldi episodes ever, and excluding Chris Chibnall's era, it's one of the worst new episodes, and fucking hell, it may be even one of the worst episodes in the show's history. Seriously, the amount of contrived, convenient, nonsense bullshit that happens in this episode is absolutely ludicrous and beyond the realms of comprehension. The plot is absolutely broken. It fails almost the second it's introduced. The characters are shit. Most of them don't even have personalities, and the one who is given the most attention is just irritating, while also being a blank slate. A terrible combination for sure. While the Doctor is pretty great in this episode because of Capaldi, despite a few really stupid decisions he makes, he's still fine here. While Clara barely gets anything to do, and the story could function almost exactly the same without her in it. The few interesting aspects of this episode are completely glossed over so quickly that they become forgettable the second they're over. The effects are awful, the villain is an absolute joke, he's made up to be a super threatening villain with an interesting plan only to have the interesting part shattered by forgetting about it the second it's over, and then having it made into a complete joke later on. Making this one of the worst Doctor Who episodes ever made. And the second part is even fucking worse. I'm in a shit mood, I'm tired, I'm sick, let's review this piece of shit. Safe to say that I was not at all looking forward to rewatching and reviewing this episode, especially after the first part of the story made in the Forest of the Shite, a story where the Doctor implies that a mentally ill child should not take her medication, look like a masterpiece compared to the girl who died. But this episode has always been considered by me to be the worst episode of Series 9, but honestly, after reviewing The Girl Who Died in depth, I'm not sure if this episode is worse or better. I mean, either way, it's shit, don't worry, but surely it can't be worse. Right? 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 Well, let's suffer together and find out just how bad the woman who lived really is. The episode starts off with some absolutely terrible exposition shat in our face when we are told the character who's obviously Maisie Williams, shh, you're not meant to know that yet. We get told just how great she is and how she's better than all these other characters the episode needs to set up in a natural way. However, this episode is about as natural as Clara's character is consistent, so this moment just feels completely jarring. This is literally the first line spoken in the episode. The episode gives me some mixed feelings of joy when the Doctor waltzes through the carriage with this device, but this moment, while funny, feels off because of how much 12 is acting like 11 here. One of the many problems with this series is the 12th Doctor's sudden and unexplained character shift, which most of the time is fine because there's still heavy elements of Series 8-12, but this moment just felt like such an 11th Doctor moment. Him not noticing it's a robbery, letting the horse and carriage get away. Does this not sound familiar? And isn't it ridiculous that Ashilda gives literally no reaction to seeing the Doctor at first, considering he's the man who literally ruined her life, and this episode puts so much emphasis on how much he ruined her life, yet when she first sees him, zero reaction. That would be like if Jack gave no reaction to hearing the TARDIS arrive in Cardiff after you waited 200-ish years for the Doctor. And Ashilda has waited fucking over 700 years, yet no reaction at first. Ugh.
What's wrong with yours?
Nothing, Doctor.
Fuck off with this dramatic ass music. It's so obviously been her from the beginning. Shut up.
What took you so long, old man?
Sorry, is this meant to be funny? No, like genuinely, I have no idea what tone this is going for. Is it meant to be funny, charming, a dig, a complaint? What? Also, my absolute disappointment, remembering that this episode was written by Catherine Jagena, who not only wrote for Torchwood way back when, but she also wrote some of the show's best material. Seriously, I'm not over-exaggerating, she wrote 2 of the best episodes in Series 1, and some of the best episodes in Series 2. What the fuck happened here? Like, you can tell she's really trying to work with this episode, but honestly, I feel like she just didn't understand the source material enough, like how she did with Torchwood. Also, for the love of fuck, how the god can Ashilda just do a man voice so effortlessly with this absolutely horrid dubbing? Practice? You can practice doing a voice that deep? Sorry, but I refuse to believe that a girl could do a voice that deep and that consistently. Like, maybe if she sounded like a 10-year-old kid, but not this!
The Nightmare has a reputation to maintain.
Fuck off, show. Also, what an absolute coincidence that the Doctor just so happened to run into her at this exact location, at this exact time, in this exact place. And the episode is even aware of how coincidental this is. A coincidence this severe can't just be passed off as a simple coincidence. This is just fucking contrived, and the entire episode is built off this contrived coincidence. We aren't even 5 minutes in yet, for fuck's sake! The writing in this episode is absolutely awful, you sweaty cheeseburger. Also, I don't buy that she calls herself May, either, because the reason she gives herself that name is her name dies with whoever she's with, which, that would be fair enough on its own, but there's no fucking way she could possibly forget her original name. Like, Jack Harkness isn't actually Jack's name, but I highly doubt it's because he's forgotten his original name, or that he'll ever forget that he's called Jack. And he's had a family before, and he's witnessed them die before, and he doesn't change his name, he just moves on. Why the fuck would you refer to yourself as me, you witless yogurt?
Could it be we are looking for the same prize?
My, what a coincidence! And now we're at the part of showing Ashilda's life through flashbacks, and I might as well just say it now, but the sound design in this episode is absolutely horrible! Seriously, they used the fucking whoosh stock sound effect.
Or the evisceration. Now this.
And this! Seriously, when did this become a self-aware YouTube skit? One thing this scene actually does well is show the curse of immortality well, and how your sorrow can just run out, especially in the scene with the Black Death, and the detail of the tears in her diary was very good. Though I wish the Doctor didn't have to spell it out to us at the tears, like, come on. I think even a child would recognise what tears on ink looks like. But the scenes showing Ishilda's life besides that one are so poorly placed and edited that they make it come off as comedic, only for it to suddenly cut to tragedy. It makes the whole episode feel really dodgy, and it does shit like this constantly. And the fact that Ishilda compliments herself every 3 human seconds.
I don't need to be indestructible. I'm superb. I'm really good at holding my breath. Because I'm incredibly clever. It doesn't matter. I know where Lucy Fanshawe lives. And I'm an excellent housebreaker.
Just makes her character come off as obnoxious, especially since most of those talents are never really shown, and besides this episode being set over 700 years apart from the first one, she still does the exact same thing she did in the last episode. And that's purposefully fuck something up, only to realise you fucked up and beg the Doctor for help. So it's incredibly hard to believe that she's actually good at any of this shit, because she's so far up her own arse, yet has barely shown any change in how she deals with aliens coming to Earth, you excessively moronic turd! In the scenes where Ishilda goes and speaks to the glowing eyes, she's it looks so bad. Then we get another cringy, self-indulgent Ishilda moment, where she challenges the Doctor because of what she's become, desensitized to life, and she calls him the man who runs away, which is just... what? And how does she know this immense detail about the Doctor's life exactly, since she only knew him for 1 day in a village over 700 years ago? She just does. Fuck off with your bullshit! You gelatinous blob of a script, my god! So we get more bicker bantering between the Doctor and Ishilda, and the Doctor uses the sonic sunglasses to light a fire, and just fuck off! I know that Moffat had already pulled this stupid bullshit somewhere before, but this is fucking ridiculous! The sonic screwdriver isn't a fucking weapon, and it shouldn't be able to light fires, you steamy sausage prick!
It is harmless.
Oh, yes. Harmless is just the word, that's why I like it. Doesn't kill, doesn't wound, doesn't maim.
It's style over substance bollocks writing like this that makes me miss Russell's era so much. Like, the Moffat era has so many style over substance moments like this, just for the appearance of being cool without thinking about the irreparable damage things like this could do to the show. Like, you might think this is a nitpick, but just think, in Doctor Who's fucking... what, like 52 years of history before this episode come out, do you think that at any point the sonic screwdriver being able to light fires would be useful in the past? Of fucking course it would! If you're going to have style over substance, at least have the style make sense.
Doctor, turn that thing off.
How would she know how to turn things on and off? Electricity didn't even exist when this story was set. So they steal the Eye of Hades and we get a cringy, dragged out scene where the Doctor and Ishilda crawl on the floor to avoid the housekeeper. No fucking way did he not see her here. Seriously, this episode's attempts at comedy are so fucking poor. Along with this over-the-top music, it's also poorly placed and timed. Like, in the chimney, Ishilda is talking to the Doctor about how Clara will die and she'll blow away like smoke with this fucking music playing.
She'll die on you, you know. She'll blow away like smoke.
Save your breath.
This should be a serious moment, but it sounds like it's a fucking circus act. Then we get a scene of quote-unquote banter, and the Doctor's misery in this scene is perfectly reflected of my own, because fucking hell, this scene is so hard to watch. Until, of course, the Doctor just joins in on the banter, just to further his uselessness in this scene, since the Doctor's authority, you know, one of the main traits of the character, is just completely ignored in this scene. All of the characters, pretty much, until Ishilda realises she needs him for her bollocks plan, so she listens to him.
I know their lives are short, I understand, but those lives do matter.
Shut up, you're not my dad.
What a horrible little, unpleasant, backstabbing, inconsistent, rude, insufferable, exploitative, stupid, egotistical, reckless, moronic, weasel crocodile cunt you are. You whore! I'm more than 20 fucking minutes into this episode and practically nothing has happened, and everything that has either been annoying or cringe, and the only somewhat interesting elements of this episode are just being brushed to the side to make way for more shit, my god! This is a fucking drag! So we revisit Unicorn and the Wasp for some reason, and we get more whining from Ashilda. And this self-righteous whining is like exactly what Clara has been shown to do several times in the past. Like, sure, some of these scenes in Series 8 were retroactively fixed by Series 9 and the Clara Obsession arc, making these annoying scenes work to some extent, but fucking hell for Ashilda, they just don't because of how obnoxious her character is. And unlike with Clara, the obnoxiousness is not intentional. I can hardly feel sympathy for her, when we know that she's been scheming for the entire episode since the beginning and she's willing to kill people just to avoid having to put in any work. This character is fucking awful!
Because it wouldn't be good.
Besides one scene later, that's realistically about how deep this episode goes with the theme of mortality. The Doctor then meets the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz, and I almost fucking died when I first saw him. I mean, seriously, look at him! He looks fucking terrible! And it only gets worse later. The Doctor then actually shows his authority well, where he risks his own life by saying, if you intend harm on this planet, killing me will be your best option, which was a fucking brilliant line. Unfortunately though, it is literally ruined within the same breath when the villain then immediately spews his entire plan out at the Doctor, because this episode doesn't know what subtly delivering exposition is.
Hunting, running errands while he sleeps.
Oh dear God. You're just like every other man.
Oh, fuck off, you useless celery stick, bitch, cunt, bitch, cunt, bitch, cunt, bitch, cunt, bitch, cunt, bitch, cunt. Then she actually does raise a fair point about how it's the Doctor's fault, which I do agree with, like I said in my last review. It was completely irresponsible what the Doctor did to Ashilda, and even though that part of the story recognised he was at fault for this, it's still absolutely absurd that he would do it at all, even in a moment of anger, because what he did was completely selfish and stupid, especially since he knows the suffering immortality can cause and has seen its direct effects. And when he raises the points about how he didn't think she would become a bad person, the biggest flaw of this story is just pointed out to us directly. And it's fucking Ashilda. This episode does an absolutely dreadful job of making Ashilda a sympathetic character, which is what she should be, considering what the Doctor did to her. We should feel sorry for her, and understand her anger towards the Doctor, and agree with her. But we don't, because she's a fucking horrible, manipulative bitch, who pretty much just gets her own way constantly. She robs people just because she can, brags about all the things she can do, is an unpleasant presence, tries to kill someone just for her own personal gain, claims to have grown from all she's done, but will still make the same mistakes that she did when she was mortal hundreds of years ago. She is categorically unlikable, and she ruins any potential that this episode has. Like, Jack was made immoral, and despite some horrible things he's done in his life, he's still a good person with a good moral mindset, and has been protecting Earth for hundreds of years, and he's lived much longer than Ashilda, and he's remained a good person. Like, in Exit Wounds, Jack is buried at the beginning of Earth's time and is, like, stuck underground, buried repeatedly dying for hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of years. By the time he gets back, he doesn't even go to kill his brother straight away. If this was Ashilda, she'd just fucking murder him without giving him a chance. Jack's existence as a brilliant character just points out more and more of how terribly written Ashilda is. It just makes me think, what if Ashilda was replaced by Jack in these stories? I'm not going to go fully in depth with this because I'm pretty sure I did in my Series 9 ranking, but if he was in this story, it could have been so much better written, especially since Catherine Jugetta herself wrote for Torchwood and knows how to write Jack, instead of forcing her to try and work off the girl who died. You numbskull floppy pineapple fuck! These scars are also fucking shit, by the way. They're so unfunny in an already unfunny episode. Like, fucking hell, I think I got more laughs out of Revolution than this episode. Don't worry, Revolution is still much worse than this episode, but god. And once again, we get even more puns from Sam Sif the Quick. What a superfluous name. Which, some of them aren't too bad, and him using these jokes to prevent his death is a decent way to judge and prolong his hanging. But at this point, I was just so fucking done with the episode that they just couldn't amuse me. The Doctor then ignores his hatred of banter again, as he does it with Sam Swift again. However, this time it can be excused as he's obviously trying to help save Sam's life here, but still. I wish we got like a little bit more of the Doctor like cringing at his jokes or something, or murmuring, "God, I hate this," because that could have actually been quite funny. Unfortunately, we get more of the unintentionally funny from the Cowardly Lion, and Sam's life force opens a portal in the sky. Oh. Ashilda then turns good the second she realizes that the evil plan can no longer benefit her, and the story actually acts as if this is a big character shift. Yeah, fuck off. Please never make Capaldi do that again. Also, notice how this is exactly what she did in the last fucking episode! Ashilda fucks something up on purpose because of her own selfish needs and desires, only to then realise she's fucked up and beg for the Doctor's help, which he does with absolutely no challenge whatsoever. Absolute fucking trash. So Ashilda puts the Tide Pod in Sam Swift and it kills the Cowardly Lion for literally no reason other than conveniently having the villain go away when the plot needs him to. Do I even need to explain how shit this is at this point? Then we get a conversation between the Doctor and Ashilda, which does remind us that the woman who wrote this episode wrote for a show that handles mortality in the best way I've seen, where the Doctor talks about the beauty of life, and it's actually really good and reminds us that this show can be good with deep themes like this, until the episode just switches back to telling us how great Ashilda is. Yeah, thanks, I forgot! So the Doctor and Clara meet up in the TARDIS, and we do actually get a nice interaction between the two, until we see this picture of Clara and a student, and Ashilda's in the background. When I first saw this, it was similar to my reaction to the ending of Loki episode 4. I didn't know whether to be angry, laugh, or be more angry. Because first of all, fucking celebratory selfies, fuck off. Second of all, there's no fucking way that a shitty iPhone from 2015 could have camera quality that's that good. And how does Ashilda even know where Clara works or where Clara is? What the fuck at this point?
Oh, don't worry, daft old man. I'm not going anywhere.
I wonder if this is meant to be foreshadowing. So, that was the woman who lived, and oh my fucking god, it was even worse than I could have possibly imagined. While there's definitely some good ideas in this episode, a lot more than last week, so I think by default this episode is ever so slightly better. But the amount of bad shit in this episode is either equal to or even more than in The Girl Who Died, because fucking hell, this episode is an absolute train wreck. First of all, let's get the most obvious out of the way. Well, one of the most obvious. And that's that this episode is so fucking boring. The majority of it is just the Doctor and Ashilda standing around and talking, and they rarely talk about interesting things, and when they actually do, the scenes don't work because of how horribly written Ashilda is as a character, and that leads to the second most obvious thing about this episode that's shit, and that's fucking Ashilda. She is a fucking putrid, loathsome, sickening, smelly, witless, spineless, heartless bitch who should be the one that we as an audience have the most sympathy for, but she's just such a fucking cunt that the entire episode fails because of how hard it fails at making her character likable or even just sympathetic. The entire story is built on you feeling sorry for this character, but you never will because she's an unlikable, awful person. They could have at least made her a sympathetic villain like the Sim Master, or Loki. When I say Loki, I mean good Loki, not Loki in his own show.
You will all fall before me. Boy!
The character is given no development through this episode, yet this story is determined to have you believe that she's changed and developed throughout, where it basically just comes at the flick of a switch, and she's good all of a sudden. No subtlety, no complexity, nothing. Easily one of the show's worst characters ever. I can't wait until she appears twice more in this series. And the fucking Cowardly Lion, my fucking god. The Cowardly Lion. He's so fucking bad, it's actually insane. Like seriously, what was his purpose other than having a style over substance ending and an excuse to randomly blow shit up? He does nothing of note in this story, his design is horrible, and even though I just sat through and finished this episode 5 minutes ago, I've got a fucking clue what his name is, and I have no interest in finding out. And the humor in this episode, my god, the humor in this episode is so bad. It's actually insane. All of it is cringe and unnecessary. Like, why in a story where we're supposed to be dealing with the Shielders' struggles of being immortal are we having bantery jokes about irrelevant shit? Like, fuck off! And with that, wow. I can't believe we got 2 of Capaldi and 2 of Doctor Who's worst episodes ever, back to back. What a fucking embarrassment. I haven't back-to-back reviewed episodes this bad since I was doing Series 12. Seriously, what a disservice to Peter Capaldi. However, the next story isn't that. Because up next we have the most unoriginal title of Zygon story ever, Part 1. But seriously, guys, I cannot stress enough how fucking bad the woman who lived and the girl who died was. Like, seriously, what the fuck happened? So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not super excited to review this episode. Not because it's bad necessarily, because if my memory serves me correctly, it's actually okay. But that's sort of the issue. An okay episode doesn't really seem like something I can get much substance from. Like, if I'm not wrong, this episode is fine, but the second part is just so much better. Like, compared to the last 2-parter I reviewed, which was abysmal, or the one before that was pretty great, but I couldn't just review the Zygon Inversion and skip the first part. That would be so lame. But anyway, let's hope that this part of the story is much better than I remember it, because I don't know if I can handle another bad Capaldi story after those last 2. The episode starts on a pretty good recap of the 50th, reminding us of the events of that story involving the Zygons, which this story will obviously be continuing, which I think is a really interesting subject to tackle. However, wouldn't you have thought that this story should have been done a lot sooner? The 50th came out 2 years before this story came out. I can kind of understand the reasoning for doing this so far apart as well, because Series 8 was seemingly the start of a new era, and having one of 12's first stories be something directly linked to something that came before probably wouldn't have been the best idea. But on the other hand, literally the first story in Series 8 has the villain plan ripped off from the girl in the fireplace, and the second story desperately trying to be Dalek from Series 1. Okay, so we're not really off to a good start, but the scene establishing that 20 million Zygons have been allowed to take human form and live as people in the UK is pretty great. And this video has been made just in case something goes wrong. And obviously we know that the events of this shitty Series 8 finale led to one of the Osgood's death, and that will be directly involved with this story, which is a nice little bit of continuity from Moffat. Thank you, Moffat. Very cool. Making this universe actually feel consistent for once. Something he doesn't do with the Time Lords later, but we'll get to that in 8 weeks. However, that one good bit of setup is immediately ruined by this shitty looking grave. Like, what the fuck is this? My sister? Couldn't this literally just apply to anyone's sister? Is this everyone's sister's grave on Earth? And why is it even named like this? Worst version of Malcolm, I mean Osgood, did have a name, believe it or not. This is a terrible bit of design shown in the episode. Like, there's not even any dates on the fucking thing. Seriously, what happened here? Also, Osgood was disintegrated. You don't bury ashes. And maybe if Osgood was a super public figure and her death needed to be covered up, I'd understand this. But she isn't. This is just a terrible detail. Like, if it was just a gravestone, fine, it would be fine. But since her ashes will be irretrievable because the fucking ship blew up, this doesn't make any sense. This just seems so lazy and poorly thought out. We then cut to current day Osgood, and she seemingly gets killed by a Zygon, just after she texts the Doctor about the nightmare scenario. In this really poorly expressed scene, and what I mean by that is, this is supposed to be amidst a war of some description, yet we see absolutely none of it whatsoever. The closest we get to seeing any sort of violence is seeing a brick get thrown through a window. So the scene really doesn't feel tense at all until the Zygon comes in the room. And even then, this design is still a little hard to take seriously, especially this weird laser thing. And now that I've brought it up, I might as well talk about the design of the Zygons themselves, because, not gonna lie, I still think they're way too hard to take seriously, because they just look a bit goofy. Like, don't get me wrong, they look much better than the spray-painted Cheerio ones from the 70s, and they definitely give the design a lot of attention to detail to make them look scarier, but even when I was 11, first seeing this episode, I couldn't get scared by these things. Also, don't get me wrong here, they aren't on the level of Monty Python from The Girl Who Died or The Cowardly Lion from The Woman Who Lived. They just aren't the greatest design ever, to be honest. After more out-of-sync guitar playing from the Doctor, and the great title sequence we see, You're telling me the same motherfucker who wrote Kill the Moon, the second worst episode of Series 8, is here writing another episode by himself? Are you fucking serious, Moffat? I'll say it again. Give as much flack to Russell as you want, you're probably fucking wrong anyway. But at least when someone wrote a shitty episode in his era, he wouldn't bring them back just because of personal biases. Moffat did this constantly, and it's one of the things that bogged down his era so much. Like, I seriously didn't need, and to be honest, I don't think he deserved, 7 more Doctor Who stories, considering every single story he's ever wrote before is one of the worst in each respective series. Talking about Mark Gatiss, by the way. And Moffat also brought back Peter Harness twice after he wrote one of the most hated episodes in history. I think the biggest testament to the guy being a shit writer is not only Kill the Moon, but this episode as well. Because the Zygon Invasion is filled to the brim with flaws, but the second Moffat stepped into the story, it became so much better. At this point, I just question, why didn't Moffat just write the whole story? Oh my fucking god, speaking of that, this reminds me, I'll have to rewatch Sleep No More. No.
Hello, it's Dr. Disco.
What the hell is that?
Trash.
Oh, please, never do that again, I implore you. Capaldi doesn't deserve cringe. One complaint I have with this episode, yet again, because we're only fucking 5 minutes in, is that the Doctor instantly knows who the 2 head Zygons are. But how? I thought that the point of the Zygons was that they could seamlessly integrate themselves in along with normal humans. Along with that fact, in this story, the Doctor can never figure out if Osgood is human or Zygon. Some would call this nitpicking, but considering I'm only 5 minutes in and I've already complained about the episode this much, these nitpicks and tiny complaints just pile and pile onto a massive, flaw mountain of criticism. Osgood's interrogation video, however, is pretty good. Except it's weird that the Zygons have 2 separate camera angles for this video, considering what the video is meant to represent. Like, I highly doubt terrorists who do this stuff in real life have multiple camera angles. Like, just pull a Russell here, if you want to have multiple angles, just zoom in on the fucking TV screen. We then cut to Clara and we get this awfully cheery music which is completely tone deaf considering the scene that literally just came before this. And Clara's theme is already not suiting with her character. That one fucking shit scene alone, with that like 15 seconds of music, has just killed any suspense that this episode was trying to build up. This episode is seriously so much worse than I remember it being. What the fuck happened? So Clara says that she has 127 missed calls from the Doctor, which is pretty funny, but that moment gets ruined when Clara decides to stop ringing him back when she sees a child on the stairs, and decides to go and help him. I'm sorry, but what? Like, 127 missed calls. Think about that. 127 missed calls in a stretch of about 8 or 9 hours at the most, assuming she's just came back from her job. That is a shit ton of calls. It obviously has to be something important, but she just kind of shrugs it off until she does this. Isn't one of the main plot points in this entire series meant to be Clara becoming so obsessed with the Doctor that she starts acting like him? Yet she does something so fucking blatantly dense as this. Also, the Zygon acting in this scene is really bad. Like, seriously, I'll say it again. The point of them is they're meant to integrate seamlessly. Yet these ones are so obviously the imposter that even fucking PewDiePie lies better than them. That was quite possibly the worst joke I think I've made, like, ever. Like, oh my fucking god. It's going to be even more dated when the video comes out. Fuck. The one thing this scene does do well is set up the Bonnie twist for later, which is a genuinely well done scene. But this scene initially is really poor because of the Zygon's horrible acting. And Bonnie is super convincing throughout this entire story, so it's strange that so many of them act weird in this part and the second part. After a bunch of not so subtle but good setup exposition, we find the Zygon control center, and the noise made when the Doctor starts fingering it is so realistic I really don't want to imagine how they got this sound effect.
I smoked a Zygon once. Old habits. Still got the old magic?
Really didn't need the picture in my head of the 10th Doctor fingering the Queen, but thanks. I do quite like the detail of how the other Osgood went mad with grief after the other one died, but I do wish that we got shown this instead of telling us, as it could give Ingrid Oliver the perfect chance to show off her acting capabilities and range, and make Osgood more of a character in a natural way, because she doesn't have that much of a character. Like, imagine if this episode opened on a super dramatic, no dialogue, music only scene, showing the other Osgood find out that the other one's dead and go mad with grief to the point where she just fucks off to go undercover, and then we get the shitty opening this episode actually had. So then we get a much better video by the Zygons, where we're shown how the revolution begins. Much better than the last revolution I reviewed. And the conflict in this one is so much more interesting because there is actually a struggle in what to do. And unlike in the last shitty 2 episodes I reviewed, the villain's plan could actually have everlasting consequences, because the episode has set up that there are 20 million Zygons across the UK alone, and the damage could be irreparable. Another complaint I have with this episode, however, is that the place Osgood is held hostage is a fictional location, which I think dampens the effect of the story's stakes, because this episode feels very real with how it portrays terrorism sometimes. It adding a fictional location ruins that aesthetic somewhat.
It's a Trivial Pursuit question. I used to memorize Trivial Pursuit questions so I could win. That's the last place.
Okay, that's actually genius blending in from Bonnie, because let's be real, Clara is petty and pretentious enough to the point where she would do something like that. Unfortunately, this story likes to remind us that Moffat willy-nilly made the Doctor the president of the world. Check out the Death in Heaven review if you're curious as to why that's so fucking stupid. And then the Doctor ironically does the Nixon pose.
That's not supposed to happen.
Also, this is a bit of a contradiction.
I am not a hero. I'm definitely not a president.
Like, I get they try to write this off as the Doctor saying he likes pouncing about in a big ship, but let's be fucking real here, it was just an excuse for the cliffhanger. I find it a bit weird that Clara says she needs to go home to get stuff and the unit woman doesn't say, like, this is a crisis, or ask what she needs, and just goes with her. I would call this a contrived way of getting Clara and the unit people to find the Zygon base, but it could easily be argued that this was intentional manipulation from Clara so that she could lure a few unit troops down there and get them killed later. But to be honest, it's kinda just lazy. Like, what could Clara really need from home that would help with the mission? And whatever it is, I'm sure unit could provide it. Like, come on. However, the segment itself of Clara and the unit woman going down there was pretty great at setting up the atmosphere and tone of the scenes down there, and showing how mysterious the Zygons have been by setting up this base seemingly unnoticed. It's scenes like this that show how subtle the Zygons can be, that makes scenes like this all the more annoying.
The Doctor, Dr. Funkenstein.
Yes, we know who you are.
Good reference, but please stop having 12 give himself these names. This is the sort of shit writing for 12 that makes him feel a lot like 11. And it's not that 11 is a bad Doctor by all means, no, he's just inconsistent. But the problem is 12 is meant to be drastically different from 11. And in some of Series 9, the writers for some reason love to blend the characters together and it just doesn't work. And it's really disrespectful to Capaldi's talents as an actor, especially considering how much he brought to the role in Series 8 and 12 of a character, based off his acting alone. The strike gets aborted due to more shitty Zygon acting, and Kate arrives in a Breaking Bad flashback. I think these scenes are quite good at showing how much of an impact the Zygons have had on the world, and they are very intense, and Gemma Redgrave is great in all of these scenes. We get a good interaction between the Doctor and the What? I fucking knew that would- okay, I knew this would happen. I knew the second I wrote Colonel, because you know how that word's spelt. I know the second I fucking would go to read this word that I would read it wrong. I knew it the second I fucking wrote it. I'm such an idiot. We get a good interaction between the Doctor and the Colonel, which explores the effect that the Zygons are having on people directly. which was good for world building in the story. Unfortunately though, after an establishing scene with Clara and the unit, we get a really shit scene showing the Zygons' manipulation. But in order to have manipulation be well written, you need to have the opposition not be complete fucking idiots. And seriously, this scene would be so much better if every single one of these unit soldier weren't absolutely incompetent buffalos. Seriously, why the fuck does the soldier let it slip by that his apparent mother can't answer where or when he was born, but then when he asks a much worse question, she answers that one by saying she doesn't know? Bullshit, could someone be this fucking stupid? And to top that, every single one, yes, every single one of these mindless twits goes in the church to be killed. And it's more of the Zygons being stupid by acting so unearthly and robotic.
What the fuck? How can you be that dumb?
That entire scene was so fucking bad, my god! It could have been done in so many better ways as well. It's fucking infuriating to watch unfold because... Why didn't he ask more questions? Why didn't any of the other soldiers ask any questions? Why didn't any of the other soldiers ask their loved ones anything that they might know? Why didn't the other soldiers say anything? Why don't they just wait until one of them has gone in to confirm that the church is safe before all of them go in? Why doesn't he shoot them on sight since he knows they're Zygons? Even if that one woman wasn't a Zygon, the rest of them are so obviously worse, so shoot them! The more and more I go through this episode, the more and more my faith in Series 9 dwindles. So the Doctor then tries to find Osgood in the stupidest way possible. Like seriously, could you not just follow her voice? But to be fair to the Doctor, Osgood wasn't much fucking help either, considering she just keeps shouting Doctor and her name, and doesn't bother shouting directions. Malcolm was shouting directions. Then this Zygon ruins his cover by screaming like a fucking orc before he just dies anyway.
I am human and Zygon.
Like a hybrid.
I do like that we never get direct confirmation of which Osgood it is, as it was actually quite interesting and develops nicely through the story. We then get a weird interaction between Clara and the unit woman before the reveal of Bonnie is shown to us, and this scene is excellent. However, like in Listen, I wish we didn't get those flashback scenes, as it sort of just bonks the audience on the head unnecessarily. Like, it would be so much better if we could just fill in these gaps ourselves, or if the story had set up that Clara had been kidnapped the entire time, that's why she had 127 missed calls. I mean, that makes a lot more sense than her going to ring the Doctor after saying she has that many missed calls and then ignoring them like a fucking idiot. But the plan itself of luring in all the soldiers and killing them is great, as I said before. Unfortunately though, we get a really obvious budget-saving shot when a Zygon confronts Kate. However, I do really like that it's left ambiguous whether she survived or not. It makes the episode very engaging and does make you want to watch next week. And the cliffhanger of Bonnie shooting the rocket launcher at the Doctor's plane is fucking fantastic. What an excellent cliffhanger to leave the episode on. Even though the last story with Unit did the same thing, but still. So, that was the Zygon Invasion, and unfortunately this episode was so much worse than I remember it being. While there's some pretty great setup and world building in this part of the story, and Capaldi and the rest of the cast do a pretty good job in most of the scenes they're in, they can't save this episode from its truly bad quality. There is so much stupid shit in this episode, it makes it super annoying when you analyse every scene, and you realise so much stupid shit is going on in the cracks of this episode. Like the Zygons being fucking morons and being that terrible at blending in, even though it's their primary fucking purpose. And there's just some downright stupid moments involving the people in this episode making some fat-headed decisions in some scenes, which completely breaks immersion a lot of the time, along with a shit ton of nitpicks that pile up so quickly that it makes this episode super annoying to watch, as your immersion is just shattered constantly. While nowhere near as bad as the last two episodes I covered, this episode is still pretty shit, which is a shame, because if my memory serves me correctly, the Zygon Inversion is actually really fucking good. So let's find out if I was right or not. I really hope I am. So So after the Zygon Inversion was a pretty shit part 1 to this Zygon story, it's safe to say that I'm more than a little worried for reviewing the Zygon Inversion, because while beforehand I'd seen a few problems with the Zygon Invasion, the second I started analysing it, it almost completely fell apart. But if my memory serves me correctly, the Zygon Inversion is a fucking massive step up in quality from what came beforehand, with the good bits of setup from the previous part being fleshed out and expanded upon, making the Zygon Inversion an absolute masterpiece in comparison. But considering the fact I was so wrong about the Zygon Invasion at first, am I wrong about this episode's quality? Is it actually any good at all? Or is it just another disappointment to add to the 12th Doctor's ever-growing list of bad episodes? Let's find out. The episode starts out in a really visually interesting dream space, where actual Clara is currently, and I really like what the production team did with the set design of Clara's house, because it's the same set as before, but they slightly alter things to show us that something isn't quite right, which we obviously know, but this acts as a way of showing Clara what's changed. And the charcoal toothpaste with the label "This is toothpaste" was pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. And I like the detail that the second Clara figures out there's something wrong, she starts doing dream checks. I would like to say this shows how far her character has come, but her character literally goes from Doctor-like but treat like a good thing, to a relatively normal person with a few negative Doctor traits seeping through, to being that obsessed with the Doctor to the point where it leads to a downfall. So instead, I'll say it's good for this version of Clara. This is a good way of showing the obsession arc this series was going for. However, I must say my first proper complaint with this episode arrives when Clara is trying to stop Bonnie from blowing up the plane, because she does a really shitty job trying to defend him. She does that thing that loads of TV shows and films do when someone is going against another stronger opponent, and they do a thing that clearly helps their case a little bit, but then they don't do it again. This isn't the exact same thing, but it's the only example I could think of. But it's like how Loki in Avengers constantly uses his magic and his illusions to his advantage, and it's shown to be super useful and super effective several times. But then in his own show, even while not in the TVA, where the magic doesn't work because it doesn't, he just doesn't use his magic in any effective ways because he's a fucking incompetent, pathetic idiot in his own show. One thing I do commend this episode for, similarly to how even the last episode did well sometimes, is the world building in some scenes. Because right off the bat we see someone sweeping away some of the electric hair remains of the humans. It sounds goofy, but it surprisingly isn't, and the episode always plays them seriously. And we see that almost everyone is a Zygon, and their symbol is everywhere, and I appreciate the set designers and production crew absolutely stepping their game up from last episode immensely. And I like how we get a little subversion when we see that Bonnie was actually chasing down another Zygon and forcing him back into his normal form to expose him to the world as part of her fucked up plan to start a war. And one thing I do commend about this story is that it goes into the body horror elements of the Zygons a lot more than any other story has before, and it works really effectively at solidifying this story's dark tone. However, one thing that detracts from this is the effect of the humans transforming into the Zygons and vice versa. This effect only really looked good in the 50th because that story obviously had a much increased budget than before, and we get to see a sort of mix between the two and then a natural change into the Zygon, which looks fucking horrific and portrays the monster perfectly. However, with this story, due to Series 9's obviously rushed production, and this story obviously not being as expensive as the 50th, the effects look super rushed and unrealistic, because there's no mid-period between the two where you can see the transformation. I get that the point of this one was supposed to show that this guy had no, control over this, and he had the human form stripped away from him. But you could have made it so you could see him struggling to try and keep his tall Danny DeVito head body, and sort of have a confliction shown between the two forms, sort of like Hulk in Infinity War, because otherwise this just looks kinda goofy.
Don't look at my browser history.
Whoa.
Yeah, I said don't.
I almost just passed out from laughing, I'm not even kidding.
Wait a minute. How are we gonna...
Pretty cringe.
Pretty cringe.
Osgood then proves herself to be a believer in objective criticism when she points out the Doctor's character traits and why the villains of this show will never win because they let him talk. Which is why John Sim is the best master, just saying.
Tough!
And I think that pointing out these cliches is honestly just a detriment to some of the show's shittier done stories, because it just points out how bad they can be. Because it's obviously an essential part of the show that the Doctor more or less always wins, but it's how the Doctor wins is what makes the show so interesting to watch. Take for example the two previous stories I reviewed, Under the Lake and Before the Flood, have the Doctor win in a really interesting way, and you genuinely believe at times that he could lose because of some great stakes set up in that story, that have been really well established throughout with the great villains and a great plot, making that a super engaging story. But The Girl Who Died and The Woman Who Lived, a much worse story, where the story feels like it has zero tension, zero stakes, because they are set so low and the villains of both these episodes are horribly established that you never really feel any tension at all. Not that a story needs tension to be good, because there's plenty low stakes stories that pointing out flaws in a story or a show as a whole wouldn't be bad if you act upon these flaws and try and fix them. But Moffat himself and Peter Hardis have both done this cliche before and after this story. So honestly, I think the inclusion of this line is pretty bad overall. Especially the moment where she points out he went silent because of Clara. Like, seriously, could you not let Capaldi's brilliant acting have told us that on its own? It's like how in The Office they acknowledge that Kevin's became more of a retard and then they just continue making him more of a retard and never explain why. Clara then proves herself to be a bitch with over 1 million snap score by being able to type out a message to the Doctor perfectly by guessing where the letters are. Fucking hell. Not only is this a super contrived way of moving the plot along and showing the Doctor that Clara's alive, it's also just pretty fucking stupid. Like, bro, I've owned phones for over 6 years at this point, and there's no fucking way I could do this. Like, at least add in some spelling mistakes or something. That could have actually been funny as well. And as much as I tolerate Osgood as a character, don't you think this is the sort of thing that the Doctor would figure out, and not the temporary companion? Like, I get that she's a fan of him and will know his past adventures, but he fucking lived them. He should know this shit better than anyone. After every ghost or possession cliche ever is shown, we see how smart Osgood is again by completely bamboozling Bonnie by tricking her into not knowing where the Osgood box is, which is a pretty great scene, and seeing Jenna Coleman actually get to show some range with her acting, which it seems like hasn't happened in forever, was great. Unfortunately, we then get another really shitty scenes with the retarded Zygons doing a horrible job of blending in. And then for some reason, when the Doctor and Osgood are escaping, they decide to turn the car around, then get out of the car and slowly walk towards them. Sorry, what the fuck are you doing? If you wanted to catch up with them, why would you not use the car, you short-sighted corned beef? Also, why is the Doctor being such a dumbass in this scene? Why point out that Bonnie is blinking when you know that Clara is alive and can control Bonnie somewhat? I do like, however, that the Doctor thought far enough ahead to basically trick Bonnie into the room with the Osgood boxes so that he can convince her to be a good person later on. Because he can tell that she's clearly a young idiot who hasn't experienced war properly and just assumes that it'll solve everything. Well, it's either that or the Doctor really overestimates Clara. Which, if that's the case, also works well for showing a bit of his side of the obsession arc by overestimating what a normal person should be capable of. Either that, or the writers really oversighted this. I'll let you choose.
I don't think I've ever seen you smile before.
Dazzling, isn't it?
You're goddamn right.
Bonnie then confronts Clara in the pod, and I'm glad that this interaction actually shows us Clara being threatened in a way that she seems like she could be in danger for once. Because one of the unfortunate downsides of the obsession arc is, because of Clara's Doctor-like nature, she never really feels like she's in harm's way a lot of the time. Because she just gets away with a lot of the actions she does because she's good at it. And when Clara has this much plot immunity, it's understandable why so many people can see her character as boring, because fucking hell, sometimes I do. I get that the point in Face the Raven was that Clara pushed her luck far too many times and it results in her death. But even Rose faced more repercussions for her Doctor-like attitude in Series 2, a lot more than Clara did. So this scene works well as showing us that Clara is meant to be a human being, with vulnerabilities. And I really like how the scene puts her down a peg, because Bonnie absolutely destroys her in this scene, seen through all of her usual tricks, like avoiding the question and not being specific with certain details. It's a really great scene. However, it is really strange that despite the beginning of the scene showing us that it's impossible for Clara to turn off the TV, she then just can.
London. What a dump.
I fucking love 12, man. Capaldi is just so good in this role. He seriously deserves better material for a large portion of his run. So the Doctor and Worst Malcolm track down the Danny DeVito head Zygon from the opening of the episode. In between that, we get a pretty funny moment where they exchange first names, and the Doctor's is a type of spice.
Basil.
And Osgood sounds like something you contract from eating a raw fish.
Petronella.
But when we find DeVito, we get a really interesting scene which shows us the confliction of the average Zygon and what they think of Bonnie trying to start a war. And they keep up the body horror element this episode set up earlier really well, with the horrible squelching sounds and his face moulding, really making this scene uncomfortable to watch, but not in a bad way. The scene gets super interesting when he kills himself because of how this war has ruined his life. It's a really eye-opening perspective for the story, because he even points out the Doctor's hypocrisy in trying to convince him they're on the same side. Because he's not on anyone's side. He just wanted to live his life on Earth, because it was his home and it made him happy. A truly fantastic scene. My only real gripe with it is that DeVito strikes the Doctor with his Zygon lightning twice, and it doesn't really do anything. So Bonnie arrives at the Osgood boxes, which is a really nice little trick in the episode, by the way. And it actually does make sense. Then we get shown that Kate survives against the Zygon in the Breaking Bad flashback. And I do like that the episode left it up till nearly the 30-minute mark before telling us whether Kate is human or Zygon, because the obvious presumption would be that she's a Zygon because of how Kate's been acting. And I do like that the story also sets up how while Bonnie is intelligent, she isn't as smart as she thinks she is, because she just assumes that the Zygon won over Kate in the flashback, which shows obvious hypocrisy in her plan, because what her plan is to unmask all the Zygons and start out a war to show that humans are better than Zygons. But this scene itself shows the hypocrisy in that, because she automatically assumed that the Zygon was superior, but she's the one who wants super equality. A detail that, as you probably noticed, I hadn't even picked up on until I started recording the review. Then we get more build up to the Doctor hating war, and even a little hint that the Doctor's already got some sort of way to figure out how to stop this war breaking out by saying Kate had agreed on the safeguarding but the Doctor had wiped her memory of her agreeing. Which is a nice little detail to notice on rewatches of the story. Then we get the scene. The ever so sacred, beautiful scene where the Doctor stops both sides from starting a war, not by fighting them, but words. His words stop the war, and it's absolutely fucking pristine. I love it how the Doctor starts off by belittling both sides, by speaking in a cheesy accent before this facade cracks, and we see how much truly both sides have pissed him off because of their heinous actions. The lines about how it not being fair don't matter, and Bonnie breeding new cruel people are absolutely fucking brilliant. Sending the message to the audience that revenge on the people who've wronged you is futile, because in the end, you're just as bad as them, and you could end up doing things much, much worse in the end. And the look on Capaldi's face when he realizes that Bonnie doesn't even know what she wants, and is basically just throwing a fucking tantrum, is amazing. As of yet, this is Capaldi's best acting in the role of the Doctor. He conveys so much disappointment, anger, yet sympathy and care just in this one shot. He is truly amazing here. The Doctor's compassion shown in this scene, despite the stupid actions of Bonnie and Kate, are fucking brilliant. And this is probably the best showcase of one of the Doctor's key character traits. And I like how as he sees it's failing, he starts doing his cheesy accent again, to make them realise how childish they're both behaving. And the part where he talks about how starting the war is always wrong, because it'll just lead to more death and more destruction than you could ever imagine, was fucking excellent, and shows the Doctor's own knowledge of war amazingly. One of my biggest gripes with Moffat's era as a whole is its treatment of the Time War and the Time Lords, but my issue of the Time War barely being mentioned and acknowledged, and the Doctor seemingly not learning from his mistakes in the war, are thrown right out of the window in this speech, and it's absolutely fucking astonishing. It is that good I am losing the ability to England right now. and nothing more exemplifies that fact than when the Doctor directly talks about the Time War and how it directly affects him on a day-to-day basis.
And when I close my eyes, I hear more screams than anyone could ever be able to count.
And it's made even better by the fact that because the Doctor, despite being a great person, had to do the most horrible deed ever, he knows how much it affects the little people, and he'll never let it happen again to anyone on his watch, which is just so perfect for what the Doctor as a character has meant in the revival. And considering the quality of this story, I've just got to say, where the fuck did all of this come from? Seriously, the first part of this story was so bad, and this part has just been okay at best, with bits of great quality seen throughout, and now we are genuinely getting one of the best scenes this show has ever seen. What the fuck happened? And I love the little moment when the Doctor forgives Kate and she apologizes. It's such a great way of showing how even the best of people can be corrupted by the idea of war, but when reminded of humanity, they can then strive to do better. It's so great. That entire sequence of the Doctor converting Bonnie into a good person to the point where he can trust her to not do it again and protect the planet with Osgood and understand that war is pointless is absolutely fucking amazing. However, the one thing I really don't like about the ending of that whole scene is the Doctor saying that it was Clara who convinced him to save the Time Lords. I have a shit ton of issues with the Doctor saving the Time Lords and Dave the Doctor itself, which I'll probably just say in a review in the very, very, very distant future. So, for now, I'm just gonna say, why didn't the Doctor just say something like, he made that mistake before and he's lived to regret it every single waking moment for over 1,000 years? That's a lot more impactful than just another bonking over the head of reminding us of how fucking great and how obsessed the Doctor is with Clara. And I do like that we don't get a definitive answer on whether this version of Osgood is human or Zygon. It's a really good note to end this story on after that amazing sequence. What a fantastic way to end the story. Except for another fucking obsession arc scene, and I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the few ones that I just don't like, because it feels so tacked on, and the scene of the Osgoods walking away was a much better way to end the story instead of another reminder that the Doctor and Clara are too obsessed with each other. So, that was the Zygon Inversion, or in my head canon, Truth or Consequences. And this part was a massive step up from the last part of the story, but there's still quite a lot of stupid and contrived moments in the story. The story's lack of Clara I think actually works in its benefit, because the few scenes revolving around actual Clara are some of the worst in this story. The Zygons that aren't main characters remain fucking idiots for no real reason. I don't really think Osgood has enough of a character to really bounce off the Doctor in a super interesting way, and there's a couple nitpicks and contrived moments throughout. However, unlike with a lot of other stories in this series that I've reviewed, they can't really detract from the amazing elements of this story. The world building is fantastic, the threat of the Zygons is really well portrayed, and the confliction of war is shown off in a really interesting way throughout, keeping up some of the great body horror elements from before. Kate is great in this episode. This is a way of portraying someone who's about to start war in a reasonable way, without making the character an idiot or short-sighted to contrive a plot. And her character is shown at her best when she says sorry at the end. And Bonnie is a pretty great villain. Her confliction and eventual turn into the idea of war is shown in a very good way, by having her motivations not be evil for the sake of being evil, but being the oppressed person becoming the oppressor, making the character who's seemingly fucking evil pretty sympathetic by the end, because of the Doctor's amazing speech. Bonnie is probably one of the best villains in Capaldi's era, and definitely one of the highlights of Series 9. And it's funny because she's only really featured for one full part, but is better than Ashilda in all 4 of her fucking stories. Bonnie is how you do a sympathetic villain properly, not Ashilda. Fuck that bitch. And loosely speaking of the Doctor, Peter Capaldi gives us his best performance as the Doctor yet, in the absolutely amazing scene, which shows us some of the most interesting character traits and dynamics of the Doctor that we have not explored, seemingly since the 10th Doctor is interestingly at least, making this episode overall, it's alright. Nowhere near as bad as the Ashilda part, not as bad as the Dalek series opener, not as bad as the Zygon Invasion, but not as good as Under the Lake, and only slightly, well, I say slightly, quite a bit worse than Before the Flood, because this episode still has a lot of problems, but overall, I'd say it's a pretty positive episode. Unfortunately, I won't be saying that about the next review, because up next is fucking Sleep No More, and if the reviews aren't out by this year, I'm fully going to blame this fucking episode alone, because holy shit!
So, we're now here, the final stretch of Series 9, only 3 more episodes left and only 2 I have planned to review at the moment, and not gonna lie, as much as I've been bonking you on the head about this obsession arc in these reviews, it's honestly a lot more lackluster and flimsy than I remember it being. Like seriously, Clara herself has barely been anything of a character this series, she's done barely anything, and in the majority of these episodes, she doesn't really do anything, and a lot of these stories could play out exactly the same without her. Her only real significance outside of having maybe 1 or 2 obsession arc scenes in an episode has been in Under the Lake and Before the Flood. But besides that story, this series has done jack shit with Clara as a character, except just remind us of how great she is and how much the Doctor loves her. Even the Zygon Inversion, which has the main villain played by Jenna Coleman, could have easily had it been swapped out to be Gemma Redgrave and pretty much nothing would change. In fact, it would make more sense since there was 2 Kates in Day of the Doctor. But all that changes this week because if my memory serves me correctly, which I really fucking hope it does for once considering I've proved myself wrong 4 times this series alone, and if you include Series 8, I've proved myself wrong 7 times. Actually, no. You know what? For once, I'm not going to say what I think. I'm going to take a guess based off this series quality, and that's that the character stuff, besides with this bitch, is great in this story, but the story itself is just kind of meh. That's my prediction anyway. But let's get into what should have been Clara's final story. The episode starts on a pretty good opening, showing the Doctor and Clara walking the TARDIS from an adventure we'll never see because fuck you. And the Doctor and Clara are enjoying themselves so much that you'd almost be convinced that something bad is going to happen to one of them in the story. But I'm sure it won't. And before we get an explanation of what they were doing, which I was actually curious of, the two get cut off because Rigsy calls them. And, well, this is a surprise. Not gonna lie, as much as I loved Flatline, I really wasn't super desperate for this character to return, but honestly, I'm kinda glad he did. He doesn't get a lot of stuff to do throughout, as they kinda just use him as a plot device for Clara in the story, but he's pretty decent and he's likeable enough, so I think he serves his purpose in the episode well enough. And this tattoo counting down idea is a good one to hook in the audience, as it's quite unique. Then we get yet another out of sync title sequence, and holy shit, I've just gotta say, like, I know I usually just point this out and shun it, but seriously, look at this one, it is really bad. Did they even try to sync this one up? One thing I also have to commend about this episode right off the bat is how Sarah Dollard has written the 12th Doctor, because my god, she can write him really well. He seems a lot more like his former Series 8 self, and I'm not at all complaining, because this gives Capaldi a chance to be much funnier than when the writers force him to be a wannabe Matt Smith and spouting lines that don't fit his acting style at all.
What are you doing running around getting tattooed?
And he's written in a way in this story which exemplifies some of the reasons why 12 is one of the best Doctors, and that's super refreshing to see after Sleep No More had not only the Doctor being poorly written, but poorly performed. And I think you can tell that Sarah Dollard wrote the Doctor this way on purpose from the way that he's dressed. This is a much more appropriate way to have a Doctor like 12 dress over that weird shirt and blazer or hoodie and blazer combo that some of the stories in this series previously have used, which always baffled me as to why. Like, I get that you wanted to have 12 be different for whatever reason, but don't change his outfit, like, come on, man! Anyways, we catch up with Rigsy and we get ready to find the source of his tattoo, before we get more comedic gold from Capaldi.
Bring the new human. No, don't bring the new human, I'll just get distracted.
Little bits of charm like this really make me miss Series 8. As weird as that is to say considering how bad that series is on the whole. So they scan Rigsy and we get another comedic moment of him standing still for too long. And then we find out he's been
You've been retconned.
Huh? What conned?
Amnesia drug.
I understood that reference! And I'm glad you made it! I also find it interesting that the TARDIS shows off Gallifreyan symbols during the scan, and the Doctor's reaction to it is one of confusion and hesitation, and it could act as a sort of subtle hint towards Gallifrey returning in the finale. But I'm gonna be completely honest here. The thing probably usually always shows Gallifreyan symbols instead of text, but my memory is failing me right now. At the time of me writing this, I still haven't edited the Sleep No More review. That one fucking killed me off fully. It was one of the most painful reviews to write, and it put me off reviewing for an entire month. And I was on a pretty good streak as well. Pretty much the best streak I've been on since Series 12. So this detail might be a good one, or I might just be a dumbass. I think I might just be a dumbass. One thing I'm confident is a good detail, however, is when the Doctor knows Rigsy is going to die, he goes to get his cards, the ones that were shown in Under the Lake. Something in Series 9 which actually makes it feel connected that isn't just the shitty obsession arc of the Doctor being written inconsistently. Holy fucking shit, for a second I was convinced I was watching good Doctor Who again! And I really like the way this scene treats Rigsy's death, as it's played very seriously and realistically, with the Doctor even stopping with the nicknames and starts using Rigsy's actual name to emphasize the seriousness of the scene. One thing about this scene which is just weird though, to be honest, is how the Doctor seemed like he was going to give up. And then after Rigsy says, "You're a doctor and you help," he instantly jumps into action and admits he knows how to help. What? Wouldn't he have just jumped into action straight away since they don't have a second to lose? Whatever. We get an interesting explanation of what these little alien trap streets are, which sets up the reveal of the one we got later nicely. And this scene also does a nice job of actually showing the obsession arc nicely, without it feeling shoehorned in or forced. Because here, the setup is natural, because they're discussing the idea of a hidden street, and Clara brings up a trap street, and the explanation of what it is pretty good. And the little moment is even capped off with a nice little line from the Doctor.
My God, a whole London street just up and disappeared, and you'll all assume it's a copyright infringement.
However, that good little expositional scene is then made to seem pretty redundant when the Doctor then decides the best way to find this trap street is to basically have Clara lie at the TARDIS door while it flies over London and just look directly down. This is just silly. Seriously, this is such a dangerous thing to do for literally no reason other than showing Clara's obsession at the end of it. Like, I do feel kind of bad for Sarah Dollard here a bit, because she's clearly trying to pick up on the flack of the previous stories doing jack shit with this arc, especially considering what it's meant to be and how that comes into fruition in this story. So she's basically put in as many possible obsession arc scenes with Clara as possible in this episode. Also known as literally fucking all of them. Every single scene with Clara in this episode is an obsession arc scene. But this was just a ludicrous way of showing it. Seriously, how irresponsible are we meant to believe the Doctor is by letting Clara do this instead of just, oh, I don't know, continuing to use the maps, or using the fucking TARDIS camera to look down instead of risking your companion's life, and having her almost fall out of the TARDIS because you were too impatient to sift through some papers. You child experimenting piece of shit! And even if you needed to do this plan directly in the same stupid contrived way, why not just do it yourself, since I doubt Clara can't fly the TARDIS like this considering he trusts Rigsy to do it at the end of the scene anyway. Why does this series constantly feel the need to make the Doctor completely irresponsible just to further the plot? The Doctor's explanation of how the quote-unquote misdirection circuit diverts the mind is pretty interesting, and the scene showing the three try to work around it is pretty great and shows off how this technology works well at keeping the trap street a secret. The data is then gathered off Rigsy's phone and he gets some flashbacks of his memories of the street before they find the street over dramatic music and all.
It's too much!
When they enter the street, it actually starts off pretty interestingly, with these monsters using the misdirection circuit to appear human, and it's revealed that this is a refugee camp for monsters, which is a pretty interesting idea, and I hope they develop it through the story. However, any hope I had of this episode being anything close to decent was crushed the second this stupid bitch walks into frame.
Ishilda.
That's your name. I keep telling you that.
Do you?
Fuck off! When Ishilda arrives, it's revealed that the Doctor has been stalking her casually, and he lost track of her. Since fucking when? This is like in Series 12 when it said that the Doctor goes off for hours searching for the Master and has been more distant, but we never see this. It only gets told to us, even though there's plenty of time to show this, but they never do. This is pretty much the same thing to a less extreme extent. I cannot believe I just compared something from Series 12 to a Capaldi era episode. Holy shit, Series 9 is really bad. Also, I don't like how this scene portrays the Doctor as being in the wrong for keeping an eye on Ashilda. Even though I said as a meme before that he was stalking her, need I remind you of how absolutely abhorrent this stupid little cow cunt of a character is, considering that in over 700 years, she didn't change and would make the same mistakes she did when she was Maul. I highly doubt that she became a good person all of a sudden, so no, I don't think the Doctor is a bad person for keeping an eye on this selfish fart for a bit.
Still saving the world for me then?
It's still here, isn't it?
I will kill you. And then I'll fucking do it again.
I saw you.
No, I got your attention.
I want to kill this bitch!
I also gave him enough time to return home and say goodbye to his family. I'm afraid no intruder leaves this place without a memory wipe.
What the— oh my god, you are dumb! Do I even need to explain how stupid this rancid bitch is? Seriously, she just said she sent him home to say bye to his family and then said no one can leave without a memory wipe of the place. Then how the fuck was he expected to know he had to say goodbye, you absolute gangly freak?
I guarantee the safety of Clara Oswald. She'll be under my personal protection.
Lol, no. So Ashilda gives a grand tour of the Trap Street and we get to see more of Series 9's rush production. Don't get me wrong, this episode is pretty small scale and most of it is practical, so it looks pretty good. But sometimes it's super obvious when they've just got a Google image and pasted it over someone's face, with a shitty sound effect as well, instead of actually getting the prosthetics on. The episode then gives an explanation of how everything stays disguised and hidden because of these worms, and I must say, I actually do really like this explanation of how it all works, as it's very intriguing, and it's much better than the misdirection circuit the Doctor thought it was earlier. Trust me, I'd written out a whole rant about how stupid this misdirection circuit thing was instead of just calling it a perception filter. And then the episode actually proved me wrong, but in a good way for once. I like how in this scene following we see that Ashilda hasn't changed at all, and by that I mean just because Rigsy was apparently found next to the body, he's the one who gets accused of murder, even though he had no weapons. Now, I'm going to explain later how Ashilda's whole plan in getting the teleporter on his wrist is an absolute pile of contrived, convoluted bullshit, because none of it makes any sense, and the inclusion of Hellbent definitely doesn't help that at all. But for now, let's just roll with this. The episode's messages about being anti-death penalty are pretty good on the surface, but the way this is set up makes very, very little sense, and makes the mystery feel like a waste. Because we're told Rigsy got a mystery phone call at 6 AM which brought him there, and he allegedly killed this woman. Ashilda gave him a death sentence, wiped his memory, and then told him to fuck off. Even though it's revealed later that all this setup was a lie, which I'll go into more later, why the fuck do neither the Doctor, Clara, or Rigsy question why this stupid webbed feet bitch wiped his memory instead of investigating first? You absolute corpulent!
Yes, please, go. It's not like we've got a ticking clock or anything.
How do none of the characters in this episode notice how none of this convenient shit adds up? The convenient interruption turns out to be another person dying with a chronologue.
I only took it to save her.
Our rules keep us safe.
Clearly they fucking don't if he had to steal medicine to save his wife's life, you utter retard. I do think the death scene itself is actually pretty good and does showcase how the countdown kills you in the end, which is actually a pretty interesting way of having a death shown to us. As many flaws as this episode is quickly stacking up, it definitely has a lot of good creative ideas throughout.
To break it, in any way, is to face the Raven.
He said it! He said it!
After a comedic little bit between the Doctor and Clara,
I'm good cop, you're bad cop.
Can I not be the good cop?
We've discussed this, your face.
Rigsy gets a call from his husband's girlfriend, which builds up more sympathy for the character, which is pretty good. And then we get my absolutely favourite scene with Clara in Series 9, and that's the scene where she manipulates Rigsy into giving her the chronologue. This scene, without a shadow of a doubt, is the best scene that this messy, shitty, poorly thought out obsession arc has given us, and it proves that Sarah Dollard definitely understands Clara and what this series was trying to do with her a lot more than pretty much all the other writers in the series. In this scene, we get one of the most consistent worst traits that the Doctor has, and that's manipulation. We see Clara use manipulation on Rigsy to get the chronologue onto her so that she can't die because the stupid whore of a mayor has said that she's under protection. And she even says that in the scene.
I'm under the mayor's personal protection, and it's absolute, apparently. This is us talking the opposition into their own trap. This is Doctor 101, we're buying time.
And the reason this manipulation works is that Rigsy isn't being an idiot here. The information being presented to him makes it seem like Clara is in the right, and it's even later revealed that she hadn't given him all the information in the scene where they find out she has to die. For a manipulation scene to work effectively, you have to have both parties being smart. If you just have a smart person manipulating an idiot, it's not as interesting to watch unfold. In fact, it can just be downright deplorable like the rest of that fucking film.
See, now that's some bullshit.
However, here, while Rigsy isn't the most intelligent geezer ever, he's not being irrational or stupid, because he's actively against that idea for pretty much the entire scene until the most manipulative element of it is brought into the scene, where Clara brings up his family, which was bonked onto us in the scene before to build more sympathy for the character, which is now being used against him directly in the scene following. And in the scene later, it's easy to believe that Clara would miss the crucial line from the receding hairline man, because she was so caught up in her own ego, she thinks she can just do things risky or willy-nilly because she's just that good. And spending so much time with someone that obsessed with you definitely won't be helping that ego at all. So that whole little scene is absolutely sublime, and the one layer is even better. If we ignore all the tism which is in that scene involving a shield, but we'll get to that later. So we get some investigating scenes and the Doctor quickly figures out that Ashilda has been lying. Honestly would have thought that he would have figured that out earlier, but whatever. So Clara and Co find this girl with a double-sided face who can predict the future. She looks pretty cool, and I like the detail that she can't look at the Doctor or Clara's future or past because it's all clouded and all over the place, as that's a pretty neat detail.
But she thinks she's doing the right thing.
In what No, I'll save it. So they return to the room with the dead woman to reveal that she's not dead, and that she's been in stasis the whole time. I'd be fine with this, but wouldn't you think that the Doctor would recognise that and want to investigate that fact the second he sees her? These creatures are obviously very powerful. I highly doubt that a simple human, and a human like Rigsy especially, could kill one. Especially since Rigsy is not a very aggressive person at all. It then turns out that they need a key to unlock her from stasis, and I do like that the Doctor selflessly sacrifices a TARDIS key for this straight away, but it is a little bit contrived that the TARDIS key can just fit in there so easily. Like, how does this machine have the exact same key layout as the TARDIS key? If it were that easy to get, couldn't some random locksmith just make himself a TARDIS key? And I mean, it's later revealed that the Time Lords probably maybe sent this thing to Ashilda. I don't know, they don't fucking explain it. How would they know the exact key model of the TARDIS? Like, they know the model of the TARDIS. Surely every model of that TARDIS has different keyholes. Oh, don't worry, we're getting there soon. So the Doctor uses a key to save Anna's mum, and this puts a bracelet on him, which is then revealed when it arrived to be a teleport bracelet that Ashilda needed to put onto the Doctor so that the Time Lords could take him, so he could tell them what the hybrid is.
I do as they tell me and the street is safe.
Who are they?
The fucking Time Lords for some reason! Okay, I was going to keep going explaining the scene before I complain about how stupid it all is, but I just can't. There's so fucking much of it already. Okay, so first of all, how the fuck and why the fuck did Ashilda make a deal with the fucking Time Lords to take the Doctor away to keep the streets safe? In what reality does this make any sense? How the fuck would the Doctor even be a threat to the street? He didn't even know it existed until you brought him there, you fucking cunt! Second of all, if you meant to keep the streets safe, as in from the Time Lords, then how the fuck could they have been any threat at all? They are stuck at the end of time itself. They have nothing and no one. They're pretty much useless. They can't be any threat whatsoever. If anything, you're the one who brought the threat to the Trap Street, since you revealed to both the Doctor and Clara where it is, when you could have easily avoided it, because if you needed to get the Doctor and you needed to know where he is, but he doesn't know where you are, and you know where he is, and you clearly know how to get his attention, then leave the Trap Street and get his attention! Like how you did before, you fucking hard-boiled bitch! And speaking of needing to put a bracelet on the Doctor, you went about it in the most irresponsible and reckless way imaginable, you fucking boot! Let's get the most simple out of the way first. If you needed to just put a bracelet onto the Doctor, then fucking run up to him and put it on him. No offense to Capaldi, but he's not exactly the quickest Doctor. Not that he's slow either, but I'm just saying. And if you don't want to do it yourself, then get someone from the fucking Trap Street to do it. You didn't need to lure him there to do it. You have fucking Jadoon, cunt. They're strong as fuck. They could just easily get it on him. And how the fuck could Ashilda have even made a deal with the fucking Time Lords in the fucking first place? They're still meant to be ambiguous at this point, but Hellbent doesn't explain any of this shit either. And speaking of which, but not actually at all, because I haven't spoken on it in a while, why the fuck would you risk Riggsy's life just to get the Doctor here when you know they're friends? You know he has his number. Just keep him captive and bring the Doctor to you if that's the case. You absolute fucking omelette bitch! Because of Ashilda's stupid, reckless, ignorant, dense, mindless decisions in this episode, Clara has to fucking die. And yes, while the way Clara dies and the reason for it is pretty good, as I said before, the way that we got to this conclusion was absolutely fucking retarded.
They take you. I take the key so you can't be traced.
Can't be traced? Can't be fucking traced? By who? Who? You fucking mong! If you mean the Time Lords, then they would already know where you are, since somehow they got in contact with you, you absolute lunatic! The entire fucking plot, because of this stupid weasel crocodile cunt, makes literally no sense at all! It is fundamentally broken! What the fuck? Not gonna lie, I was actually pretty optimistic about this episode for the most of it. Sure, there were a couple flaws and stupid moments throughout, but it was working its way up to be pretty solid. But this moment has just killed the entire fucking episode, because not an ounce of it makes any sense. All this shit with Ashilda has just completely broke the entire episode. And that's a damn shame, because the character stuff in this episode has been really great, for once. And that's once more shown in this final scene, which is absolutely fantastic. So after Clara's stupid decision is revealed, we get shown the rage of the 12th Doctor, and this is absolutely fucking fantastic. And is some of Capaldi's best acting in the role, and some of the most interesting stuff for 12 as a character. But before I start gushing, one more rage.
I swear, I never meant for anyone to get hurt.
Then why would you put the chronologue on him in the first place, you stupid bitch? Anyway. Oh, shit, no, sorry, there's another one. Apparently Ashilda made the deal so that the Shade would get one soul, but only she can break the contract. So how could Clara break it by having Riggsy give her the tattoo? That doesn't add up. Anyway, actual positives now. The way the Doctor threatens Ashilda is absolutely amazing, and shows his part of the obsession arc in an actually interesting way, instead of just giving a concerned look or a cringy line. This feels a lot more in line with the Doctor as a character, and it's great. And then when Clara calms him down, we get the best scene for these two fucking ever, and it is absolutely amazing. From the music, to the dialogue, to the acting from both of these incredible actors showing the fundamentals of both characters and what their relationship should have been throughout this entire series. Seriously, this scene is so fucking excellent and just points out how poorly written this relationship has been presented for most of this series. Showing it off in only a super surface level way, instead of actually delving into both of the characters' psyche, exploring how and why they've been acting the way they have the whole series. The only story to even come close to doing it as well as it's been done here is Under the Lake and Before the Flood. But even then, that episode is a lot more story focused than character focused. The 12 and Clara dynamic in that episode is really good, but it's not the main focus of that story. Out of the 8 episodes I've reviewed of Series 9, so far, only 3 of them have actually shown the true potential for what this arc holds, and that is a fucking shame. Because this scene, this moment, is fucking pristine. Oh, by the way, at the time of this being written/recorded, I haven't reviewed the Dalek series opener, but I haven't rewatched it either, but I remember there's like nothing for 12 and Clara in that either. How the fuck, in an episode as broken and non-functional plot-wise as this, is there one of the greatest scenes in Moffat's entire tenure? What the fuck happened here? This is like in the Zygon Inversion, like how the episode itself was pretty meh, but it had one of the greatest speeches ever. Only it's even more surprising with this episode because this episode is so much worse than the Zygon Inversion. This is a bottom tier trash episode because of the awful plot and Ashilda. But this moment is fantastic. The acting Capaldi does with his eyes alone without even saying a word is truly, absolutely, genuinely, and all of the other buzzwords, amazing. And Clara's final words are fantastic as well. She's just as good as the Doctor in the scene, which is saying a lot considering how blank she's been for most of this series. This right here was the most perfect cap off to the Obsession arc I could have ever wished for. Clara dying brave and accepting of her mistakes is brilliant. Even though the same angles of the different shot look a little goofy, but still. And the Doctor's little moment of rage at Ashilda was fan-fucking-tastic. One absolutely amazing cliffhanger to leave an episode on, with such a harsh and cold threat, sending shivers right to your core.
She was saving you.
I was lost a long time ago. She was saving you. You'll find that it's a very small universe when I'm angry with you.
What a truly fantastic scene. I can't wait for Hellbent to ruin it. So, that was Face the Raven, and honestly, this might be the biggest letdown of the series so far. I know that's like a very comedic cut considering I was just praising one of the best scenes ever, but you know. I used to think that this was one of the best 12th Doctor episodes because of its excellent character work throughout and giving us some of the greatest scenes for both the Doctor and Clara, which is really fucking stand out this series because she's been pretty much a blank slate the whole time. And in this episode, she just oozes personality, and it shows off how deep and complex this character should have been for the whole fucking series. And it's the same with the Doctor. He's been shown at some of his best in this story, showing off his rage and his obsession with Clara, and his interesting duty of care standpoint. I hope that doesn't get ruined anytime soon. But the issue is, all of that absolutely amazing stuff is in the final 10 minutes. The other 35 minutes of this episode is absolutely broken fucking trash. Ashilda's plan is completely illogical, built on convenience contrivance, and it just sort of works in the end, because it does. It is awful, and it ruins this potentially great story, and that is a fucking shame, because the seeds for potential are all there. An interesting trapstrap idea, a returning character from Series 8, a murder mystery plot, all ruined because of the stupid bullshit tie-in to the bullshit finale that this story was forced to be. And because everything with Ashilda absolutely breaks this entire episode, this, unfortunately, is just another shit episode to add onto the pile of Series 9 and Capaldi. And considering how amazing those final 10 minutes are, it's impressive how this episode has managed to stoop so low because of fucking Ashilda, ruining yet another episode. Also, they do like the bare minimum with this interesting idea as well. Up next is Hellbent. Yeah, sorry, I'm not reviewing Heaven Sent. Well, it's all been leading up to this, hasn't it? Reviewing Series 9, I would definitely say has been my weirdest experience doing episodic reviews of Doctor Who, because this was one of my favourite series, and I was the most excited to review it, as I loved pretty much every episode, and I considered it to be one of the most overlooked and underrated series in the whole show. I'm struggling to think of any statement I've made in the past before that has been more wrong than this. And I used to think that Hellbent was one of the few good finales, and even better than the Series 8 finale. And now that I don't even really like the Series 8 finale, I know for sure that this episode is probably going to be a disaster. Because before even rewatching it for this review, I've thought of a few major issues that have arisen from the previous episodes of this series, like the absolute failure of Clara's arc, and Face the Raven being the only real episode to do anything. Under the Lake and Before the Flood are the only other two episodes that did anything remotely interesting with the arc. Every other story in Series 9 would just bring up the arc incredibly briefly and just not really do anything with it at all. And this half-arsed lazy arc is now all coming to culmination in this episode. So let's start, except let's not actually start, because I'd like to say at a brief note, at the time of this being written, I've reviewed every episode except the series opener and Heaven Sent. I'll probably have done the series opener in the future, but as I said before, I'm not reviewing Heaven Sent. It's one of those episodes that I could probably review as sort of like a main channel video, but I did rewatch it before reviewing this episode, and I thought it was bad. It was really bad. Nah, it was fucking great. Thank fucking God, Heaven Sent is one of the 3 episodes in this series that actually holds up. Without a shadow of a doubt, it's one of the tightest Series 9 scripts, and still easily one of Capaldi's best episodes. But it isn't perfect by any means. But honestly, there's not a lot I can add to the conversation on Heaven Sent, so here are just my criticisms of the story. How much time the Doctor spends there before he dies and resets himself is made pretty unclear. Is it a day? Is it a week? A month? I don't know. All we know is that it's less than a year. The rules used for the Doctor's skull appearing make no sense. Like, why does only his skull survive and not the rest of his body? Especially considering his skull went through the most pain when he dies. How the fuck did the Veil get underground and jump scare the Doctor? That is never explained and was clearly only done for the visual. Speaking of which, the amount of sound this thing makes is also really inconsistent. Sometimes it's deadly quiet, and then other times you can hear it stomping. The break in the wall scene is an excellent visual representation of the Doctor breaking free from his torment and moving on to do new things. But at the same time, just use the fucking shovel. And when the Doctor has given up and is lying against the wall, why hasn't time slowed down for him? Because he's thinking inside his head, but like the rest of the time he does this, time around him slows down. Because this shows to us how quickly the Doctor can think. But then this time it doesn't? Also, fuck the hybrid, all of the lines in the episode are really annoying about it. The Doctor knows what the hybrid is and is scared of it, yet it's him? And it's later revealed to be 2 people, yet we don't actually know if that's true or not. What?
That's your best theory. I'm the hybrid. I ran away from Gallifrey because I was afraid of myself. It doesn't make any sense.
But a lot of those are just nitpicks, as Heaven Sent is a really good episode. But with that preamble out of the way, let's finally put the nail in the coffin of my enjoyment of Series 9, and let's review Hellbent. So, this episode does actually start off in an interesting way, surprisingly. Even though the last episode ended with the Doctor on Gallifrey claiming himself to be the hybrid, right? This episode actually starts off with the Doctor going to a diner with Clara inside it, which instantly raises several questions and eyebrows in the audience's head, and the first one of course being, what the fuck? How in the shit is Clara here? And why are her and the Doctor acting so unfamiliar? This is obviously a huge setup for Leia by having Clara not know who Clara is, with the Doctor giving a shocked reaction to throw the audience into the loop that she had her memory wiped and the Doctor didn't. This is later subverted in the episode, which I actually do kind of like, this little subversion, but a shitload of negatives come from the Doctor's mind being wiped and Clara's not. But we'll get to all of that later.
One thing I will get out of the way about this episode right away is that it is absolutely gorgeous. This is the best Gallifrey has ever looked, especially since we're actually there, and the last we'd seen of it normally was in 2007. The CGI and general presentation has improved a lot since then. Not that the original was bad, mind you. Ironically, the Gallifrey from 2007 still looks better than the Gallifrey from 2020. However, the cool visual of Gallifrey is somewhat marred by that stock eagle sound effect used when we can see the Doctor walking through Gallifrey. Didn't know Gallifrey had Earth Eagles, but okay. After one of the single greatest shots this show has ever fucking seen, we get one of the biggest downgrades this show has ever seen. And that's fucking Rassilon. For anyone who knows me, you know my favourite story is The End of Time. And while Rassilon isn't the strongest element of that story because the best Master and the best Doctor are there being the best, he was still an ever-looming great presence on the whole story, and he was legitimately threatening as we saw how he depowered the Master instantly and brought mankind to his knees just because of his terrifying presence. Yet he still had an element of honour to him, despite his clear derangement, as we saw him let the Doctor make the decision instead of just killing them both, which added an interesting element to his character, despite his on-screen time being quite brief. However, this time around, pretty much all of that is gone, because he does fuck all in this story except shout around and get utterly ratioed by the Doctor, and even in this scene, he has no power or threat against the Sisterhood of Khan. This is literally the first scene with Rassilon, and he's acting out of character already. If he didn't like something, or had problems with something, then he would control it. He wouldn't just scoff and move on. The Doctor then goes into what I presume is where he spent a lot of his childhood, as it's the same place as that was shown in Listen. This on its own I don't really have a problem with, but then some random old woman walks in.
Who the fuck are you?
Why is she even here? What purpose could her being here possibly do? Also, on that, shouldn't the Doctor's home be like a fucking historical landmark? Considering that he saved all of the Time Lords in Gallifrey? Why can random boys just play in here? I highly doubt random people should be allowed to just walk in. She's literally cast as woman on IMDb. Then we get a weird moment where the Doctor gets given soup from somewhere, while a bunch of random Gallifreyans watch him. I get that this is meant to be them showing appreciation for him saving Gallifrey, but it's such a weird visual, it just makes the scene come off as bizarre and out of place. Especially since the Time Lords are meant to be fucking corrupt and evil, but I digress. We then do get a good bit where they all refuse to move out of the way from the Doctor, and then he emerges to create a line that they shouldn't cross, as this shows how he's become a legend on Gallifrey and how much presence he has, considering he doesn't even have any weapons. My only real complaint with this is, who the fuck are all of these Gallifreyans, and, well, just, who are they? Did they fight in the war? Well, they can't have, because if they didn't, they would have just been massacred. So much of the timeline and world building got fucked because of the 50th saving Gallifrey, and this story is not helping at all. Like, we don't even know if any of these people were involved in the planetary war, or how they're alive, or how they're not Time Lords, or anything. Wouldn't you have thought that almost all Gallifreyans would be Time Lords by now? What the fuck else are they meant to do? We then get a comedic scene with the General convincing the Doctor to come out until Rassilon gets there himself, which is pretty funny, except for the scenes of Rassilon's pathetic rage, because why the fuck has this character become such a coward? And why wouldn't he want revenge on the Doctor straight away anyway? Need I remind you that his death was partially on the Doctor's hand for letting the Master live, and he threw Rassilon back into the Time War to fucking die. Why is he just sending troops and people with lesser power to see him? Rassilon had barely even been on screen, and he's been thoroughly assassinated by making him an incompetent, ragey moron, and we haven't even got to the fucking scene yet.
The Doctor does not blame Gallifrey for the horrors of the Time War. He just blames you.
Oh! Bullshit!
What the fuck do you mean he only blames Rassilon? That is utter horseshit! It wasn't just him who led the Time Lords into war. I know I've had to use this line as a comparison a million times, but that's because fucking everyone always forgets about it when discussing the Time Lords and the Time War.
The vote is taken. Only 2 stand against.
The majority of the Time Lords were fucking evil. That's why the war was a never-ending hellscape. To even believe for a second that the Doctor blames Rassilon and Rassilon alone is incredibly narrow-minded and retarded.
Time Lords of old, but then they went to war. An endless war, and it changed them right to the core.
Yeah, no, actually, it was just Rassilon. The rest of the Time Lords were fine. They were fine. It's not as if the majority stood with him.
You see my enemies, Wilf. The Time Lords are more dangerous than any of them.
The amount of world-building damage this story generates for ignoring the End of Time's usage of Rassilon and the Time War makes the universe feel messy and disconnected, which is incredibly annoying considering how much the Time War did for this show. And within the first 10 fucking minutes of this episode, it's been neglected, misunderstood, and incredibly oversimplified. For fuck's sake! And it gets even worse. After the woman moves her mouth in suggestive positions at the Doctor's door, this pussy old man Rassilon actually shows up to confront the Doctor, and we get more hybrid bullshit, and we find out that Rassilon was the one who sent the Doctor to the confession dial. So you are seriously trying to tell me that because this incompetent, wrinkly, bygone, decrepit, receding, senile old fart needed to know what the hybrid was, he thought his best course of action was to contact Ishilda, who then contacts a random person who the Doctor knows, who got his attention, just to put a thing on his wrist, just to put him in the confession tile, just so you can force him to say what the hybrid is. You have got to be taking the fucking piss, you diuretic blue cunt! I already explained how Ishilda's part in this plan makes no sense in my Face the Raven review, so go and check that out if you're more curious. But for now, Rassilon, or Bad Rassilon I should call you, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you not just fucking ask the Doctor, you utter retard? You can clearly contact people on Earth. Speak to him yourself! You had no reason to even want to put the Doctor in there just to capture him and torture the information out of him. Why did you feel the need to create this overly convoluted plan just to get the Doctor back to Gallifrey, only to get bullied off your own planet within 5 minutes of meeting the Doctor? You absolute brain-dead, wooden, senseless, cockeyed, derpy, shrivel piece of bacon! And why the fuck would the Doctor torture himself for 4.5 billion years and not just tell the Time Lord what he fucking knows? I get it. This was his way of grieving over Clara, but he then later condemns the Time Lords for using it as a torture chamber. Not a single detail of this adds up in any way! And that brings us to the most obvious question of all. How the fuck is the hybrid a danger to anyone if no one knows what it is? The Doctor doesn't know what it is. The Time Lords don't know what it is. Rassilon doesn't know what it is. The Sisterhood of Khan doesn't know what it is. Ishilda doesn't know what it is. It's all theories. There's no concrete answer in this entire story, making this scene and this reaction feel worthless. But I'll delve more into that later. Rassilon's patties and tantrums continue to make me cringe as one of the most powerful Time Lords to ever live decides to not kill the Doctor himself for some reason and have a bunch of soldiers who apparently worked with the Doctor in the war shoot him instead. Why the fuck would you willingly make this decision considering you know the Doctor's apparent legend on Gallifrey, even though he shouldn't be a legend amongst evil people, but I digress. And also, you are fucking Rassilon, cunt! You can literally disintegrate people on the spot. Just do that, you utter melon! Also, the Doctor apparently served with other Time Lords in the war? Question mark? Don't you see how this raises massive questions and issues? For example, if all the Time Lords in the war were evil, then wouldn't these people have been evil as well? If anything, they would shoot him on the spot because he turned against them. Not that they would know he destroyed Gallifrey, but you know what I mean. And if these soldiers were apparently good people, then why would the Doctor not take them with him when he went to destroy Gallifrey? The reason Russell kept the details of the Time War limited and only revealed them as time went on was because when you bombard the audience with so many details out of nowhere, you create ginormous problems. Obviously unintentionally, but they're still there. Like the fucking sonic screwdriver being able to light flames. And the implication of the Doctor destroying Gallifrey was always that both races had to be wiped out completely and no one could be saved.
That's just it. Don't you see, Donna? If I could go back and save them, then I would, but I can't. I can never go back. I can't. I just can't. I can't.
Yet Moffat, willy-nilly doing scenes like this, makes it seem like the Doctor could have saved other Time Lords. And he probably should have saved other Time Lords, but he just didn't. And Moffat's portrayal of the Time Lords just being massive, incompetent pussies makes the Doctor look even worse, because apparently there was only one evil Time Lord. So if that were this narrow-minded prick's view, why didn't he just kill Rassilon, or trap him, or banish him, you complete and utter retard? Moffat handles the Time Lords and the Time War about as well as I can handle being in a relationship. By the way, there's these little scenes, sometimes which show up with the Doctor and apparent memory-wiped Clara interaction. I just thought I'd bring it up now. I'm not going to mention them in the future because they don't really add anything to the story, but aren't really offensively bad either, like the rest of this shit. They just remind us that it's the Doctor telling Clara a story. I'll only bring them up if they have a sort of cringe or a sort of good line. Like this.
Oh, you like a cliffhanger, don't you?
I understood that reference.
So the Time Lords obviously don't shoot the Doctor, because of course they wouldn't, because apparently they worked with him very closely in the fucking Time War.
Is the firing squad afraid of the unarmed man?
So were you fucking idiot! How the fuck am I meant to believe that the same character who purposefully gave the Master an illness from early on so he could bring back Gallifrey and the Time War is scared of the Doctor and is forcing others to do his dirty work? If this Rassilon was in the End of Time, fucking nothing would get done. And I like how in the End of Time, even Rassilon's closest associates were still scared of him. Yet, in this, all of them portray him with no guarantee of survival and they just don't even care. What the fuck has happened in this story so far to make it so fucking bad? Holy shit. In 13 minutes of Hellbent, we've further destroyed the Time Lords, the Time War, and Gallifrey, and we have absolutely desecrated the character of Rassilon so badly that he isn't even recognizable compared to Timothy Dalton's superior version. This character...
On your knees, mankind. The end of time will come at my hand.
And this character...
Say do it!
Some of these men served with...
These men served me! That is an order. A direct order of your president! I am Rassilon, the Redeemer! Rassilon the Resurrected!
Are not the same person.
First thing you'll notice about the Doctor of War is he's unarmed.
Well, that's fucking bullshit no matter how you twist it.
The anger, the rage of a Time Lord who butchered millions.
You seriously expect me to believe that the Doctor survived and fought in most of the Time War, yet never had a weapon? Moffat, fuck off.
Is this a story or did this really happen?
Every story ever told really happened.
So all of the soldiers go on the Doctor's side, and the reinforcements the Doctor calls for off-screen arrive and arrest Rassilon. If only he had some sort of weapon he could have used this entire time. So that entire scene was utter fucking nonsense. Seriously, I didn't think it were possible to destroy that much so quickly. What the actual cheese and ham fuck was that shit?
and we are only 16 minutes into the episode. I can't believe it took me so many years to realize how fucking atrocious this episode is. Also, I have a question. The Doctor took the long way around to get to Gallifrey. Does that mean they actually waited 4.5 billion years for him to get out of there, so they could ask him questions? Or did time move differently for them, and if so, how? Also, let's say time does move slower out there. How does the Doctor know they're near the end of the universe? And if he knew this, why wouldn't he just go there? Gallifrey being lost and frozen in another dimension is something that's completely forgotten after this story. But fucking hell, this story itself didn't do a good job clarifying the details at all. They even make a shitty joke about it later. But we'll get to that. The Doctor's interactions with the Sisterhood of Khan are interesting, because this is where the Doctor says what the conversion dial is actually meant to be filled with. Which makes it interesting, as you can see how its usage could be twisted and we could get a story like Heaven Sent from it. But also her anger with the Doctor in the scene is bizarre. Because ignoring the retcon of the Doctor being more of a dickhead for destroying Gallifrey, he hasn't really done anything wrong yet. I know, God forbid, we forget the RTD era exists, but Rassilon was fucking evil. He wanted to wipe out time itself. I mean, so did the rest of the Time Lords, but just fucking... I don't think the Doctor is in the wrong for wanting to banish him from Gallifrey considering all he's done before. Or did you just temporarily forget that? Because lots of this script likes to forget that other parts of Doctor Who exist, and need to be kept consistent for this universe to feel lived in and consistent. Trust this story to paint the Doctor is in the wrong before he's actually done anything wrong yet. It's like the reverse of the 13th Doctor. Whenever she does anything wrong, she's always treated right and is never punished. It hurts me to know that I've compared Series 9 to Series 12 multiple times.
If you wanted to know about the hybrid, why didn't you just ask me?
Finally! A good fucking point made in this episode! What's the answer?
If the hybrid is a threat to the people of this world, why don't you just tell us?
A good counter! Holy shit, we might actually get an explanation for all of this stupid contrived drivel, to find out if it actually makes any sense. God, it only took for 12 episodes, but with... Oh. The Doctor just doesn't answer the question and just moves on, because there's no legitimate reason for the thing he's being accused of. Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it?
Did you really have to bring him?
Actually, it's even worse here, because in Revolution, it at least serves the purpose of furthering the plot slightly, even if it's just in the most forced way imaginable, and they basically just wanted the character in the final act of the story. Here, this is just more of Moffat dodging the question that he himself set up and clearly didn't have a fucking answer for, and the Doctor saying no is just the embodiment of that.
No.
Okay, so in the first 20 minutes of Hellbent, what have we established? We know nothing new about the Time Lord. We know nothing new about the hybrid. It doesn't seem like it's the Doctor, despite this.
The hybrid is me.
The Time Lords have returned to incompetence, and the once threatening Rassilon is now gone out of the equation completely, and we haven't seen him again to this day. Surely this episode can't get any worse, right? Right? Oh no. Oh no. What are you doing? No. What are you doing?
This way. I can save you.
So, despite the obsession arc being perfectly concluded in Face the Raven, because the Doctor is still apparently that obsessed with Clara, he decided to bring her back to life. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. This is blatant character assassination. Not for Clara, but for the Doctor. Why the fuck would you try and bring Clara back from the dead and disrespect her wishes from just before she died, you narcissistic prick? And I didn't think I'd ever be calling the Doctor, especially the 12th Doctor, narcissistic.
because he knows Clara died being as brave as she could, as brave as she knew how to be, her own words, not running away from her problems and confronting them as they were her fault, and it was fucking beautiful. And the act alone of bringing Clara back from the dead when her last fucking words were literally, "Let me be brave," is straight up wrong and disrespectful. 12, what the fuck? And it really is a shame as well, because when the Doctor and Clara reunite, their interactions are actually good, and Capaldi portrays the Doctor's love for Clara very well, when we can see just how happy he is even to be seeing her. And Clara's reactions actually almost make her feel like a person, which is nice. Of course, that is then immediately ruined by the Doctor taking a gun and shooting the General, which is just... what the fuck? Okay, as if bringing Clara back from the dead herself wasn't a blatant enough assassination of the Doctor's morals and principles, did Moffat just forget that this line exists?
I'm not asking you for a promise. I'm giving you an order.
This way. I can save you.
You will not insult my memory. There will be no revenge.
I'll try not to break your jaw.
I will die, and no one else here or anywhere will suffer.
Who the fuck is this character, and what did he do with the Doctor? Don't get me wrong, as someone who avidly tried defending this arc for however many fucking hours, no matter how far you push it, the Doctor wouldn't just fucking execute someone in cold blood so he could escape with Clara when killing the General could have been easily avoided. What the fuck is wrong with the animal who wrote this? Like, no shit, Sherlock, this is meant to be a negative thing, but that doesn't matter when it's so obviously a contradiction to the Doctor's character, and it wouldn't be as bad if the Doctor hadn't just spent 50 fucking minutes showing us the Doctor processing his grief and anger with Clara's death. At this point, despite not being that old, maybe the Doctor dealt with it for 4.5 billion years! The fact we're meant to believe he hasn't gotten over it is absolutely fucking ludicrous. And utter cow, pig, chicken, dog, cat, fish, elephant, monkey, bull, shit! Fuck you! The reason why the scene in The End of Time when the Doctor has a gun works is because we've seen how he's been at the end of the ropes. The whole story. He's been pushed to the limit again and again and again and again, and has been completely traumatized by the Time Lords returning and the Master's betrayal of him. That scene is shocking because you could believe, because of the 10th Doctor's character and this story, that he's vulnerable enough to slip and make the mistake. Here, this is shocking because it is so out of character. Not only for series 9-12, not only for series 8-12, but for the Doctor as a character. They would never do this, and the fact that he tries to justify it by saying they're on Gallifrey is even fucking worse. Try and tell that to the 10th Doctor, you shit, selfish bastard! And considering how you treat your own death last episode as well, this is obviously flawed logic.
How long can I keep doing this, Clara?
In The End of Time, the Doctor killing either the Master or Rassilon have massive benefits. If he kills Rassilon, he will have killed one of the most evil Time Lords to ever live. If he kills the Master, he will send the Time Lords back, and he already has a reason enough to be fucking furious at the Master for betraying him after their moment of connection. If the Doctor killed either of them in this scene, it would make sense for one reason or another. That's why it's so intense, to see if he'll fuck it up or not. Here, there is no benefit to killing him. He just fucking does it. Also, consider this.
These people are unarmed.
So
There isn't a stand setting.
I will not let Clara die.
This is about as much the Doctor as this is the Doctor. This man is narrow-minded, selfish, narcissistic, and stupid. Literally, cunt. Fucking literally, cunt! You have a gun. He doesn't. You can move him out of the way. What's he going to do? You said yourself, He's unarmed! What the fuck is wrong with you, you turbo cunt? The only, and I mean the only, remotely interesting thing about any of this is that Clara is actively against it, which works in favour of her limited character, but only to detriment the Doctor's. Along with that, sometimes she's still way too subservient. Like, after one questioning that the Doctor killed someone, she doesn't further question the fact that the Doctor just fucking killed a man. One of the things that pisses me off the most about the wrong end of time criticism is people saying that regeneration was never treated like a death before, which is utter fucking horseshit, because it absolutely was. The 10th Doctor just took it the worst because he's the most human, he's the most vulnerable incarnation of the character. But the 12th Doctor, after living his life like a human and knowing this shit, would still just fucking kill a general instead of walking past him. You insane, ill-advised wanker!
Even if I change, it feels like dying. Everything I am dies. Some new man goes sauntering away. And I'm dead.
Lol, no, doesn't matter. The only thing good about the scene I thought I'd mention is that both Ken Bones and Tania Miller play this character very well. Well, except for this one line.
The only time I've been a man that last body. Dear Lord, how do you cope with all that ego?
I'll say it again. Reverse the genders and this is cancelable. If I was the 14th Doctor and I said the only time I'd been a woman that last body, dear Lord, how do you cope with all of that ego? Someone's getting in trouble if I said that, I'm just saying. The line doesn't even make sense. This general has been nothing but respectful with his limited screen time. This comment was just unnecessary.
Gallifrey was frozen.
Well, they must have unfrozen it.
How?
I didn't ask. Make them feel clever.
Moffat, don't write in jokes like this just because you were too lazy to think of a reason in which to get to the conclusion you wanted. It's making you come across as a hack. Well, I say making you come across. In another cafe scene, it's revealed that the Doctor needed a neural block to wipe some of Clara's mind, and this was something that Moffat wanted as a conclusion, but clearly didn't think about how to actually get there, because the details of this scene don't make sense, because of fucking course they don't. Why would erasing the Doctor from Clara's mind change anything? No matter if she had her memory wiped or not, she still died. The General literally said,
"She's been dead for half the lifetime of the universe."
Also, in case this isn't extreme deja vu to another certain companion needed their memory wiped to be saved, but in the case with Donna, the details made sense. Donna was just a regular human whose brain was overloaded with the Doctor's knowledge, and if she kept any memory of him, it would have killed her. Her brain would have literally exploded. And with this, no matter what you do, Clara, she's already fucking dead. What is even the Doctor's plan here? Why does this episode insist on nothing making any sense? So the Doctor and Clara waltz around the cloisters for a bit so they can escape, while we have a look at our standard budget saver monsters to show the threat of the Matrix and the sliders without actually showing what they do. Which is a shame because the idea behind them is actually interesting, and one of the only interesting ones in this fucking story, but they just don't really do anything with it at all. We don't even see them kill anyone.
Didn't hurt, did it?
Tiny bit.
You know, in almost any other story, I actually wouldn't have even minded this line. But this isn't the Doctor, and this bitch should be fucking dead! While the Doctor is waffling on about a time he broke into the Matrix as a kid, we actually get a good moment, where Clara realizes the Doctor hasn't seen her for a very long time, just by looking at his eyes, which is a good moment. If we ignore the scene that literally had her hear that she'd been dead for half of the time of the universe.
She's been dead for half the lifetime of the universe.
Doctor, Lord President.
How long has it been for you since you last saw me?
If only they would have left some sort of clue!
Find a way to extract you.
Stay back!
Yeah, these seem like the same Time Lords who went in a war.
You've seen my enemies, Wilf. The Time Lords are more dangerous than any of them.
I said stay back!
continuity just didn't really matter anyway. It totally wasn't one of the reasons why Russell's era was so great and the other two New Who eras have been so shit. Okay, so this next scene is a weird one. So the Doctor tells Clara about how he stayed in the confession dial to save her. Even though I thought the point of him staying in there was to process his grief, but whatever. So, if his point was just to get to Gallifrey, why not just tell the Time Lords what you know and release yourself? It's made extremely unclear what would have actually happened if he released himself. Like, how do we know it wouldn't have just put him on Gallifrey? Because we don't actually know where it would have brought him. This would have been a great detail to know for the story to work. Thanks, Moffat! I do like that Clara doesn't just accept what the Doctor did and calls him out for it. But unfortunately, once again, like with him literally fucking killing someone, she doesn't even really question it outside of this scene, making this drama feel extremely surface level and shallow, since both of these characters are acting considerably out of character because of all we know about both of them. As limited and poorly written as Clara has been for Series 9, we know that the Doctor killing someone and torturing himself for 4.5 billion years would affect her on some level, especially since he did these things just for her, but they're just glossed over constantly, making the episode feel shallow, and there's nothing I hate more than shallow drama.
Loki, I don't even know if this is gonna work.
You go, I go.
Kill yourself. And then Clara seems like she's actually going to say something interesting in response to the Doctor's actions, and then the camera pulls away.
Kids, would you step outside for a second?
Fucking hell! Dear Lord, that's the loudest profanity I've ever heard.
Why is this episode seemingly actively resistant doing anything interesting with its inherently interesting concepts? Clara then chats a bunch of shit to the Time Lords, and of course the incompetent pussies do nothing, and they both escape in the TARDIS. And that was it. Nope, I'm not joking, that's all the stuff they do with the Time Lords. And in concept, I don't actually have a problem with this. But the execution of what Moffat did with the Time Lords and Gallifrey in this story is completely backwards and illogical. Like, my thought would be the Doctor would go to Gallifrey and leave them for the humans who he's much more like in this time. But the problem is, to show this message, you didn't need to character assassinate Rassilon and make him an incompetent, senile old fuck, and make the rest of the Time Lords and the Sisterhood of Khan useless, superfluous, and a bunch of other words that have the exact same meaning. No wonder so many people say the return of Gallifrey was a waste, because we don't get any everlasting consequences for this shit at all. Because the Doctor's memory is wiped. He doesn't get any punishment for the several horrific acts he's committed in this story. And the Time Lords don't even attempt to chase him, or track him down, or fucking anything! While I like that the Doctor doesn't accept these as his people anymore, the story has done an abysmal job of showing why he would feel like that, especially since, in this story for some reason, the majority of the Time Lords have been good. And it doesn't help that the Doctor has been acting considerably out of character, making the inclusion of Gallifrey and the destruction of Russell's world building feel like an absolute unsatisfactory piss wash. So to the surprise of absolutely no one except the guy who's pretending to be the Doctor, Clara's heart is still stopped.
They said that if you save me, time would fracture. What does that mean?
Time will heal. It always does.
My entire planet died. My whole family. Do you think it never occurred to me to go back and save them? But it's fixed.
Fixed points can be rewritten.
No, they can't. Of course they can't. If I could go back and save them, then I would, but I can't. I can never go back. I can't. I just can't. I can't.
Rose, there's a man alive in the world who wasn't alive before. An ordinary man. That's the most important thing in creation.
No one can help me. A fixed point has been altered. Time is disintegrating.
The whole world's different because he's alive.
History will be fine. Time will heal. It always does.
Fucking get over yourself, you selfish wannabe prick. You've spent 4.5 billion fucking years grieving over Clara's death. Fucking accept it and move on. This is ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you stretch it, the Doctor is acting irrational and out of character,
because the setup doesn't work and this doesn't make sense.
4 knocks. It's always 4 knocks.
No! 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 You don't even get to dare bring up the end of time, you fucking what? Stories that shit on world building this much don't get the right to reference superior material. So then the Doctor meets up with fucking Ishilda, and believe it or not, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but she's actually the best character in the episode.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
I fucking know, right? Seriously, Ishilda has been consistently one of the worst characters ever in all of her appearances. But here, she's actually one of the only rational and consistent acting characters. That's how fucking low the bar is right now. Like, obviously she still has a bitch lines, because of course she does, but she's actually the most consistent character in this disease of a story, and she's the only one who actually feels like a person. Seriously, the Doctor has been thoroughly assassinated. So has Rassilon, so has Clara, and the Time Lords have been written incompetently. Ishilda is literally the only one who's acting remotely like she's been shown to act before. And she's actually better than she is before, because she seems more mature this time round. I can't believe I just said any of those words. Holy fuck, this episode is so bad. And while I stand by my thoughts on how Clara eventually died being really stupid because of Ishilda's smegma plan, but she is absolutely based when describing Clara's death, which is honestly even more of a detriment to the story, because it just points out even more how out of character the Doctor has been acting in this story. Considering this isn't even the closest to a companion the Doctor has been, and considering how well the 10th Doctor took losing Rose, one of the most commonly criticised elements of Series 3, that was still much more in character, and a much more in character way of showing grief and anger than what the 12th Doctor has done here. And this shit still pisses me off because, well, I'll say it again, we just had an entire story devoted to him grieving over Clara! Unfortunately, we then get more babbling about the hybrid, and how no one actually knows what it is, which is just great.
Is it hybrid? Is you?
Yeah, fuck off. Do you seriously expect me to believe, even for a second, that a being that apparently...
A danger to all of us. This creature will one day stand in the ruins of Gallifrey.
Threatens all of time and space.
Is a cross between incompetent Vikings and useless tin robot fucks? Who is this utter mongrel, and why is Moffat insisting he's the Doctor?
It's an interesting theory.
Do you have a better one? That's your best theory. I'm the hybrid. I ran away from Gallifrey because I was afraid of myself. It doesn't make any sense.
The hybrid is me.
What the fuck is even happening at this point?
It makes perfect sense and you know it.
Does it though? Okay, so Ishilda then theorizes that Missy's plan all along was to push the Doctor and Clara together to create the hybrid, so they would create chaos. Even though I thought the point of it was to cause the Doctor pain by making him too attached, and then he has to push Clara away, considering how much pain she was causing him in that finale. But at this point, Moffat has retconned and ruined that much shit with this episode alone. I'm beyond even trying to piece together this clearly not well thought out bullshit anymore. And speaking of which, where the fuck is Missy in this story? Considering that all of the blame for this bullshit has just been thrown on her, you'd think she would have made some fucking appearance, or showed up at any point in time, especially since her next appearance is so unsanctimonious and unremarkable. Also, did I mention that this imposter, who I refuse to call by name because he's a moron, left the Sony sunglasses in the TARDIS so that Clara could activate the screen and see the entire fucking conversation that was going on? Because, of course, a character like the Doctor wouldn't think rationally and would make ludicrous decisions just because he's a fucking selfish retard. It's so in character, holy shit!
I know I went too far.
Clearly you fucking don't. I think one of the most infuriating things this story does is take the Doctor too far, acknowledge it, but then wipe his memory so he just goes unpunished for all of that out of character shit he does, and he doesn't learn a thing.
but then him wiping Clara's mind is painted as a good thing? This episode's morals are about as consistent as the 13th Doctor is well written. Also, it's really funny that the imposter acknowledges that he's wiped someone's memory before, yet he decides he wanted to go out of his way to get this neural block thing, which apparently is painless.
Stop it! Stop it!
Sure. Even though the one he done to Donna was actually painless and had a guaranteed safety mechanism. I love how the most consistent part of the 12th Doctor's character in the series is him acting irrationally and stupid.
Oh, Clara, Oswald. You're right. You're always right.
Mary Sue! Nah, but seriously, this scene where the Doctor confronts Clara is actually somewhat alright. Which is surprising considering this episode's previous showcases of quality. Clara's arguments for wanting to keep her memories are completely justified, and you'd think in this moment the Doctor would take Clara back to her death, since it's a fucking fixed point and has been
for half the lifetime of the universe.
But instead, for some reason the imposter decides they should basically just take a chance to see which one of them gets their memory wiped. But why? Why the fuck would you make that conscious decision, you infallible egg? No matter what you do, Clara still has to die. She takes the long way around in the end, but she still fucking dies. And now, because of this bafflingly stupid decision, you've let her know she'll die, knowing her best friend won't even recognize her when he's speaking to her. I'll say it again. Who the fuck is this selfish pig, and what has he done with the Doctor?
This has to stop. One of us has to go.
Yeah, and it's her. She already died. Fuck off, simp.
I did this. Do you hear me? I did this. This is my fault. Doctor, please. I don't want this.
Is it my fault?
This is my choice. Let me be brave. Let me be brave.
Lol, no. And I fucking hate how the Doctor's duty of care has gone from, I should keep you safe because I'm less breakable than you, to, I will literally kill innocent people and escape with you because I have a duty of care, even though you're already dead! So they pull the neural bullshit and we get a much inferior version of Clara's exit, as the imposter slowly passes out in a scene which would have probably been emotional if it wasn't for the previous 50 minutes I just spent with watching this man being an irredeemable piece of shit, who disrespects his best friend's dying wishes, commits man to then woman slaughter, and has such a narrow-minded view on the war that he fought in. I would probably feel emotional right now. Because both actors are killing it here. They're just getting done dirty because of the context. And it really is a shame because most of the lines shared in this scene are actually good. But I just don't care. Because I don't care about either of these characters anymore.
I went too far, broke all my own rules. I became the hybrid.
And since this is the last time this is being brought up, I would just like to ask, what the fuck does that even mean? You became two warrior races bound into one? You became a threat to Time Lord society? Why the fuck would the Matrix even make this prophecy when it really just led to the downfall of a bunch of people? It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean 4 when Blackbeard follows this prophecy that he'll die to Barbossa, so he goes to the Fountain of Youth to save his life, but him going there gets him killed. But if he had ignored the fucking prophecy, he probably would have been fine. This is the tier we're at right now. But at least Pirates 4 has Jack Sparrow and Captain Barbossa in it. The best character in this fucking shit heap has been Ashilda. That's the fucking level we're on right now. One of the most consistently inconsistent, insufferable pieces of shit ever to grace this show is the best written character in the episode. Fuck me. So the imposter dies and respawns in a sound biome with a different car from the one at the beginning, and we get our final scene with Clara, and I just don't give a fuck. I honestly don't know how I'm expected to feel anything for either of these characters at this point, especially considering how distant yet submissive Clara has been, and how sociopathic the Doctor has been, while neither of them have consequences for their actions.
Your fantasies can't ever be quenched, can they? You freaking freaks! When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
The imposter then temporarily loses his brains!
when a TARDIS dematerializes around him and he doesn't even fucking question it. Absolute fucking troglodyte.
I'm sorry. Why does everybody think I am so scared?
I don't know, maybe they just thought you were a human being for a second, you bitch. The scene of the imposter entering the TARDIS with 12's theme blaring is fucking awesome, and the perfect way to cap off a series. If you remove all the context. With context, I still don't give a shit, because I hate this guy. He's a fucking arsehole, and it puts me into disbelief as to why I ever liked this series. So, that was Hellbent, and fucking hell, what an absolute catastrophe this dumpster fire of an episode has been. Holy fucking shit, this is next level abysmal. Seriously, where do I even begin? I guess at the plot, which is an absolute garbled mess start to finish. Seriously, the Doctor is back on Gallifrey, and despite the fact he's been grieving for billions of years, he decides he'll take out Clara from before her death and disrespect her dying wishes so he could wipe her memory before she had to die anyway. Nothing that he does in this story makes any sense whatsoever. There's no real reason for him to say what he thinks the hybrid is, especially since he doesn't actually fucking know himself, because no one fucking knows himself what it is, since Moffat was far too lazy to concretely decide what the thing actually fucking was, making the Doctor just become a selfish idiot in this story. And speaking of selfish idiots, what the fuck did you do to all of the characters in this story? Let's start with Rassilon. Oh my god, how the mighty have fallen. Seriously, how has one of the most uber-competent and threatening villains ever transformed into such a massive useless pussy? Seriously, he gets absolutely bodied in every scene he's in. He makes decisions that don't make sense on their own, and when you consider who he was before, they make even fucking less sense. He fails to use his most powerful asset, gets easily beaten, bested, and betrayed, and he's barely even on fucking screen, yet his character has been well and truly destroyed. But he's not the only one. While nowhere near as blatant as the other two, Clara's character has been pretty much fucked by this story as well. What little of it there was. Right off the bat, she didn't even need to be in this story. Her inclusion alone is shitting on the wonderful death scene in Face the Raven. And for a character who's written so inconsistently episode to episode, she died in a really effective way. And while by the end of the story it's implied that she died anyway, the same way, the Doctor even bringing her back for a second, and her barely even reacting to it, is out of character and detrimental. And that's the same with most of the scenes with Clara in this episode. Why the fuck did Moffat just forget that one of the characters who argues and disagrees and bitches at the Doctor the most argues and disagrees and bitches with him all the time? Clara seems like an afterthought in a lot of these scenes, which is bizarre because fucking Gallifrey is tossed to the side to make way for more Clara. Yet she still isn't written well in this story. Because her barely even putting up a fight about the Doctor killing someone and barely reacting when he says he tortured himself for 4.5 billion years, for her, is incredibly out of character. For a character we're meant to believe is so obsessed with the Doctor to the point where it would lead her to her own fucking death. And her deciding to let the Doctor make that stupid decision in the end is also wrong, considering how selflessly she died in her final moments. Speaking of the Doctor, holy fucking shit, look how they massacred my boy. The second we reach the 20-minute mark of this story, the Doctor gets well and truly character assassinated, through and through, and it's fucking awful to watch him in this story. In this story, he's selfish, arrogant, narrow-minded, narcissistic, disrespectful, and stupid. So fucking stupid. The amount of bafflingly stupid decisions and mistakes and straight up crimes he does in this story is utterly ludicrous and out of character. No matter how far you push the Doctor, they would never act like this. It's just a blatant contradiction to the Doctor's rules, morals, and mindset. This is one of the biggest disservices to the Doctor as a character we have ever seen before, and yet another one
to add on to the list of the 12th Doctor being an incompetent, inconsistent idiot. Speaking of being an inconsistent, incompetent idiot, Moffat, what in the name of John Sims chicken have you done to the world building in this story? In this one episode alone, you make the Doctor look even worse for destroying Gallifrey by introducing more elements of the war that didn't need to be introduced and make his character and actions worse. You continue to write the Time Lords.
You've seen my enemies, Wilf. The Time Lords are more dangerous than any of them.
As incompetent, useless, moronic pricks who do nothing except stand around in the background, get beaten, get bested, get betrayed, get mocked, get ignored in the grand scheme of this story. The fact that you want us to believe that this...
You've seen my enemies, Wilf. The Time Lords are more dangerous than any of them.
And this... is meant to be the same race is absolutely fucking insane. What the fuck is wrong with you? You absolute cabbage cunt. Ashilda is unironically the only well-written character in this episode, and that's actually fucking insane to think about. 3 character assassinations later, 10 years of world building destroyed, and wasting the return of a planet that should have just fucking stayed dead, make this, without a doubt, the worst episode of Series 9, and the worst Capaldi era episode I've reviewed so far. At least the other shit ones didn't destroy world building as much. Without a doubt, one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who ever made. I know I've said that before, but this time I fucking mean it. Girl who died, woman who lived, there is some, very tiny, there is some positives in there. Sleep No More, it's at least creative. It's shit, but it's creative. But this, no. Irredeemable fucking trash! And with that, that was Series 9. And holy fucking shit, being worse than I remember doesn't even begin to describe how awful this series has been. What an absolute disservice to Peter Capaldi and Jenna Coleman. Capaldi deserved better than being written inconsistently, cringily, and eventually assassinatedly. And Jenna Coleman deserved better than being sidelined, yet made so important, and only having an ounce of care put into her writing. Thrice! Series 9 of Doctor Who, without a shadow of a doubt, is one of the worst series of this show. But this series isn't even the worst that it gets. Up next is Series 10. I'll see you then. It's still better than Series 11 and 12, don't worry. Seriously though, this series has been such a piece of shit. Like, what the fuck happens? Like, why did I like this?
I never would. Have you got that? I never would.
You have no idea who's going to die! How many hearts will be broken? How many lives shattered?
That was so terrible, I think you gave me cancer.
To be honest though, at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Tim would... Fuck! I can't fucking speak. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm so fucking, like, ill. Well, I'm not ill, I have a blocked nose, and like... Yeah, I might sound more nasally than usual, but I don't know, man. I know it's like more apparent with this one than the Before the Flood review, but I'm still ill. That's why my delivery is just, it's been a bit tismy, but like, you know, I enjoy making reviews, and I'm currently in my 3-month grace period where I get to work on only reviews, and I like doing it, and I don't always get the opportunity to film, so if I do get the opportunity to film, I'm gonna take it. Even if I'm fucking sick. But hopefully, the editing and overall script of this video will make up for that. I will hope that I'm not ill by the next time I record. Goodbye. What a horrible, little, unpleasant, backstabbing, inconsistent, rude, insufferable, exploitative, stupid, egotistical, reckless... Fuck!
God, I'm so mentally challenged.
Keeping up some of the great body horror elements, but... Keeping... By the way, guys, this is the first video I am ever doing with my brand new microphone that I had to fucking buy. I hope you like it.
It's really strange. On Audacity, the levels are dodgy, so I have to fix that in post. That's gonna be fun. But I hope you like it. I've been checking in and out through this whole recording. I think it sounds pretty good. I don't know how it's gonna sound in the end. Like, I'd recorded this review twice before with my old headset before realizing that it was completely fucked, and the shouting was just inaudible. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Hellbent, ugh.